8 minutes past the hour. It's the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you so much for being with us. A little bit later in the show today, we have Coach Senator Tommy Tuberville with us. He'll join us via Zoom from D.C. We'll catch up with Coach Tuberville and see what's going on with him. A lot to discuss today, a lot to break down. We have NFL starting a brand new season tonight with the Lions and the Chiefs. We'll talk about that. And we have a college football game. We'll see if anybody cares. All right, the number is 866-WE-BE-BIG, as I mentioned. And over to my left is Greg Burgess. To my right is Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
What up?
Boys?
Everybody good? How's old Bullet Head doing over there?
I'm good.
We're good?
Yeah.
All right. Well, then let's go.
You mentioned the NFL. I did see where they're playing tonight. Now,
Yeah.
I probably won't have time for it. And then you bring up college football. I think it's, Louisville and Murray State.
Murray State's at Louisville on the ACC network at
doesn't intrigue
6:30.
me at all.
And then tonight on NBC, it's the Lions at the Chiefs. And, Kelsey
ESPN don't have a college game?
Mm-mm.
Huh.
It's just the ACC network and then NBC. I don't know what's going on with ESPN.
I think the way
don't.
that ESPN, the reason ESPN doesn't is because they're in the middle of the U.S. Open.
That probably is right.
And they could have actually probably had a game tonight, but the way the scheduling actually played out, they don't have any tennis tonight.
Thanks, U.S. Open.
Yeah.
So,
but I think ACC Network is affiliated with ESPN, I believe. I could be wrong. So if ESPN Plus, you should still get the game if you don't have that network on your provider. Anyway, that's tonight. And then, as I mentioned, the Chiefs, they got a lot of drama right now. Chris Jones is still holding out because he wants a pay raise. Their stud defensive lineman from Mississippi State.
Just pay him.
Yeah, just pay him and let's go. He says he's ready. He could actually play tonight if they'll get it straight. And then Kelsey kind of tweaked his knee at practice, and so I think he was a game-time decision as well. But that's tonight if you care anything about the NFL. That's what's happening. I will be at our flagship station, which we love, is WZZK in the Birmingham market, and that's where we are right now, sitting at their flagship. We have our own area, but that's where we are, and I'm going to be at the New Country Nights with Dalton Dover, country star. They have a WZZK New Country Nights at Tin Roof in Birmingham, and I'm going to stop by and see everybody. It's a big kickoff party.
You going to sing one?
I'm going to get up and sing. But it's a kickoff party tonight. And so if you're going to be out and about, stop by, and we'll see you there. Look forward to seeing everybody. I hadn't done that in a while, but Major Tom and the crew said, hey, can you make it out? And I said, well, yeah, let's go. Let's go. Also, I noticed yesterday it felt a little better for just a tiny little bit. And it kind of got a little bit of a cloud cover, and then I got notification, hey, lightning within 8 miles or whatever, but I could tell it was moving away from us. So I said, I'm going to try to see if I can run because Terry had a meeting with some ladies, and she wasn't going to be home till late. And so I'm like, I'm going to try to do a little bit better here and get out and run. And I started thinking about you, Greg, because I know it's the time of season where the crap run's coming up.
That's right.
And I know that's always on you.
I'm behind schedule.
Well, do you blame the house and the puppies?
It's been so hot.
I know.
Golly,
it really has. It really
hot.
has. It was right before dark, and I said, all right, I'm trying it. But it was so humid. I got out in it, and I was like, oh, my goodness.
I think the humidity's supposed to start backing off a little today.
Woo.
But, yeah.
I don't know.
This year's been so hot. And I don't like to – if I wait too late, because, I got to go to bed early, guys. I get up.
Of course.
So I try to get – but the times I try to run, it's so hot.
It is so hot. To your point, you're mid-afternoon, early, sometimes between 3 and 5, it's the hottest part of the day. And that's when you're trying to run.
Yeah.
But I started laughing a little bit before I started breathing heavy, and that is that you mentioned, hey, I'm training for the crap run.
At this point, I wouldn't even finish.
You got it at the first week in October.
Yeah, so you got
a little bit.
Hurry.
Yeah, you got a month.
Yeah, I better
you got to get after it.
Yeah. Ain't that but a whole year.
I know. And I don't know what it is about us, and then you look up and here it is, and you're like, man, I got to get serious about it.
Dadgum.
Is Philip going this year?
I don't know. I haven't heard from him. No, I think he's got other events.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I told him you'd be there after you leave the tin roof.
Just head straight there.
Yeah.
What if I did and it was the wrong day and everything?
Well, and you went ahead and ran it.
Well, Helms, how was your day yesterday?
Good.
Old
Good.
coach.
Same old, just getting it done.
Yeah.
I was out in the heat. Didn't bother me.
Hotter than love.
Guess I'm tougher than y'all. I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
Younger and tougher.
Younger and tougher.
Doesn't get to me like it
I can
does
stand there, but running is different. That's just a different world, isn't it? I saw where you took the ladies go-kart racing.
Yeah.
And I know that if you take athletes go-kart racing, the competitive nature comes out in everybody. How did that go?
We had a little team building on, I guess, Labor Day.
Yeah.
And we did we went to Big Time Entertainment, which
Yeah,
I'd never
I know
been
you
there.
mentioned that, but I saw you posting things, and it looked pretty
We
serious.
got a lot of fun things to do.
Yeah,
we
do.
did bowling first, and then we did the go-kart racing.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, you're right. Now, I will say this: I don't know what it is about the Spanish-speaking individuals I have on my team, but they can't bowl and they can't drive.
Oh.
They need help.
Okay.
We need help from Jacksonville State's new bowling team on the bowling front for sure. I mean, they started getting the hang of it, but some of the form was just, I couldn't believe what I was watching.
I'm not a great bowler.
Yeah, I don't do it enough to be good.
Here's where I'm at. Okay, I'm okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And if I leave there bowling over 100, I feel like I've done something for me, because this was the first time I had bowled, and gosh, it's been.
I've only bowled maybe 3 times my entire life.
I think I bowled maybe 5 or 6 years ago with Maddie, and Amanda and the kids, and that's been the last time. And I came in at 111, and I left feeling pretty good.
There you go, triple.
The other girls were they were decent. They were in there between the 85 and 110 range.
Yeah.
But then we get to the go-karts. And I will say this, the Slovakian was talking a lot of trash.
Oh.
And I didn't have any trouble passing her. But she was a good driver. Okay.
So you got out there too.
Oh, of course. You kidding me? Coach is getting involved with this. I got to see who's willing to get in there and get dirty with it.
Did you become trash talking coach?
No, not really. Now when I was racing the go-karts, I was, because there was a moment where I could not pass our Russian player. She can drive. I give her credit. I did everything I could to get around her, and I couldn't.
Did she say, "I must break you"? And
I'm telling you, she was throttled down, going hard, and would not come off of it, and I could not get around her. It was very frustrating for me, because I thought, okay, because you start off, I guess I started off 3rd or 4th, and worked my way up, and I thought, okay, well, I'm about to, you're
going to have to move them.
And
move them over.
I could not get by her. And so I told her, I said, hey, listen, I don't know what else you learned in Russian, but they taught you how to drive.
Uh-huh.
So she could get in that car and go.
Well done.
And wasn't scared of the throttle.
They they invited the press out before that place opened, and Rick and I are good friends with some of the people involved, so we got to go.
Yeah.
And me and him got out there against each other. They finally had to call us in. I mean, we were banging.
It's so much fun.
Y'all remember when we
were banging them?
You remember we did the team building thing and we went as a staff?
Yeah, I forgot about that.
That was fun. It wasn't there. It was at an outdoor track close to where we are now.
It goes up and around.
It's really cool the way they've designed
oval.
it. Yeah.
Speaking of trash talking, at one of the UAB football contests, the contestant.
Little Link. I thought, is that not it?
No, it wasn't it. It was actually best seats in the house for them.
Okay.
But they appreciate that. The couple that it was a family, and they were the winning family, and so it's always hurry up and wait in situations like that.
Sure.
So sometimes you get there and you're waiting for a timeout or a break in the action of some kind where it's a TV media timeout, and then they pitch it to you. And I'm just sitting there talking to the guy, and he goes, we've met before. And I said, really? He said, do you remember when you came to UAB and you were the trash talking goalie? And I said, I do remember that.
There was a moment where you were a trash talking goal.
Is that when you got kicked in the face with the ball?
Yes.
I played that on Best Of.
And I said, yeah, my glasses broke in half because the ball got to me so quick, hit me in the face. He said, I was the one that kicked it. I said, you're kidding me.
How about that?
You're the one that kicked it?
I played it. It's been a while, but
and it was one of those knuckle balls, too.
There's nothing you could do.
Oh, no, my hands couldn't get to my face quick enough to stop it. He said, yeah, I'm the one that kicked it. I was like, wow, you can kick really hard.
Claim to fame.
Rick and Bubba.
Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? Why would you do that? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands. Auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year. That's 4 times the rate of inflation. And when you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up. We appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, and we get to choose the mechanic we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba. Our friends at Field of Greens just got one of the best testimonials. Listen to this. I've been taking Field of Greens, and this is my second time my doctor has danced into the room praising my blood results. Credit where credit's due. Thank you, Field of Greens. Field of Greens can't promise your doc will dance into the room, but they can promise your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Let's get you started with 15% off. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BUBBA for 15% off, or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Looking for an easy way to banish the end of summer blues? Get HelloFresh. You won't need to stress about how you'll handle all this fall because HelloFresh has dinner taken care of. They do the meal planning and deliver pre-portioned ingredients and tasty recipes right to your home, so whipping up a homemade meal is a cinch. Try America's #1 meal kit today and take 50% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Are you driving an out-of-warranty car? Why would you do that? It's only a matter of time before your vehicle is in the shop costing thousands. Auto repair costs are up nearly 20% from last year. That's 4 times the rate of inflation. And when you enroll in a protection plan through carshield.com/Bubba, you'll be locking in your price as it will never go up. We appreciate their administrators handling all the paperwork, and we get to choose the mechanic we want. They even offer 24/7 roadside assistance, complimentary towing, and rental car options. Save 20% at carshield.com/Bubba.
This fall, as you settle back into a busier routine, your home may be sitting empty and defenseless. Simply Safe's revolutionary home monitoring innovation, 24/7 LiveGuard protection, helps stop crime in real time. If an intruder breaks in, monitoring agents can see, speak, and deter them. Get 20% off your new system when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or you can visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
The folks at MyPillow have launched MyPillow 2.0. This new innovative MyPillow has a brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. Now, core body temperature plays a big role in how you sleep, and this new fabric technology helps regulate your body temp by creating a lower surface temperature for a more restful sleep. Available in 4 loft levels with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. Head to MyPillow.com/Bubba to buy one, get one free on the new MyPillow 2.0.
The gravy, please.
All right, rolling back 23 minutes past the hour. It is the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you so much for being with us. Don't forget, Tommy Tuberville, Senator Coach Tuberville will be with us in about 2 hours from now via Zoom from Washington, D.C. We'll catch up with him. He's got a lot of things that's on his mind, so we'll catch up with him in about 2 hours from right now. We've hit a couple of the top sports stories. NFL cranks up a new season tonight, if you care about that. The Chiefs are hosting the Lions on NBC. And in college football on the ACC network, you've got Louisville hosting Murray State. That's some of the action. And, of course, you've got the U.S. Open. Helmsy's all about that on the ESPN channel. So.
Light day on that front. I think they've got some doubles going on today.
Double me.
We're down to the semis, and that will play out tomorrow.
Yeah. Look forward to seeing some of you in the Birmingham market, our flagship station, WZZK. I'll be at the Dalton Dover kickoff party tonight with WZZK's New Country Nights at Tin Roof. Look forward to seeing some of y'all there for that and some of the other WZZK staff that we see in the building all the time, but it's rare that we get to go to different events with them.
Has nothing to do with your event tonight, but I do like a good tin roof.
Yeah.
I love when it rains.
Like
I love when it rains.
Sitting there when it rains. You kidding me?
Love when it rains on tin roof.
What?
I do.
Well,
I love a cup
I think
of
we
coffee.
just like to watch it rain.
Well, no, I do like the sound makes tin roof sound with rain makes it even better.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I do like to watch the rain. I will give you that.
agree with
Yeah.
But the tin roof thing is
now,
a real
rain blowing
thing.
sideways, not so much.
No, get a little wet there.
Oh, a nice steady, straight down drizzle.
We'll sit on the back and watch the rain. Then all of a sudden a clap of lightning or thunder will hit, and we're like, oh, that's a little close. Let's go on in.
Have you ever been in like a vehicle for some reason, it was raining, and you didn't have nowhere to be, and you just kind of laid back in and closed it down, and that rain on the vehicle?
See? It's Greg, you speaking my language,
look
friend.
at you. You wish you were there right now.
I do. I could go to sleep right here.
It makes sense. So what you said earlier about you got a lightning morning or whatever.
Huh?
You got scared?
So I did too, but I was in Jacksonville, and I was like, it's not. What's going on?
Yeah, but
my settings were for Birmingham, so that makes sense. Oh, because I was like, what in the world is this? It came up on my watch. My phone was laying somewhere else, and I was like, well, that's weird.
Well,
Did you get scared?
No, but the old
Terry have to blow in your face.
Yeah, you got
the old Apple Watch here. It has its benefits when you don't always have to have your phone and everything. But if you need readers to, a lot of times. Your watch, everything's real fuzzy, and you can't read it real good. And it's not really meant to read text messages and reply, but sometimes you get notification. You go, oh, okay, I know I need to get that. I saw lightning warning 0.3 miles to what you're saying. And I was like, well, that's weird. And I was looking around. It said severe thunderstorm warning for your area. And I was like, well, that's kind of strange. So I picked up my phone, and it was for JC's house in Huntsville. But I thought, I kept looking around going, where's the severe thunderstorm warning? And then Greg called me and said, don't be scared.
Don't be scared.
I use this watch way more than I ever thought I would.
Yeah.
The Apple Watch.
Oh, yeah.
And a lot of mine is the time when I'm on the court with the time.
Yeah.
Like we got to rotate, calling switches and stuff like that. But I'm constantly looking at it to see. And then, of course, I'll forget sometimes. We'll do a 5-minute drill, and it'll be 5 minutes and 30 seconds, and the girls are just they're struggling.
You're a
and
nightmare.
I'm like, should have called it 30 seconds ago.
Yeah,
but I don't give them. I'm like, hey, 10 seconds left. 10 seconds. Push, girls. 10 seconds.
Didn't mean to.
Greg said
They have no idea,
crap
but I'm
run.
like, goodness gracious, they went that way too long.
Oh, May. All right, so a couple of other stories here.
Dan.
This one kind of stood out to me. Portland State. Don't know if you know about them, but they got
Jacksonville State played them in the playoffs one year when Dad was at Jackson
I'm
State.
a rub
We
my
had a
forehead
kid-
when I talk.
We had a kid transfer
go
from
there.
Portland State when I
Yeah.
was in school. That's 25 years ago, Hounds.
Well, they got it
He wasn't
handed
that
to them by the Oregon Ducks this past weekend.
like
It was,
80
I
something
think,
to
50-7 at halftime. Ended up being 81-7.
Good night.
But
Bo
what's
Nix had to sit down and take a rest.
Ooh, I love my bow.
I like Bo. What's wrong
Still,
with that?
still Auburn in me.
Oh.
But he
wish him
Portland
well.
Portland State. But all right, side note here. The Pac-12 is probably as loaded as it's been in
on
years
its last season.
and on its last season, and the quarterbacks.
Oh, yeah.
It's unbelievable.
See, with NIL, a bunch of them came back.
Yeah.
Could have went
Yeah,
because they get a little money.
right.
Uh-huh.
But just the quarterbacks. I mean, from USC down the list,
Oh, yeah.
and Bo is talked about as being one of the top
You got
ones.
the last year's Heisman Trophy winner at USC.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Bo's had a good
Yeah.
career in Oregon.
But
Utah.
Colin Cowherd broke it down yesterday. I actually
Oregon
saw a
State.
segment with him, and he broke down the Pac-12 quarterbacks, and he's like, I dare you to find a conference that has this depth right here. And he went not state, but he went
He threw a
he went
dare
team
out.
by team. But what's making the news is Portland
Double
State.
dog,
There was a Portland
Double
State player that had his ear ripped off in that
Now,
blowout.
so when they say ear ripper, they mean partially.
No, well, it just says
How'd he
this.
get
The
his ear
coach,
ripped off?
the Portland State coach said the team did not have any serious injuries except for one player who had his ear ripped off.
I would
and that's
consider
a quote.
that serious.
We're fine. He said we had one guy get his ear ripped off. They sewed it back on, and now they say he has a concussion, so he's out, but I think he's fine.
I guess
that was the coach.
Whatever
what he
leak
was
knocked
saying.
his ear off also concussed him.
Had his ear ripped off. Which you know what that means? That means that his helmet got knocked off or whatever, and I guess his ear got caught up in it, and I don't know to
As
what
it
extent.
was going off
yeah.
his head, it hooked his ear.
What is the? I mean, can I ask a question about an ear when we come back?
Yeah, if you want
Sure.
Rick and Bubba.
We'd all love more time, right? More time to enjoy the last days of summer and more time to spare during the busy coming days of fall. HelloFresh gets it. That's why they give you back some free time by delivering fresh, pre-portioned ingredients and flavorful recipes right to your doorstep. They take care of the grocery shopping planning and prep, so you never have to wonder, what's for dinner? Simply take your pick from 40 delicious chef-crafted options each week and sit back knowing that dinner has been taken care of. And don't worry, they have meals for many lifestyles, from family-friendly to fit and wholesome and even veggie. And if you're in a hurry, you can even choose 15-minute meals or more, quick and easy recipe options for a tasty homemade dinner without the hassles. Now's the right time to try America's #1 meal kit too, because right now you can get 50% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com, HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba. This fall, take premium audio with you wherever you go. Raycon's everyday earbuds. They look, they feel, and sound better than ever with 3 sound profiles to match whatever I'm listening to. They feature noise isolation, awareness mode, so I can choose to be immersed in sound, or I can tune out my surroundings when I need to. With optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, these earbuds are comfortable enough for all-day wear, and they do not budge. 8 hours of playtime, 32 hours of total battery life. And I love this. Raycon's everyday earbuds, here we go, start at half the price of the other premium audio brands. Over 78,000 5-star reviews and a 30-day happiness guarantee. There's no reason not to check them out. And now that back to school is in session, Raycon is having their annual back to school sale. For a limited time, get 20% off site-wide plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba Bubba for 20% off our rickandbubba.com. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
It's official. Fall is here. With the kids at school and spare time filled with seasonal activities, your home may be sitting empty and defenseless. That's why we recommend Simply Safe Home Security and their revolutionary home monitoring innovation, 24/7 live guard protection. It's designed to help stop a crime in real time. Now, if an intruder breaks into your home, Simply Safe professional monitoring agents can actually see, speak to, and deter them through Simply Safe's new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera. 24/7 live guard protection is made possible by the new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera, available with a Fast Protect monitoring plan. You can install it yourself in about 30 minutes or have a Simply Safe expert set it up for you. And for a limited time, get 20% off your new system when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who order the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to relieffactor.com. That's relieffactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to rickandbubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. Do you know how many times in the commercial breaks I look to make sure the mics are off? Say, huh?
Probably a good idea.
Yeah, we get into some
Probably
discussions.
a good idea.
Oh, look at me. I'm going to sit up straight.
Ooh, I got my back like I need it.
All right, when we went
My
to
posture's
break.
horrible.
Oh, I
Yeah, me too. I look all.
It's good. I need to do more of what you're doing right now.
I do too.
This is me a lot.
I can't maintain it. I'll tell you that.
I look real sloppy over here.
Bow it up. All right, so we were talking when we went to break about a Portland State football player that the coach said, not us, and I was reading the quote, had his ear ripped off.
I'm
but
going
sewed back
exaggeration
on
that.
Ripped off.
Maybe
I mean,
a
he's not
part
like
right
he's
here.
holding it. I think
figure at the lobe.
Yep.
It got ripped a little bit up into his ear, and they sewed it back.
Hanging on at the top.
And then you hear him say it, the guy come off field with his ear in his hand.
Yeah. But anyway, the coach was giving an update. That made the news. We were talking about it. We went to break, and Helmsy, as we were going, you said you had a question about ears.
Listen, I know that this particular organ of our body allows us to hear. Okay, get that. And there's balance.
Well, it cups it in
there's
there.
balance. Balance issues with
You ever
hearing,
looked
all
at
that.
the ear?
It's a weird thing.
Well,
Some
that's
people.
that's my point. The
Pork chop
outer
lobes.
Well, okay. So this is what I'm asking. What is the purpose of the outer ear? Like the
I guess
lobes.
it
and
ca-
this is my
catches
question.
all the crap.
Well,
So all
obviously,
this,
it
like
catches
what?
like a
why?
little horn,
Huh?
like a horn.
Okay.
But you're right, the lobe and all that.
I mean,
don't know.
I just think this is unnecessary.
It's unless you're
okay.
into earrings. You're right.
I mean, I just
I think you got to have this part though, because it catches the sound.
See, I don't know how that works.
If you, when you cup your ears,
it catches the sound waves and channels them. To where
some people can really hear. Well, they got a set of catcher's mitts on their head.
Greg, I didn't want to bring this up for you to.
Oh my goodness, and mine's getting. I hate this, but I the big giant. You have the lobe, but then you have those people that have the straight pipe that don't even have a lobe.
Right.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah.
I just wonder how much of this is actually useful.
All of it.
All of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. See the groove.
You
that
got
means something.
You hear the sound.
I'm sure it does.
Yeah.
I'm just.
You hear the sound. Now, a lot of times I try not to hear Greg, but it's just I got.
So if you didn't have an ear, like this guy supposedly got his ear ripped off, and they never put it back on, I bet it'd be tough to hear on that.
So that's my question. So if you removed, listen, look, Greg,
just the outer ear.
If you remove these two parts, right here, you remove this. Could I not hear?
No, because it channels it in, it gets it all, it funnels it in.
A lot of it would get by you.
It funnels the sound. It amplifies it. It's like it gets it and it organizes the sound and then sends it in.
Yeah, it sends it in there, and then the hammer hits the stirrup.
Yep.
Away we go.
It gets past Greg. All Greg's wax. He's got built
a lot of wax in there. Sure do.
You ever looked in somebody's ear? Accidentally?
I try not to.
Because of the angle?
Look like a rat's nest. Yes. Clean that occasionally.
Yeah, let's get in there.
I know you're not supposed to use toothpicks, Greg.
Why? You better not be.
That may be better.
Yeah.
Q-tips, but I do.
I do too.
No, you're not supposed to.
No, because you're just pushing it back in there.
I don't. But
how
you
try to get up around the corner and
I
get
want
it
one
out?
of them ear augers.
I do too. I want one of those too.
Yeah. Crank it out.
But did we help you a little bit?
Well, I just wonder. I've never.
It's got a purpose. I'm not saying you'd be deaf in that ear, but
here.
you would have a disadvantage trying to hear something.
I mean, I know. I didn't know if it was like protecting the inner ear. Was it part of protection, or is it actually funneling the sound?
I think it's catching stuff as the sound comes by your head.
Maybe so. I don't know.
And some people can really, really catch something.
That's above my pay grade. I don't know. I just was wondering.
Yeah. Okay. I just Googled it. It's together sound.
Like if Mike Tyson bit my ear off
funneling
today,
in.
Am I going to be able to hear?
Depends on what part he bit off.
Okay.
Yeah. The earlobe, you're good.
Well, yeah.
I mean,
let me see your earlobes real quick.
They're not. They're kind of big.
That's okay. No, it doesn't look like a.
Don't your ears and your nose continue to grow?
They say they do.
I hope not.
Is it because the rest of our body shrinks and maybe it stays the same?
Could be.
Because I don't think
you ever
it's
seen
Pinocchio.
people with like really long earlobes.
Yeah,
I mean, like long. I mean,
like
decent ear, but long.
I like
earlobes.
these people. And Adler started to be one, and he changed that. Put them big giant gauges in their ears.
Yeah.
And then when they don't have them in it, and they just hang there in a big open.
Right.
Looks nasty, basically.
Right. And I'm thinking about when they get older and they don't want to do that anymore.
Who would want to do that? Yeah. I don't get the call to that.
No, I don't either. To each his own, I guess.
I like to see Helms do it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it's got you could Google you could Google functions of outer ear, and buddy, I tell you, you'll have a lot.
It'll break it down
list.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go ahead and say this: try to keep your ears.
Yeah, you want.
Well, I'm not planning on getting rid of them.
Were you planning on getting rid of them? So
I just thought about this guy.
Aerodynamic.
He got his ear ripped off.
How do y'all feel like you hear?
I hear
pretty good.
You do?
Considering all the loud
wife
music
says
I've
I
been
don't-
around my whole life. I'm actually amazed I hear as good as I do.
My wife says I don't hear her much.
Well, that's a completely different filter. but you're
doesn't have to do
that's a
anything.
frequency that we all miss.
I feel like
I didn't hear that.
I can
well, I
pick up
told you. Well, I
sounds.
didn't hear you. Yeah. You ever do that?
Yeah.
Oh.
Sometimes I feel like I have like superpower hearing.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You hear a rat peeing on cotton. That's hearing.
You can. I'll tell you, if you can hear that, you've got some good hearing. It's excellent.
I just got dizzy.
I forgot where I got that.
I can hear people mowing down the street.
Hear people talking about you in the house next door.
I can. Somebody crank up a mowing. I'll hear somebody's mowing. Karen's like, "What are you talking about,
buddy? A lawnmower.
I was going to say, buddy, we all hear that from miles
I got
away.
great hearing. I can hear somebody when they crank a lawnmower. Oh wow! You know what else? You can hear car horns. You know when people's alarm goes off in the cars, I can hear it.
Hey, hey, listen. Oh,
Oh,
sounds like
that's
somebody's.
amazing.
Hey, sounds like somebody's doing some woodworking. I hear a saw.
I can also hear some of the dogs barking around.
Well, you hear dogs barking.
Hey, honey, you hear that train?
Hey, I heard thunder. I heard it.
Hey, Somebody's house is on fire. Here, a fire truck.
Terry will be like, do what? I'm like, yeah, somebody's mowing the grass down the road.
They did the weather siren check.
I bet you can hear the fireworks on 4th of July.
I go, but I tell you, is that thunder?
Thunder on the mountain. Golly, Speedy.
I'm just saying.
You believe that was your example? I tell you what, when people crank lawnmowers outside the house, I can hear it. God. Ooh, superhero. You must be gifted.
Hot almighty, you can hear.
I'm talking about like 4 houses down.
Still.
Hey, it sounds like the high school band's practicing.
Good night.
I can also hear.
You know, I went to the race at Talladega. Them cars, I can hear them.
I can tell too the difference between like a backpack blower and a lawnmower.
Oh, okay.
Oh, good night, alive.
Is your thumb ever going to get better,
buddy? It's got to grow out.
Look, we talked about it a little bit. That
y'all
hurt
look,
because I've hit my finger and it didn't look like that, and it hurt.
Yeah,
that had to have been horrible.
Right, but look, don't act like y'all give up about my thumb. All right,
I'm
y'all
tired. It's
first of all,
out.
I noticed
grossing
it.
you out.
Yeah, I don't care about the pain and all because I know
what, are you
you're
gonna faint, little man?
No,
I mean,
but it's just kind of gross.
Well, no, it's just a little blue.
Well, I mean,
No, it's a lot of blue. And I noticed it 2 weeks ago, and I said something kind to you. I was checking on you.
I don't know about that.
Yes, I did. You can roll back the podcast. And
well, you're normally kind when Greg's not around.
I didn't know that it was still like that, but I guess you're right. It's just going to have to grow out.
You know, Speedy can hear people yell when they hit their thumb with a hammer.
Right. I can tell you this: that my neighbors probably heard me.
I bet. Hey,
that hurt.
I mean, that's a clean hit. You missed.
Here's what I want you to do.
I mean,
I want you
that
to
thing.
act like, okay, don't act like you care. All right.
How'd you do that?
All right. So you can't fake care. All right. This one here does, but you just can't.
I don't not care. But I mean, I have to be reminded. I have to be encouraged.
I need you to genuinely care.
And
okay.
I'm gonna tell you something.
Not fake like, oh, what's wrong with your thumb? Did that hurt?
I bet. So how long did you moan and groan?
Oh, buddy, it was tough.
That's terrible.
I was.
Your heartbeat got beaten.
Well, it was a gust of wind. I had I had my truck door open in the back seat, and I was doing something, and I put my hand up on the I guess the framing of the door, and a big gust of wind came and closed the door on my thumb. And I guess it hit it just right.
Yeah, it did.
It right there at the base of the thumb.
I bet you were rolling
and I was
around
like,
the front
golly.
yard.
And I could tell my thumb was turning like a little red after it hit, and then I walked in, and Terry's like, "Oh, you're gonna lose that thumb, big guy." I'm like, "What?"
All night, your heart.
Yeah, and then it started turning that that dark blue, and it's kind of growing up my thumb because the new thumb is coming in, and it's just gonna have to grow out. Thumbnail, not new thumb.
You had a new thumb.
Something else.
What are you, a lizard? How they grow the tail back?
Okay.
I do want to.
Right.
I'm talking about like if the lawn company is cutting at the front of the subdivision.
Let's just call it. If you're talking about good hearing, a lawnmower is not a good example. I'm just going to say that.
I want to address something, and I don't want to I hate bringing this up in front of Greg.
Most of your lawnmowers.
But I was very frustrated with something you sent me the other day. Speedy.
Oh yeah.
So we'll send things from like Instagram and the
but
talk
I can't
and all
open that
this.
up on a lot of them. I was trying that one guy you showed me that I really like.
I know, and I don't.
That guy's awesome.
Hey, Dump. I would like for you to get it together with your phone.
Yeah, well, y'all always playing.
Well, here's
let's
the
go
thing.
to break and you come back.
Couldn't even watch a ball game.
You put me in such a weird place.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow! I can't wait to hear this.
Yeah, I mean, it was heartwarming. Okay, that's why he sent it to me and not you. But it went even further than that, and I'll explain what.
And I would like for you to create an Instagram. Could we do that?
Why?
So we can easily share these type things with you.
See, this is what.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
I've been taking Nutrafol 4.5 years.
My hair was thinning.
I was under a lot of stress.
I like Nutrafol because it's drug-free and the #1 dermatologist recommended hair growth supplement.
My hair feels thicker,
stronger.
Nutrafol has taken me back to the hair I was meant to have.
Join the 1 million people growing at Nutrafol.com. That's Nutrafol.com. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition. Paid for by Nutraceutical Wellness, Inc.
Wake up, people. You are optimizing every waking hour of your life. From carpooling kids, to work, to friends, and everything in between. You have to get sleep, and a bed that can perform as well as you do. Meet the next generation Sleep Number Smart Bed. It effortlessly adjusts to your shape, position, and movements, learning how you sleep, so you learn to sleep better, night after night. Sleep next level, only from Sleep Number.
Don't miss our Labor Day special. Save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed, plus free delivery when you add a base. Ends Labor Day.
Some days, my active psoriatic arthritis makes it hard to get in the game. Now, the ball is in my court, thanks to treating my skin and joints with Skyrizi, Risankizumab Rizin, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults. Skyrizi helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
We'd all love more time, right? More time to enjoy the last days of summer and more time to spare during the busy coming days of fall. HelloFresh gets it. That's why they give you back some free time by delivering fresh, pre-portioned ingredients and flavorful recipes right to your doorstep. They take care of the grocery shopping planning and prep, so you never have to wonder, what's for dinner? Simply take your pick from 40 delicious chef-crafted options each week and sit back knowing that dinner has been taken care of. And don't worry, they have meals for many lifestyles, from family-friendly to fit and wholesome and even veggie. And if you're in a hurry, you can even choose 15-minute meals or more, quick and easy recipe options for a tasty homemade dinner without the hassles. Now's the right time to try America's #1 meal kit, too, because right now you can get 50% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com, HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba. This fall, take premium audio with you wherever you go. Raycon's everyday earbuds. They look, they feel, and sound better than ever with 3 sound profiles to match whatever I'm listening to. They feature noise isolation, awareness mode, so I can choose to be immersed in sound or I can tune out my surroundings when I need to. With optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, these earbuds are comfortable enough for all-day wear, and they do not budge. 8 hours of playtime, 32 hours of total battery life. And I love this. Raycon's everyday earbuds, here we go, start at half the price of the other premium audio brands. Over 78,000 5-star reviews and a 30-day happiness guarantee. There's no reason not to check them out. And now that back to school is in session, Raycon is having their annual back to school sale. For a limited time, get 20% off site-wide plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Buyraycon.com/Bubba for 20% off, or rickandbubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. You know, speaking of hearing, this portion of the program brought to you by buyraycon.com/Bubba. Hey, you don't think with my buy Raycons in, I can't feel the music with my hearing? I can. And, you know, this premium audio, you can take it wherever you go. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever with 3 sound profiles to match whatever you're listening to. They feature noise isolation and awareness mode as well, allowing you to choose, you know, kind of the sound that you want to be immersed in. So check it out. They have optimized gel tips, too, for the perfect inner fit. These earbuds are comfortable enough for all-day wear, and they do not budge. And guess what? You get 8 hours of playtime and 32 hours of total battery life. We love the Raycon's everyday earbuds. One of the reasons is because they start about half the price of the other premium audio brands. 78,000 5-star reviews and a 30-day happiness guarantee. There's no reason really not to check them out. So check them out right now. You got the back to school sales right now going on with them. It's going to get you 20% off the site wide and free shipping too. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. Or you can go to rickandbubba.com. Look under the sponsors button. All right. Let's kind of regroup here, and you wanted to bring something up that I sent you.
So when we leave here, we rarely talk on the phone, and we do have a group team text, and there's some splintered groups that we'll send from time to time, groups. You know.
Mm-hmm. And Greg sometimes calls us upset in the afternoon, and he wants to talk.
And
we'll do that
about life.
But then there's that other thing we do where we share videos with one another from different social media platforms. And Speedy and I probably do this more than anybody. We'll send some motivational things. We'll send some, some cool things we've seen in sports, or
some are just weird.
Some of it's weird. Some of it's funny.
Yeah.
I'll send Greg some comedian type stuff that I know right in his wheelhouse. Sometimes I'll send both of you stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a lot of times where Speedy and I will send each other stuff that we know. Couple things. One, you're not interested in. You're gonna make fun of us for going this path.
Y'all got the same
you're gonna be like, well, why on earth would he send this to me, kind of thing.
It usually involves Australian Shepherd.
And no, it doesn't.
I think you would enjoy some of the stuff we send, like micro wrestling. You don't know about that.
I've seen a lot of that.
So,
you don't know about
Psycho. I think Speedy crossed the line the other day.
Sorry about that.
With what he sent me. And it was I don't know if it was because of it was just a sad thing, or it was maybe I just had a long day and maybe I was a little emotional at the time. I don't
melancholy.
know. But I saw it, and I teared up watching it.
His eyes got a little misty.
And it was
these. You want me to show Greg?
It was, yeah, you can. There was this older gentleman in his 90s.
Oh boy.
That was in a hospital bed.
Well, good enough.
And his I guess his brother, who was probably in his 80s, they were saying goodbye.
Well,
he shared that with me
because I knew he had a brother.
And
what's that got to do with anything?
Hey, and it was like you gotta think too, the things that he sent me, like here's motivation.
Yeah.
Here's a nice football play.
Right.
Here's something about Dion.
Here's a man dying telling his brother.
And then he sends me that, and I'm like,
why would?
Well, you've put me in a really, and it was so sad.
Did you see
it was sweet and sad.
Did you see the new Manning?
Good night.
Did you see the casting for the new Manning show, or the new season of the Mannings?
Yeah.
That was pretty funny.
Yeah, it was
about Tom Brady at the end.
Yep.
Do you want to see it, Greg? Here,
no, I don't. I don't want to see it.
There's
and what is this under? What are you?
This was on Instagram.
You've got to.
Here it is. We got to get you an account, Greg, just so you can
hold it. I'm not going to hold my phone.
See that.
There, tell them say bye.
It was just sad.
Why would anybody do that?
It's you and Rick.
Why would anybody do that?
Why would they film it?
It's a special moment, Greg.
I wouldn't film that.
You see him saying goodbye to him.
That's good, Speedy. Thank you.
Yeah, it was rough to watch.
What an uplifting video.
And it put me in a.
If I did have that, don't ever send me anything like that.
Well, and that's kind of where I'm going with this, Greg. Is Speedy? I am here today to tell you I don't want any more. I don't want any more of that.
I thought I would get this reaction from you, and that's
fun
one of the
and
reasons
fun.
I don't want any more of that. It put me in a place. It put me in the same place when I see Kevin Costner having a pitch at the end of the Field of Dreams.
Oh, that's nothing.
I teared up then too.
Having a catch. That weird movie.
Buddy, let's not get started on that.
Please.
You don't have to bring it up every time.
It's baseball. No.
It is a baseball movie.
No, it's not.
Greg.
It's really not.
God.
It's not.
Really,
The Natural's a baseball movie.
buddy. Good night.
And
here we go.
That's corny.
No. Well, at the end when they blow the lights.
Of course.
That
Yeah.
part.
It's
Why did
corny.
they do that? Because that was a really good movie up to that point.
I know. They ruined
I
it.
can live with him knocking the cover off the ball, but when they blew up the whole building at the end.
Hey, can I ask a question? And change
Hey, don't send me any
subjects?
more of those.
I won't. Can I ask a question and just change subjects completely?
Please do.
What's up with Kanye West and his new wife?
I know.
And
What a
and this
weird
like
bunch.
public display of
Oh, gee, they got in
like,
trouble in
hey,
Italy.
of everything.
Yeah, in Italy they were like, "Hey, y'all done crossed the line here."
Did you see?
And he's wearing
she's
shoulder
now,
pads.
she's now stepped out topless.
Okay,
Oh,
that's what
really?
I was getting at. What do you
Yeah.
mean by everything?
They got a little intimate in a boat in front of everybody.
Yeah, I can't
And
really discuss that
I can't
much
discuss
because of
it.
the way the thing's
And
going on.
Then that, and of course he's walking around with the shoulder pads on under his clothes.
And now all her friends are saying that they're extremely concerned about her and the way she's acting. And you got Kanye, walking around with his shoulder pads on, acting weird still. What is up? Is he?
I remember she wore that weird looking outfit.
Yeah.
It's just at
I can't-
halftime she ain't got nothing on.
I can't even print this story.
No, you can't.
It's
Just let it
weird.
go.
It's like
Put it this way: the boat taxi service that
Yeah.
they used has banned them. They're not allowed to use
Right.
it anymore.
Right.
Interesting.
Okay, I'm sorry, but I had to.
It's weird.
I had to do.
Greg, what would it take for us to set you up an Instagram
Yeah.
account and log into? You don't have to do anything with it other than the fact that when we send you stuff, you can actually see it.
Right.
That's all we're wanting.
I'll
We don't
just
want
say-
you to. We don't want you to be some influencer.
Well, I'll just see it on you.
Yeah, whenever I do things on Instagram,
Did you hear
it's
what
like
he just
in the,
said?
Yeah,
We'll just see it on y'all.
But here's the deal, Greg, and just listen to me, okay? I know you don't care about all that. I get it. But like
And
when
that-
we're in here and something happens and we take a picture and we're putting it on the story or whatever, everybody else is being tagged, and then there you are standing there,
Well,
and
what's
you
the
ain't got
matter?
nothing.
Yeah, that bothers him.
It
I'm not.
does.
Don't worry about me. I don't. Feel
And I
it.
don't even
Well,
care.
no, but I want to.
I don't even
feel
care
like
about that part. I just want you to be able to look at what we're sending you.
If just that.
Well, if you're gonna send me
If
stuff
I
like
send you a
that, I don't want
text, I want you to be able to open that text in an app and
Yeah,
watch it
no, that-
immediately.
I can
One
show you
guy, I
some
think
stuff
he's
that I
funny.
normally send. That one was off the wall.
It
I just
was.
wanted-
He-
I wanted to get his
That's
reaction.
inexcusable.
Listen. That was good, but he never misses with what he sends me. And you could be a part of that,
Yeah.
Greg.
Okay.
Hey, look at me. I'm holding my arm out. Come on over.
Nah, I really don't care nothing about it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The two of them side by side. If she wasn't crazy, he'd still be with her.
That's true.
Yeah, I give you that.
You know,
give you that.
That hurt.
Don't miss the guy on the mic too. Just left, not knowing what to do.
Wait a minute. I mean, what is this? A show? And why is he? I mean, is this like a? Or is this just? It looks like a.
The
TV
story
It
says.
does look like a show.
Yeah,
Great. Now keep in mind, this is
we're not really. I'm not really up on Chinese weddings, to be honest with you. I don't know what they.
It
look
looks like they're like on the screen. They've got a fake owl back there behind them. But the Chinese, you don't know what they might have at the wedding.
Yeah.
Because there's probably. I promise you, this is not any kind of. They're probably not allowed to have a church wedding.
This may be their version of The Bachelor.
They
Could be.
probably got a lot of tradition and then a little bit of Western culture mixed in,
almost-
and it could get really weird.
It's
That was like
kind of
somebody
weird.
just took a clip and tried to make their own story up to it.
Yep.
It's kind of strange here because
Fake news.
I'm sitting here reading the story and I don't see that it's any kind of show. It just
No,
says
it says
that,
a wedding.
she busted into the ceremony, the wedding ceremony.
Yeah, it says the 30-second video has gone viral, and it's said to be filmed at a wedding in China recently.
Mm-hmm.
And
there you
they
go.
said the translation, the girl that broke in is screaming, "It's my fault, and I'm sorry." So she's apologizing for whatever apparently broke them up to begin
Would you
with.
like to hear that?
You
in
too
China?
crazy. I told you you're too crazy.
Okay.
But I will say the girlfriend appears to maybe be notch or two up from the bride.
Yeah,
there.
but keep in mind
she's crazy. She's
Bubba,
crazy.
You know how I know she's crazy? She just burst into a wedding in a bridal gown, screaming, "Marry me! I made a mistake." She's trying to replace the bride at the ceremony. Do you realize the level of crazy that is?
Yeah, that's
so in
high.
her mind, she thought that she was going to apologize. He was going to boot the other bride
right there on the
he's got
stage.
his tuxedo on. They go ahead and get married. The preacher's here. Or whatever he is in China.
Yeah, it's not a preacher.
It's
I
not
promise
a preacher.
you that.
The government officials here.
I was about to say, Greg, if it was a preacher, then somebody would run in and drag him off and knock his church down.
And we'll never hear from him again.
Right. Yeah, in her mind, the people who do these crazy things, do they think life is really like movies? Do they think he's going to
go, oh.
He's going to turn around going, you can't. And then they're going to run over and get married. You ever notice in those movies, too, the reason why those things are not real, the people who are getting overlooked in all this, their reaction is too calm and too collected.
Yeah. And they
I knew you always loved her anyway. I don't go that way.
And don't forget, that character then walks off and like one of the bridesmaids looks at the guy and they go, and then they always make you feel better about that. Oh, that person found somebody.
They do that so the speedies of the world can watch the movie.
Exactly.
Oh, good.
He got jilted, but when he walked out, he fell in love with the cab driver.
Yeah, and I got news for you, too. The geeky groomsman never ends up with the best-looking bridesmaid.
Never.
That's just not true. Not in real life. It just doesn't happen.
He ended up with the big friend.
The one that everybody was counting down, seeing which one they were going to have to escort.
Yeah. Rick.
Well,
that was you. That
was you, Rick.
Greg, I
thought we was all going to get
Greg,
real good for a minute.
Greg, I don't think you can spin out of this one.
I know.
Right.
You've seen it.
If we had one more minute in this section, you would mention fruity perfume.
It definitely comes with it.
Why, guys?
I don't get that.
Do you think sometimes you would be better off if you were? I'm not talking about if you were a true friend. Do you think if you would be better? And I don't know much about the female world because I'm not one. But would you be better off when picking the bridesmaid dresses? And I know there's an underlying joke that they pick them to look bad so the bride looks even better.
Yeah.
You don't want to take vision away from the bride. But shouldn't you start out if you have the big friend? And we're people's big friend. So to say, let's get a dress for her first, and let the leaner girls adapt to that to a version of the dress for them.
This is not going to end well.
As opposed to picking a lean girl dress and making big girl adjust to it.
Yeah. Well,
shouldn't we get a dress for her if you want to be kind to the big community?
I'm not here. I just left.
And then I'm saying, and then the other girls can adjust to that dress pretty easily. What's tough is for the bigger girl to adjust to the dress. That's all I'm saying. Why not start from
Rick,
her?
I don't think anybody's denying the fact. It's just tough to listen to.
Rick, if that's the case, every bridal party will look like Laura Ingalls up there with the dresses they used to wear.
No,
over there.
Greg, I'm not saying that. No, I know there's big women that dress quite snappy. I'm just saying that what I'm saying in my mind.
What does that look like?
It sounds like in my mind that I'm actually being really nice. Am I not?
No, don't.
I don't
it's
think
not going to be.
I don't think it's going to be read that way.
Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, 6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Thanks for being with us. Brand new hour starts now with the national anthem. It is 7.5 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, thank you for being with us. Here we go. A brand new hour on a brand new day on a brand new show. The kickoff hour behind us, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, they're all here. They've already been working a little bit and kind of getting you set up for the day. So they're good and warm, stretched out. Bubba and I, we're coming on the field now. Adler's settling in. He has the YouTube experience for you if you want to watch it live and or archived. He also reminds you that yesterday's Wednesday Bible study archive is now available. If the YouTube option is not for you, there's also an audio archive of the study on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channels. On the Rick and Bubba podcast channel. So you get archives on the podcast channel, also on the YouTube channel. Of course, the YouTube channel also has a live option as well. America's boldest radio stations carry the show all over the country. If you have one in your market, welcome if that is your platform. If not, there's the live streaming app that you can get from TuneIn, which is a free download. Just look for the Rick and Bubba channel. It's 24/7. Get the live show every day, and then you get other shows archived in their entirety for you as well that you can catch on your own time. So those are all the different options out there. Look for your favorite platform by going to Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com, and you can catch the show live or archived. It is totally up to you. We're missing one, and there he sits, the silver tongue one, the man with the golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
It is a hot one. So smooth. Yep, there it is. Rob Thomas with Carlos Santana. Bubba, how are you?
I'm good. How are you, sir?
Well, ready. Ready to unpack another one. We've got a lot to roll through. We got updates on stories. We've got phone calls from the audience. We've got Tommy Tuberville, the senator, who's coming in to talk to us. Well, he's really frustrating the left right now, isn't he?
They're just tore up.
Let me tell you, they've tried. They have flagged him 15 yards for holding.
They've tried to.
He is holding.
And I love
holding.
he's dug in more than ever.
Dug in like
when you send somebody fresh in there that's not part of the deep state, it's fun to me to see them have some principles and stand on it. You know, I love it.
So
I love it.
We'll see how it goes.
I don't just like it. I love it.
I love it. And so he'll be on the show again today, and we'll unpack that and see what's going on there.
A lot of border news today.
Border me.
You know, it's the irony of all of this is really incredible. Where Texas is trying all they can to stop the invasion of Texas.
Mm-hmm.
Federal judges are just trying to strike everything down left and right. But I think it's an opportunity. I think that Texas ought to and has a chance to go on the offensive with this. We'll talk about that. Eric Adams in New York City is crying that the Big Apple is going to buckle under the 10,000 illegal asylum seekers that have arrived in New York.
Every month.
Yeah, but the thing is, like 1 million have arrived in Texas.
Right.
So, I mean, look at the scope of what he's saying is buckling, and then why don't we apply that to what's happening in Texas?
Yeah, but the audio video we have, I don't know that he realizes what he's saying because he's proven everybody's point. He's saying it's not just those from the southern border that are getting through.
Yeah.
It's
Oh,
from
yeah.
other countries,
Sure.
like from all over the world that are just going there, and that's their access to get through. Which is that, isn't that what we've been saying?
And we will eventually have. I mean, we already have drug issues and all that. We'll break it down, but we'll have another terrorist attack, and somebody will go, "Why didn't we connect the dots? Why didn't we connect the dots?" And try to blame the very people who are trying to shut the border down, saying it's their fault. But we'll cover that. We got updates on several stories. We have another hurricane out in the Atlantic. It is, and Rick, thank goodness, it's a hurricane that's name is easy to say, Hurricane Lee.
There you go.
And it may not affect the U.S. at all. We just don't know yet.
Yep. All right. So yeah, the other thing too, and Bubba and I were talking about this in the break, the just insanity of the border. You can't have an open border and all this on one hand, and then tell everybody we've got to lock down and put masks back on for the latest COVID variant. I mean, you just can't do it. I just
ain't buying it.
You are not afraid of a variant of COVID. Even though Howard Stern said today he's afraid, who cares? But if
Why is he afraid
I don't
of
know.
that?
He's always
he's been afraid of this the entire time.
Yeah.
And I guess just acts like that what has happened hasn't happened. But you can't tell us, oh my goodness, everybody do your part, put on masks, put kids back in masks, mandate this, indoor that, outdoor this, upside down this, vaccine this. You can't come up with, you can't keep screaming all this stuff and have a border standing wide open that people unchecked can just pour into this country. Either what you're telling us about the severity of this virus is all a bunch of hogwash, using it as a scare tactic so you can get away with things we wouldn't let you get away with if we weren't scared. Or you're just stupid. I mean, I don't know which one it is. So it's one or the other. Now I think I know which one it is, but it's just it makes the people who don't understand the logic of a border is just beyond me. I don't get it.
Yeah.
And then here's the other one y'all mentioned: dangerous people coming in unchecked.
Mm-hmm.
Just a matter of time, folks. Just a matter of time.
So
and the fentanyl alone.
Fentanyl.
Is unbelievable how deadly that is.
Yep. We have a way for people to seek a better life. It's called legal immigration. And if we want to work on making that better, let's do that. But,
Yep.
But open border is not the answer.
We are the great mixing pot, but we can't have uncontrolled ingredients poured into the pot. We got to follow the recipe.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
20 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. As we'll be marching through another show today. Speedy tonight. An opportunity if you're going to be in the Birmingham, Alabama area to catch old Speedy tonight. Our home station there in Birmingham, WZZK New Country Nights, Tin Roof, Birmingham tonight. Dalton Dover will be there, and Speedy will be there gripping and grinning, representing the Rick and Bubba Show in 104.7 WZZK there tonight. So if you're in town or you live in Birmingham and you want to go see Speedy, he'll be there tonight. Coming up this weekend, a couple opportunities. I'll be in Lawrenceburg, Kentucky, representing the show coming up on Saturday night for Man Church at Sand Spring Baptist Church in Lawrenceburg, Kentucky. And then Sunday morning, I have the honor to preach both services there at Sand Spring Baptist Church. Also that same night, Brian Gunn from the manchurch.com team will be in Ozark, Alabama, the land of 107.7 at Ozark Baptist Church, kicking off the men's discipleship strategy from the manchurch.com. Find those details either at rickandbubba.com under events or the manchurch.com under events. Now, Bubba, this is something we talked about on the show for years.
Rick.
For years.
Let me set this up before we dive into it.
Okay.
We have this couple, Tylee and Nick Waters. They are content providers on TikTok. They make all these little cute videos about their relationship, their romance, their marriage, and now married life.
Got it.
They've been married 3 years.
That's their theme?
That's what they do.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that. I know that was their topic.
And as they have grown in their marriage and explored their families, they found out they are cousins.
All right, now Greg was asking this in the break.
Close?
Are we talking about straight up cousins? Are we talking about first cousins?
I don't see it in the story how close.
How did they find out?
I don't see that exactly, but they say they found out.
3 years into their marriage.
It's funny because they said
too.
as they were doing their videos that they do, people had commented over the years, y'all look a lot alike. You could be brother and sister.
I got it. They it says 10th cousins once removed.
No, that is a comment, I think.
My husband and I are 10th cousins once removed.
But if you go up and look, it says
These are people
TikTokers wrote and
people
were making
commenting
comments on it.
Okay.
I think that's what
people are commenting on the video.
I saw that too, and I was confused.
Right.
Okay, gotcha.
They don't say, but then as they shared this information, other people began to chime in and say, same thing happened to us. We were married 3 years with a kid, found out we were 5th cousins once removed.
Well,
Another one says that they were 10th cousins. Now, I don't know. Boy, that's way down the chain. I think you're okay there.
Yeah, I wish they would tell us, because it really does matter.
I don't see in here how close.
Don't you think? I mean, to me, that's a really important piece of information. Now, if you're first cousins, that's different than being 5th cousins or 10th cousins.
Yes.
I mean, that's a lot.
I would think so.
And I noticed it was in Utah. Now, stay with me.
Yeah.
And so that some people are saying everybody in Utah is kin because of the Mormon deal.
Right.
But I will say this also. It might be how they found out, because I know the Mormons are really big into ancestry.
Right.
They're really big.
They started Ancestry.com.
They love family trees and all that kind of stuff. And so they may have just been running their
running the tree.
And
they found a branch connected.
My goodness,
there.
look at you over there hanging off the branch, and oh my goodness, I'm on it too. But I'd like to know how close they are when it comes to cousins. But it doesn't seem to tell us. But they said they're going to stay married and they're going to keep on doing their TikTok thing. But they have named it now Kissing Cousins.
You know, when I saw the headline, I thought, well, here we go. Will it be Mississippi or Alabama? In this story?
And it's Utah. That was comforting.
I'm really very, very thankful that it's not in our neighborhood. Thank goodness for Utah.
Yeah, and we thought it would be. We thought our best case scenario today was Kentucky. Best case.
Yeah. Best case.
Right. But it turns out it's all the way over in Utah. So that's helpful. And
we really need to find out how close. And
I'm reading
story.
about
I don't see anything on it.
I'm on my 4th story, and it looks like they're all sharing the same reporters.
Right. I see this.
Content.
I see this read more here, but it's the same thing, isn't it?
And the other thing is that because they are content providers and want to get clicks, they could just be making all this up.
No, that's true.
I'm playing the role of Greg here.
Well,
wait a minute. This is another. The read more is another story, because that's a husband. They've been married for 17 years and found out they were cousins. This bunch has only been married 3 years.
Right.
Okay. See, it's very confusing.
No kids.
The way they do,
tell.
the way they throw these stories out now online is so confusing. They do related stories. You think that's the same story. It's a different story. TikTokers commenting. I mean, we got all kinds of stuff.
I wish, it used to be that like different sources, like their own reporter would write their version of the story.
Yeah.
Now everybody just copy and paste.
But we all are in agreement. If it's a first cousin versus a third, fourth, I mean, that does matter.
Let me see here.
I think first, second, and possibly third.
Okay,
that
was
going
to be
issues.
That was going to be my question.
Beyond that,
how
I
far?
think you're all right.
First
How
of all,
far?
I'd like to state, first of all, adoption is a free clear. That's a free clear. Okay.
Yes, it is.
I want
Rick,
to say that. I want to say that again. You
that would be considered in the to factor into.
You are clear.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and 10-4.
I mean, if you're Caucasian and your adopted cousin's Polynesian, clear.
Right.
Clear.
You're clear, but still somewhat funny.
Funny, but clear.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I want to emphasize clear.
And playful youth. You just crazy kids.
Crazy kids. Down at the river.
Out at the boathouse.
Yeah. Oh, river.
Climbing
boat
trees.
houses.
All that
sun.
stuff. Yep.
Tans. So anyway,
I don't really think it's fair to us because in their TikTok posts that I'm watching when they reveal this, they're from Utah, but they play Sweet Home Alabama for the music.
See there, that's Bubba's point. Now you can't do that. Y'all can't pull us in Alabama into some Utah story.
That's right.
That's not fair.
No, our stereotypes do not play into your
No.
reality.
No.
I might add,
No.
reality.
We're gonna throw a flag on that one. You don't pull us into the story. This is y'all's own baggage out there in Utah. We ain't no part of this. We didn't come up with all this, and so we'll see. And it is it's there's people that see the cousin thing different ways, but I think we all have to agree that blood kin first cousin problematic.
I think
after that we can talk. But right there, I think, are we all in agreement? First cousin, blood kin out.
I think first, second, third, you need to stay clear.
Really, you can go third?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm gonna let third pass. But I'll go with you on first and second. Okay.
When we were younger, we'd go, now how good looking is she?
Oh well. Forbidden love. We only meet at family reunion.
Yeah.
The covered dishes come out. You just start getting excited.
That's right.
And you keep looking at them cars drive up. Is she coming? Is she gonna be here?
Find yourself behind a tree.
Right. Oh, okay. Your little self and your hormones are. You don't know what to do.
Have you seen the boat?
Right there.
If you found out
you thought your
were
biggest
married,
decision today was going to be whether you eat the potato salad or not.
Yeah. So if it's fourth cousin and you find out you're married to your fourth cousin, you stay married?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm good with that.
I think so. Especially if our kids look pretty normal.
A lot of it would have to do with how far down the marriage trail you are, I think.
Right.
You did pledge better or worse. And
right, yeah.
I think
related or not,
I think your only issue would be with children here.
That's what I mean.
Other than that,
if my children look normal, I think,
or maybe you're beyond that, or not headed down that path, or whatever, or you sway off the path.
But if their ears are lower than their
far
eyes,
as
that's
your
mark.
far as your relationship, it really has nothing.
I will tell you this though: if you're somebody miserable, and this information comes in, you're like, "Whew, this could be my way out."
Yeah,
right. This could be it. Things with cuz haven't gone real well. Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big is the number. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The world's greatest garage man, Mr. Lucky. Now available on Apple Music.
Yeah, buddy.
There it is.
There it is.
And we'll give approval for that one, so that's fine. So we do have, Bubba, I just, and I hated to be the one to tell you about Aunt Becky this morning. It's
wow.
They're
throwing the book at her.
And Becky.
40 years possible?
What's going to happen to the twins?
She needs to quit waving and smiling every time I see her like nothing's happening because she's overdoing it. She's trying to act like it's no big deal.
Yeah. Bubba, she better get in there like old Felicity did. She better fall on the sword.
Because they've thrown the initial charge was 20 years. Now they've thrown another 20 in there for money laundering.
Well, I'm gonna tell you right
added
now,
a charge.
it's because she didn't get a deal. I mean, she sat around and waited.
She tried being too defiant. You better get in there, Aunt Becky.
Too late.
Now somebody done found you fake charity.
Yep.
That'll do it.
Now we're laundering money.
We don't like that.
Just gets complicated, doesn't it?
Has anybody checked on Betty? How's Betty? She don't know about this.
She don't know about the second part.
Are you gonna hold that back? Ain't no
Well,
need to tell her.
she'll know in a minute.
How about what good is it to tell her?
So basically, the other actress, whatever her name is, they just paid $15,000 to get an SAT score.
That's right.
That's it.
Yeah.
Still not good, but compared to this other,
and
nothing.
according to how much you paid will be the sentence too.
I'd pay at least
I mean, like the fact that
You have to pay like twice the amount that was involved or something.
right, and that's why it was. I mean, like the 13 that came out and said, "Okay, I did it. I'm pleading guilty. Yeah, have mercy on me. I apologize." As y'all talked about yesterday, that was the thing to do.
Well,
I don't know.
you
the money
don't.
laundering
Here's
wasn't
the
gonna help
thing
you
too.
there.
No, but still, I mean, they said that she missed her opportunity because she could at least made a deal.
Guys,
Well,
of some
here's the
kind.
thing too, guys, and y'all know this. If you've ever been involved in legal stuff, you have an attorney, and they advise you what to do. And if they're saying no, we're not going to take that, that's not good right now. You don't do that. It's you pretty much dependent on what they are going to tell you to do. So who knows?
If
you don't know what kind of advice they're getting.
If you can pay $500,000 to get your kid in school, you ought to be able to hire a pretty good lawyer.
You would think.
Yeah.
You would think.
I don't know. I mean, look, it could be wrong at the end. I could be proven wrong. I just don't like Becky's strategy right now.
Well, like I say, she may go with the OJ thing and want to have her day in court.
Right.
And
I think
hope
it's her
that
best
she
shot
can
now.
get in there, and that there'll be enough fans of hers that will nullify the jury.
Here's the
Enough
thing.
Betty's on the jury.
Yeah.
Here's what we're going
Because Betty lets her walk scot free. I'll tell you that.
Well, here's what
She don't pay a dime.
She wants the show back on TV.
She wants her back as that mayor on that Sunday night show.
You're right. So Betty would let her walk. So what we're doing though, here's the question though: can an actress that was on Full House and now Fuller House, and then something about When the Wind Blows, does she have the kind of following that OJ had? Can you get enough of them on the trial? OJ was there was a lot of OJ fans out there.
Yeah, but also not so much OJ fans as also where we're getting back at this racist police department.
Yeah, that
you
was
had
more
that
of a
too.
racial component, I think.
You had that racist.
You had celebrity, you had race. I don't know. Becky's got either one.
But now
got a little bit of celebrity.
Think about this:
but
when
not
she
that
showed up at court the other day. Remember, Felicity Huffman had nobody there. Remember, there was nobody.
Right.
Desperate Housewives was a pretty big thing, but I don't think it developed a cult following, so to speak.
Yeah.
But Aunt Becky, Lori Loughlin had a mob there. And people were having some fun with it, screaming "Free Aunt Becky!" and that one
pay
woman,
my tuition.
Yeah, they were screaming that. Oh, they're in trouble. There's no doubt.
Her daughter had a lot of followers that are probably fired up about it.
Oh yeah.
Well, you talking about something blowing up down the smokestack. Good night.
I know. So anyway, there is an update today, and that's it. New charges against Aunt Becky.
Maybe they
and her
can
husband.
get Jesse's lawyer.
That's true.
I mean, you're talking about coming out of nowhere to getting out of it. Maybe they can pull that off again.
I'm not sure she's got the things these two people had. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Baby, coming up. Our birthday in January. We're back. A brand new Rick and Bubba show's rolling today. Thank you for being with us. Somebody say, seems like the whole world walking pretty. So I know if you heard the kickoff hour, I think they mentioned this, but Springsteen has postponed concerts dealing with a medical condition. Somebody say, a 10th Avenue freeze out.
He ain't no spring chicken. Right?
No, it says, what is a peptic ulcer disease?
Don't know.
Stomach.
Is that a stomach ulcer issue? Peptic. What is it? That
Unless it has one on.
Doesn't sound good at all. That doesn't mean septic, does it?
No, I think
it's kin to it, but it doesn't.
Yeah, peptic ulcer disease.
The inner lining of the stomach. There's a break in it.
Uh-oh. Can I tell you something?
Those are hard to get rid of, too, because of your stomach acid.
Can I tell you what was a game changer for me? You know, for the longest time, here we go again, the medical field was incorrect, and they did not know that ulcers, many of them are bacteria-based. And they would basically just tell you too bad, too sad, and they give you things like bowls of milk and stuff to try to coat it, you know, and all this stuff. And, of course, come to find out, all of that was wrong. But for some reason, the medical field won't allow you to question them at all anymore. But you know, they act like they've got some perfect record, but they don't. And I appreciate them. I'm glad we got them, and I thank God for you. But you know, you do not have an undefeated record. So anyway,
it's a refining process.
Yeah,
it always has been.
It's amazing the things that we have been able to do, and I celebrate it. But I don't like when you become like you're a god or something. You can't be questioned. But anyway, so Springsteen. But I remember, so I had a stomach ulcer that was horrible, and had all kinds of problems from living the hard life. And finally, the doctors determined that it was bacteria-based and put me on some really, really strong antibiotics, and, man, it cleared it up.
Yeah.
And it was a game changer. So I don't know what peptic ulcer means, if he could have the same statement or not, but I mean same possibility or not. But he has canceled concerts. So
call him up.
And Bruce is what, in his 70s now?
Yeah.
He's up there.
He's got to be pushing 80.
But
he's in good shape, Mo.
Yeah, he is. He's taking care of himself.
Yeah, I know.
Other than the peptic ulcer.
73.
73.
Yeah.
So.
Gosh, I thought he was older than that.
Yeah. So there you go.
He plays long shows too. He's like one of them 3
I mean, I'm talking about hard-working son of a gun. Except when he doesn't feel good and kind of has an attitude, which I saw.
You saw that? Didn't want to be there.
Well, I don't think he felt good. You know, I think it was one of those. I think he was a little sickly.
Under the weather.
But under the weather, and he I think he expected everybody to give him more. It doesn't help, by the way, if this is not, you know, you're not in one of those places where everybody loves you. You're in Birmingham.
Yeah.
So you know, it's not as mania as you know, say you're playing, you know, in the Northeast or something like that. So you probably don't want to start with the new stuff.
That's it.
You know, let's
come out with Born to Run.
Win them over again with a class.
If I was going to come out to an audience that was that didn't what they weren't already all in, then I wouldn't be afraid to tell Mighty Max, let's open with Born to Run.
Yeah.
I mean, let's go ahead and get that out there, and let's win them over, and let's work the new stuff in about mid set, right?
Yeah. So he came out with the new stuff, Rick.
Right out of the gate.
If y'all
Several.
So that's your problem. You might go with one.
At one point, I was like, I'd like to hear a song I know.
Yeah, I mean,
I didn't want the whole concert. I like the new stuff. You know, I think that's when The Rising was just coming, and I like that song.
Yeah,
but I mean, this audience wasn't that familiar with it.
No.
You don't lead with that.
No,
you got to win them over every time.
Rick, you now giving Springsteen pointers? Yeah, I guess I am.
Yeah, but Bruce probably done pretty well. But
yeah, right. He probably knows what he's doing, and
if y'all want to
probably
know,
doesn't need the Birmingham concert as much as I needed it.
That's true.
Right. If y'all want to know what he was experiencing, he was probably feeling uncomfortably full before he got finished eating. In other words, you feel full, and you're
well,
not.
I obviously don't have that.
Okay.
He felt bloated, belched a lot, discomfort. So that's probably
broke
what
a
led
lot
him.
of wind.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. So then also we have a holdout that went well. Nick Bosa is going to be the highest paid defensive player. Is this ever? They have agreed to a 5-year, $170 million extension.
That's a big one.
Highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history.
That's it.
And there we go.
There it is.
Greg, and there's the number you're always looking for. Oh, guaranteed, $122 million.
That's the one that counts.
Guaranteed.
We're guaranteeing that.
Hey.
Come on.
So you getting that no matter what.
So he had a contract, and he just held out, and won out.
He won.
That's what Jones is doing right now to the Chiefs.
Correct.
And the people say he's got the upper hand. They might as well write him the check.
Well,
he's a big part of their success.
The 49ers declared that Nick was fine. He was so fine that he was worth it.
Yeah.
You know, and they finally said, "You're right. You're fine enough for us to give in." And he got, and then we'll see if the guy from the Chiefs has the same success. But he has to love this story.
Yes, he does.
If you're currently holding out and you're to the same level that Nick is, and you're that important to the Chiefs, now you like this story.
And
today.
the Chiefs start tonight.
Yeah.
So
you like this story.
I'd like to see the Chiefs get that pin.
Yeah. Well, yesterday,
let
Chris
them get
Jones,
a loss or two, and they will.
Chris Jones was interviewed, and he said, "I can play tomorrow night. I mean, I'm ready." He said, "I've been keeping myself ready, and I'm ready." And I think he's had a 4-year deal or something. He's on his last year, just starting, and so he's like, "Let's go ahead."
Get the extension done.
He goes, all I'm doing is asking for a raise. You know, that's it.
Now, does he want the last year of his to be restructured, or he wants him to go ahead and tell him what he's going to be paid going forward?
I think he's ready for a raise now, is what he said.
So he wants he wants the last year of what he agreed to be redone.
That's what it looks like.
And negotiations are going on with Burrow, and they say he may be the highest paid player ever.
Ever?
Yeah, Mahomes is now, right?
Yes.
He would be higher than him.
Let me tell you about old Burrow. He came on the scene and made a difference.
He sure did.
I mean, the Bengals went from, you got to be kidding me, to Super Bowls.
Yeah.
But should he be the highest paid ever?
I don't know.
He's top level. I have no problem with that.
Only reason I wouldn't say is injuries. I mean, he's got a few.
Mahomes has delivered. I mean, he can win the big one. We have the trophies to prove it. Is it a little premature?
But if it's what the market calls for.
Is it a little premature?
Oh, I think, yeah, Bubba, when you get into logic, I would think the answer to that is yes. But then you get on the other side of the logic where the agent says, if we're ever going to make a lot of money and what's happening right now and the way you're playing, now's our time.
And then, like I said, in football, there's a lot of unguaranteed money.
I'm not against him asking. Right. But I just don't know, is it wise to do that at this point? Maybe give him an incentive to make him the highest paid if they win the Super Bowl.
You know how these teams are and how fans are. I mean, if you can get them over a barrel, if you can get anybody, I mean, just think about it. They were LSU fans that probably thought that Coach O was going to be there forever. They wrote Coach O a giant check because he just won a national championship, and buddy, he was the toast of the town.
Exactly.
And he was gone in one season.
And there's a lot of them like to have him back right now.
Yeah, right.
Still, Deshaun Watson, I can't figure that one out.
Yeah,
he got that giant contract. Just as on the field play, he was pretty good. But take the baggage and throw that in. Remember, he was suspended for half of their first season or more. Then he got hurt. Bad. I don't, like we said on the show many times, I would hire his agent tomorrow. He's probably got the best agent in football. To get that deal for him.
His deal like that helps the Burrows of the world.
Yeah.
I mean, I would sit down and say, you mean to tell me that Deshaun Watson is going to make this kind of money and my man's not?
Yeah.
I mean,
I just don't see how anybody at this point right now, what's happening on the field is worth more than Mahomes. I mean, he's the top dog, no doubt.
So I didn't know this, but back to Chris Jones, he said he's willing to sit out to week 8. Apparently that he has to at least report then for him to get credit for the 2023 contract year. But he's devoted to this because he's been taking a financial hit. He's been fined a lot of money as far as, just on the holdout part. He said he's given up a $500,000 workout bonus and more than $2.3 million in fines, not to mention a $1 million game check for failing to report before the team's season opener tonight. So he's committed to holding out. That's going to be interesting to see how that plays.
Will y'all give this game anything tonight?
I'm just. There's a side of me too that is disappointed with these guys because if you sign the contract, just do what you obligated to do and negotiate your next one. I don't have a problem with you asking for whatever, but I do have a problem with you not fulfilling what you said you would do. If the team did the same thing, it'd be the end of time.
Yeah, well, TJ an extension anyway. I get it.
Yeah,
I'm like you. I mean, now if I've agreed to this, and
that's what he wants. He wants an extension,
and
he sees the TJ Watts of the world who just held out for his extension, and they came through and he got it, but he just wants his extension, which is a pay raise.
Well, now that's not what was just. I thought you said he wanted to renegotiate the last year's contract that he's agreed to.
No, I said he's on the last year of his contract. I said I wasn't sure as far as what it was. But
he said he would play this year for a certain amount. He needs to do it.
And I think so. If he's going to do that, and all he's saying is, I want some stability kind of like we've been.
I
there.
understand.
Yeah,
I understand him wanting to get his deal done. I got that.
And him saying, "Look, I'm going to play out this year on what we agreed to, but I don't like going to this year, and y'all won't tell me I'm here for 4 more years."
Right.
Yeah. And I don't have a problem with that.
He says
I
different.
think he ought to honor what he said he would do. That's all.
Yeah. It says here he is holding out his 2023 contract, seeking an extension. That's what he says he's doing.
I just don't think your morals and you doing what you say you would do should be, based on what's going on around you. Do what you say you're going to do. I think that's the right thing to do.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So Magic Johnson has now stepped down as the L.A. Lakers president of basketball operations. And as you read the story, I hate to oversimplify something I'm sure that's much more complicated, but just reading his comments and hearing his comments, he wants to get back to the fun zone.
It appears that
man, there's a lot of bad things you have to do in this job.
Being in the front office, Magic, he's under a different set of rules. It's kind of like if you work for a public company versus a private company. There's certain things you can do. Elon Musk found out that.
Yes, he did.
Magic can't go out and tweet things about another player because it can be interpreted as you're tampering with a contract. Mm-hmm. Like, man, that guy's great. I wish he played for us. Well, you've just tampered with a contract. He can't go out and see his friends play. He can't comment about things. He was an ambassador for basketball and for the L.A. Lakers. And now that he's in the front office, he is held to front office rules, and he doesn't like it. And Rick, you're exactly right. I think that is a great synopsis. He wants to get back to the fun zone. He said also that he did not like firing people. He didn't like messing with their livelihood. He said he loved negotiating contracts and getting people to town, but then he hated having to fire people because you're basically messing with their livelihood, and he didn't like that.
Well, we know that Greg has a reputation, has had various nicknames on the program, including Cold Shower Greg. This reminds me of, and we both love our sister dearly, and she's a very, very good school teacher, and thankfully she went to that.
Where are you going here?
Well, I remember this comment. Our sister, and this happens a lot of times.
Where are you going, Magic, Rick?
With young people. Of course, Magic's a little old for this, but they think get in their mind a certain job, and they're undoubtedly they haven't. I don't know if they don't realize what the job really requires. And our sister had trained to be a flight attendant and was actually very high ranked.
Many years ago.
Many years, and did a really, in school, she was, they were like, the guy was like, man, I'll tell you what, I'd fly with you anytime, the instructors. And
she's wondering why she's being the example for
no,
this.
No, it goes back to this. It goes back to any job.
Sorry, Angie.
And so when she decided she wanted to make a career change, she said, I ended up thinking I was, certainly if something happened, it's much bigger than this, but on my daily basis, I was a waitress in the air. To which Greg replied,
at a restaurant with a really good view.
To which Greg replied, "Well, what did you think flight attendants do? Do you think they were going to let you drive the plane?"
That boy, Greg.
You remember that? And
I was just wondering.
Right, and so I would know. You remember that?
Yeah.
But
I remember.
Yeah. Well, but I think you and I got called in on that, and I had to remind everybody I didn't say that. But
I think you seconded.
But Magic, what did you not know you'd have to fire people if you're going to be the?
And that is part of it.
And he says he's got to fire the current coach.
Yeah.
And he says, I'm about to affect somebody's livelihood in their life. Well, Madge, what do you think?
I think it's one of those things he got in there.
People. Yeah. He don't like firing.
I think he got in there and thought he could
it.
handle that, and now he's seeing, hey, I don't.
And two,
exactly.
And I think part of it too is the Lakers are just still in a historic slump. They're better than they have been. They got LeBron, brought him in, but they're still not winning. And I think when you're not winning, that creates and amplifies more problems. He says him and Jenny Buss, who owns the Lakers, have a great relationship, and she said as much too. And it appears that they're happy with everything he's doing, other than the fact that he's the guy got to go in and let people go. And he, like you said, I think he wants to be more in the Charles Barkley seat where he can go out there and say anything he wants to and be buddies with everybody, and it's just his opinion, and he's a commentator and he gets paid and it's fun and everybody loves Charles.
No, he looks at what Charles is doing. Charles, I think, maybe second only to us, has found probably the most cool, most fun job out there and get paid well for it. And Madge is like, why did I give that up? And plus, you look at things. Think about this, because it's one thing it's hard to fire anybody. I mean, I've only had to do it once, and I really would not like to do it again. But but what I'm saying on this, when you look at this situation, like you look at Luke Walton.
Mm-hmm.
Well, see, he's not just firing somebody. This is somebody that, hey, your dad.
Yes. You got a relationship with the dad.
Now I'm affecting friendships, and hey, you fired my son. And I don't know if Magic Johnson and Bill Walton are friends or not, but, I would think they would be colleagues.
For each other, yeah.
It's an 2.0 deal. To the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We are back. SimplySafeBubba.com. Teaming up with the Rick and Bubba Show right now. The revolutionary monitoring innovation is ready. 24/7 live guard protection. You are going to love it. It's designed to help stop crime in real time. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, if an intruder breaks into your home or even your small business, their professional monitoring agents can actually see, speak to, and deter them with the new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera. 24/7 live guard protection is made possible by the new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera. You're going to love this. It's available with a Fast Protect monitoring plan. You can install it yourself in about 30 minutes, or you can have a Simply Safe expert set it up for you. Either way, it's easy to protect your place. For a limited time, get 20% off your new system when you sign up for Fast Protect monitoring. This is a huge offer, and it's only available for a limited time, so visit SimplySafeBubba.com. You can also find the link at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. There is no safe like SimplySafeBubba.com safe. Bubba, we have some news from the world of politics. Tommy Tuberville, Senator, up with us in the next segment, in next hour, so we'll get an update from him. But, Bubba, I know that you rest easy knowing I got two things here. Two things that'll help you rest easy. We're about to hear Vice President Kamala Harris tell us that Biden has the unbelievable ability to understand complex issues, really like no one ever. And then the good news is she's ready to step in if she needs to be president.
Well, since he's so good at understanding these very complicated issues, can he make a sentence?
Right. So here we go. Here comes Kamala Harris first, telling us we just don't understand the abilities that this president has. So here we go.
First of all, let me say that our president has been an extraordinary leader who has accomplished things that previous presidents hoped and dreamed and promised they would do and did not achieve. So yes, I see him every day. A substantial amount of time we spend together is in the Oval Office, where I see how his ability to understand issues and weave through complex issues in a way that no one else can to make smart and important decisions on behalf of the American people have played out.
Let me ask you this. Most adults who will be honest, let's take off the political glasses and all that. The majority of you, do you think Joe Biden's got it all together? Okay?
Anybody? No. Democrat, Republican,
most of you have
independent.
had at least grandparents. Some of you have had parents. You had to go through this. You know what dementia looks like. You know what Alzheimer's looks like. You see what he's doing. You know he's not 100%. Okay? So the fact that she says that, does that mean she's not 100% either?
I've never seen someone speak something so untrue so confidently. But I mean that it's almost like she didn't know when to stop. Don't you know somebody wanted to say, you don't have to go that far. You're going too far now. You realize that this woman just told us that the man that we see wandering around, walking off stages, wandering around, not knowing what day it is, unable to say sentences. She said he has the ability to understand issues and weave through complex issues in a way no one else can. Bubba, that is a statement that she just said about this president in his current state. She doesn't believe that.
Rick, do you remember what she said about Joe Biden during the first Democratic debate?
Greg's reminding me of that over and over again. Yeah. Greg refuses to let that go. He's waiting on it to thunder.
I mean, how do you do that?
Yeah. Well, I mean, she said it, not us.
Right.
She said it so everybody could see it, not us.
Right.
We didn't hide a microphone and get it.
Yeah.
Okay. She said it on a stage to the country.
Yeah.
And then turned around 180 degrees, accepted being the VP, and now saying this. So one or the two times she was absolutely wrong. We just don't know which one it is. But at least the best case scenario, she's 50%.
So now she turns right around and then says this after telling us that he's in perfect condition and is ready to maneuver through complex issues like no one we've ever had in the Oval Office. But then she says this.
Questions about the president's age often go hand in hand with questions about how you would step in the role, if necessary. Do you feel prepared for that possibility? And serving as vice president prepared you for that job?
Yes.
And how would you describe that process?
Which process?
Like as far as being ready for that.
Well, first of all, I'm answering your hypothetical. But Joe Biden's going to be fine. So that is not going to come to fruition.
That's a lot.
But let us also understand that every vice president understands that when they take the oath, that they must be very clear about the responsibility they may have to take over the job of being president. I am no different.
I've never seen the show Veep with Julia Dreyfus, however you say her name, but the clips I've seen people from that series, and then they show clips of her. I mean, it's really, and that's a comedy, a sitcom that's showing us a vice president has no idea what's going on. Y'all realize that, right?
Yeah.
All right, so let's all sing it together for our future president, Kamala Harris. She says she's ready. She was that first yes was emphatic. Yeah. Yes! Yes! As I'm watching, let's all sing it.
Yes!
Hey! Hey! Come on, Kamala. Kamala. Can you imagine that day? If you heard that? Huh?
Rick, I mean, what do? You see what we got. You see what's waiting in the wings. I mean, it's
Well, we get a list, and we've got others we'll play later, but we have a list of Biden quotes just about every day.
Mm-hmm.
And then if that bores us, then we can always enjoy Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre.
KJP.
Right. And so really, if Kamala moves from point B to point A, for us, nothing changes. We just get another list of statements to hear. And we just
there's a lot more laughter in it, though.
Now, would President Obama still be in charge, or would he give things over to Kamala?
What do you mean?
Yeah. Well, he still run things from the basement,
right? Because he's doing that now.
Yeah.
That's the
thing that he's running.
No, I think when he's out, he'll be out. Yeah. I mean, nobody will care anymore.
Okay.
No,
so
he won't have to run the free world anymore
like he's doing now.
No, I mean, if she's sworn in, he'll be an afterthought.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
So,
he won't run it from a shadow government.
Right. Okay. That's what we're asking.
Yeah. So he'll hand it over,
like Obama's been doing.
That's what I said.
That's what he said. That's what he's asking.
Yeah. When we come back, your phone calls are next. We'll chat with you, Senator Tuberville, later in the hour. But next segment, we'll chat with you, America. 866-WE-BE-BIG. All 10 lines are available. Comment on the things you've already heard in the first couple of hours, or bring up something new. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so this is our time of year, guys. I mean, fall's here. Football is back. And, I mean, we're festive. We're tailgating. We're having the guys over. We're watching games. So it's also a great time for us to, address male hygiene, and nobody does it better than Manscaped. Look, Manscaped.com, their whole mission is to go out to all of us guys and say, I know you guys are at the store, you're searching all the hygiene aisles, and nothing here is designed for us. I mean, it's almost like we're thrown, all this is designed for women, and guys, here's some things that won't be too much like women. But no, not Manscaped.com. These items are designed for men and our hygiene. Men and women are distinct. They are equal, but we are beautifully distinct. And these products are for us from head to toe. So right now, you can use the promo code RICK20. If you go to Manscaped.com, that's going to get you 20% off and free shipping. And we love these products. I mean, how about the Lawnmower 4.0 trimmer? Reduces nicks and cuts, and how about this? It makes keeping yourself groomed a lot less dangerous. Also, don't forget it's a technical masterpiece. 7,000 RPM motor, multi-function on and off switch. It can engage a travel lock if you need it. It's got a built-in 4,000K LED spotlight, so you can kind of see where you're trimming. So that's available to you. All sorts of deodorants from underarms to any part of the body that needs it. And also, you can get a couple of free gifts right now if you get the Performance Package. That's the Performance Package 4.0. They'll throw in the Manscaped Boxers and a travel bag. Okay? And that way you just carry your stuff with you when you're on the road. I've got one of those, and I love it. And I've got the Boxers, too. So go to Manscaped.com right now. Use the code RICK20, free shipping, and 20% off. That's RICK20 at Manscaped.com. Because, hey, I was a player, and I'm like Charles, I'm a former NBA player, and I do some commentating, and I'll come out and do promotions. I love the Lakers, and I'm an ambassador for the Lakers, but that's not like being president of the Lakers. Mm-mm. When you're president of the Lakers, now you get called into bad meetings and have to do things that aren't fun, and and now people are you're like, hey, now next time I see Bill, I'm gonna be uncomfortable because I had to fire his son. I mean, it's. But you got to know that's part of it. You do.
Yeah, and I think you can develop a situation where you go, look, this is a business situation, and here's what you have to do. You have to make the playoffs, or we're going to fire you. You don't make the playoffs, sorry, dude, we got to clean your office out. But in Magic's case, I think the other things probably bothered him as much. The fact that he just can't go and be, and he even mentioned he wanted to be at Dwayne Wade's final game, but he couldn't. Yeah. He wanted to do this. He likes mentoring other players and professionals. And by the way, it's not like Magic doesn't have anything going on. He's got several very successful businesses going on. And isn't he part of the the Dodgers too? So
the ownership group. He's in that.
Can I tell you what this is? A classic case of just reading everything here. And it happens in a lot of things in life. Like I would say, here's where I'm guilty of it. The idea of having a pet versus actually having one.
Yeah.
And sadly, I've seen some people that like the idea of having children as opposed to actually having them.
Yeah.
And Magic's not getting to go on vacation because he's having to feed the dog.
Right. The idea of it sometimes is much more fun than actually doing it.
Right. Yeah.
And I think that happened. He thought, hey, being president of the Lakers
I love the Lakers.
With my history of the Lakers, man, that sounds cool. And then he realized when he gets there, hey, this is not near as cool as I thought it was.
And the late Jerry Buss had a vision that Magic would be a part of their organization and a front and an ambassador for the Lakers in some capacity. I mean, that has been planned since, the day he left the team as a player. So, but there's just restrictions that go with that, and I don't think, Magic wants to have those shackles on.
And two, I think y'all we've really hit it. I think this is where he's at. But you also get to the point where he goes, okay, I'm on up there in age. I'm Magic Johnson. I should be having fun this time of my life, and I'm having to fire people and stuff. I got
to figure out how to get the Lakers back in the playoffs.
Yeah, I don't know.
LeBron's here and he's pushing me out.
Yeah, I don't have the energy for that. I just want to be
Don't
Magic,
think that there's a little bit of, hey, we spent $154 million for LeBron, we didn't make the playoffs. I think that because he's a competitor, he's like us. It doesn't matter what you do, you want to be winning, and I think that amplifies all these things.
Well, the team wasn't very good if LeBron couldn't fix it.
Well, but
they couldn't even just make
LeBron has carried
carried some really bad teams by himself to the playoffs.
Well, and I think Magic didn't think about what Bubba just said. Hey, it's fun to make deals, but when you're the president, you're also held accountable for deals.
Yeah.
And, oh, wow, so I'm not just an ambassador that helped y'all get a player?
Yeah.
Y'all were saying this is my decision and it better work? That's no fun.
Right.
You remember that time? The guy we knew that cut the first deal that started us on our road, and he got the call right when he got home.
Yeah.
You sure you did the right thing?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yep, well, you must be talking about the Buffalo Wild Wings Rick and Bubba charity charge. That's what you're talking about. Here we go. Somewhere out on that horizon. Come on, Adler. We're back. Phone calls start the hour. The real Greg Burgess on the phones. He's ready to take them at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Senator Tommy Tuberville coming up next segment. But right now we're taking phone calls from you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Any topic you want to talk about, we'll chat with you. It's survival in the city. There's your hymn, buddy. Joe Walsh gets us started.
Yep.
Speedy, Greg, Helmsy,
Still hadn't
Adler.
worked him yet.
All here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. It's the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Things you need to know. I told you we got Senator Tuberville next segment. Also, don't forget yesterday's archive from the Wednesday Bible study. We finished the Revelation chapter 19. That is available for you today on the YouTube, our podcast channel. And also, don't forget Birmingham, Alabama, Speedy tonight. You got a chance to see him as he's hanging out with our friends at WZZK for New Country Nights at Tin Roof in Birmingham. And, of course, artist Dalton Dover playing tonight, and Speedy will be there gripping and grinning. All right, so to the phones we go. Let's get started. Let's go to Carl. Carl is calling us out of beautiful Arkansas. Carl, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
This here's Carl Childers.
Hey, Carl.
Frank been telling me about all them mess going on in Washington.
Mm-hmm.
I figured it's about time for me to run for president.
Carl, I would take you over what we have now. I think you may be actually more coherent. Does everybody agree?
Yeah, I agree.
Already got me a campaign slogan.
Okay. All right. What is it, Carl?
Carl Childers, real square dealing feller.
Square dealing. That's good. Well, Carl, look,
Vaughn,
you have my vote.
Vaughn, who's the manager down there at Hoochie's Dollar Store.
Yeah.
He's already promised me the funny vote.
Okay. All right. Well, that's
not funny, ha, funny queer.
Right. Okay, Carl.
Thank you, Carl. Good with that.
Thank you, Carl.
And there it was.
Thank you, Carl.
It went just
So
10 seconds too
I got to
long.
tell you,
It's a gamble.
It is, and I was. I'm not tired of it yet, but it started like I thought he may be calling too much, and I stand corrected.
Okay, you're good.
I was good today.
Yeah, okay.
I really was. I'll chill on something quick.
Oh, me too. Yeah. Do you chill quicker than me?
Yes, I chill quicker than I need to chill.
Right, I got you. Okay. 866-WE-BE-BIG lines are available. Marcus, Tallahassee, Florida. Marcus, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. My question this morning is it okay to go out with a girl, a cousin that's adopted in your extended family, or does it make it bad that she was adopted from your mom? Does that make her your sister?
Again, now you're playing with gray areas. Sam in Sweet Home, Alabama. Sam, go ahead.
Hey, guys. How y'all doing this morning?
We're great. We're great.
So earlier you're talking about the cousins from Utah and they couldn't use our stereotypes. One of y'all said that's a flag. So my question is, would that be a 5-yard penalty, 15-yarder, or automatic ejection from the ball game?
You talking about first cousins?
You said they were 10th cousins, but you said there was a flag for them using our stereotypes up in Utah.
Of Alabama?
Oh, yeah. Just using us as an example.
Sweet Home Alabama they played.
I see.
Well, it's definitely a 15-yarder.
Stereotypes versus real deal. I mean, I wouldn't make fun of anybody.
Yeah. He's asking how big an offense was it. I think a 15-yarder. Yeah. I wouldn't go ejection, but I think a 5's not enough.
I was going to say 10 yards.
I'm going to give
I
him
was
5.
going to go 10 yards.
10's pretty good.
I'm going to give him 5 just because they probably wanted to use the catchy song.
Sam in Alabama. Sam, go ahead. Sam,
I am.
Sam.
I guess you got me twice. Was the 5.
Was that you? Okay. It's been doing some strange things lately. It's doing like what it's doing is like,
how's 5 and 6?
Hey, here's my question.
Are they back?
Why didn't that guy hang up?
I don't know.
I don't know what happened.
Let's go to Lacey. Weird. Lacey, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
Hi guys. Good morning.
Hey,
Good morning.
I think that if Kamala Harris becomes president, who is really going to be mad is Hillary Clinton.
Oh, can you
Such a great
good point.
Good
point.
Because nobody can be the first female president but Hillary. Mm-hmm. And if anybody else beats her to it, she will lose her mind.
Well,
you remember when Al Gore, when he lost by I'm exaggerating.
Well, a handful of votes.
A handful of votes. Close. I was going to say 2 just to make it funny. But Al Gore, when he barely lost, remember it made him crazy. And all of a sudden he grew a beard and he started going out in the wilderness and then
that's when he became the environmental.
Yeah, and became this crazed earth worshiper. Imagine what it would do to Hillary. Oh my goodness!
Start melting.
Oh my goodness!
That's point of the day right there.
That is
Grove Hill, Alabama.
You get a star for that one.
Chris, welcome to the show. Go ahead.
Morning, fellas. Thank you for taking my call.
Thank you.
Our pleasure.
I have a feeling, it's not a prediction, I just got a gut feeling, Biden will step down before his term just so Kamala will be the first female president.
Why would he do that?
Well, because one, he don't know what's going on, and
we agree to that.
His handlers are going to do it because the Democrats want the first female president, so they say, "Look, we put the first female president in."
Yeah, but the handlers don't want to lose their job. They don't want to lose their power. They don't want to lose their control of the situation. I think a lot of times with these older politicians, that's the main reason they stay, because the group around them are propping them up because they don't want to lose their job.
Yeah, if you did that just to make history, boy, you've really got to time it to where she can't do too much damage. But see, if you also do that, now you're stuck with the uncomfortable, I want to run now as our candidate.
Yeah, now see,
now you're stuck with that.
Yeah, she's not geared up to run. She doesn't have the money, doesn't have the organization, all that.
And then if you overlook her and say, well, you can't run to be a 4-year president, now you become what? Misogynist, racist. You got problems now.
Homophobe.
Let's go to Julie. Julie, welcome to Rick and Bubba, Double Springs, Alabama. Go ahead.
How you doing, guys?
We're great.
Good. Well, listen, when I was all through high school, I had a crush on this guy that turns out he is my half brother.
Hey, foul. Now
hold on now.
Hey, look, we can't have
now,
one. If one parent's the same, you heads out.
Now, did you know that ahead of time?
Oh gosh, no. No. We didn't find out until probably 5 years after I graduated high school, and we laugh about it now.
Okay.
He knows, like I told him.
How did you find out? Can you walk this out for us a little bit?
Okay. Yes. So basically, my dad had a rendezvous, I guess you'd call it, with this woman who'd also had a rendezvous with several men.
Easy.
And she didn't tell my dad that he was his.
Got you.
And she allowed another man to be the father. But
Understood.
years later, she got into it came to light, and sure enough, he is my half brother, and he is great. We grew up together. That's what's so bizarre.
I
how
know how far.
How big a crush did you have?
Right.
Did y'all date or have?
That's an important question.
Oh gosh, no.
Okay.
He was about.
Did you ever tear that
5
sugar
years
up?
older. No, he was about 5 years older.
Okay.
So,
All right.
so he never knew in school that I had the biggest crush on him.
So it was a crush. It was a crush from afar.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, I mean, he probably knew a little bit. He had to know a little bit. But we laugh about it now because it is kind of funny.
Well, we'll join you. We'll start laughing about it as well.
Yeah.
That's wow.
Seemed like everybody knew
appreciate
everybody.
that.
Yeah, well, how about that? Wow.
Yep.
Could have went a different way.
Wow, that's
Good night alive.
good.
Well, wouldn't you like
gracious.
to check that one out on Ancestry.com?
How about
There's lines going all over the page on that one.
if that doesn't get
Like a spider
Can you
web.
imagine looking at that report for the first time?
Hey, that ain't a tree. That's a spider web, man. What are you talking about? Good night.
Wow. This is uncomfortable. What are you doing at my dad's Father's Day lunch? Well, I'm giving him one too. Senator Tuberville is next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba and Buffalo Wild Wings teaming up for the charity charge. We just completed our number 6 charity charge. Now you, the Rick and Bubba audience, going to participating Buffalo Wild Wings stores on our charity charge Mondays. You have put together about $23,000, a little over $23,000 to various charities. That includes the Alabaster, Birmingham, Gardendale, Tuscaloosa, Hoover, Birmingham, Trussville, Pell City locations. And we're about to tell you about another Rick and Bubba Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge that will happen Monday. Let's face it, Monday is tax day. We'll all need to bury ourselves in wings on that day, and we'll tell you what to do. But first, let's talk about what just happened. Tim Spencer is here with Buffalo Wild Wings. He's brought food for the staff and everybody in the golden ticket seats from Buffalo Wild Wings, and he's doing what he loves to do. He's about to hand off another check.
Biggest check we've done yet.
Biggest check ever. So we just kind of building up.
That was the plan. We hoped.
It was.
So we're going to present a check for $4,400 to Jimmy Hill Mission today.
To Jimmy Hill Mission today, and Tony Cooper, the Coop is back 75 years of Jimmy Hill Mission that we celebrate this year, and the Rick and Bubba audience went out and really sacrificed. They ate at Buffalo Wild Wings, and 10% of all food sales.
Well, you have to let some people do what their gift is.
Right, that's what it is.
Yeah.
So, Tony, $4,400 that goes to continue the great work of the Jimmy Hill Mission.
Rick and Bubba, we're grateful for the Rick and Bubba Show for teaming up with Buffalo Wild Wings on this charity charge. So now, but also we're extremely appreciative to Buffalo Wild Wings, and $4,400. I mean, that is extraordinary. And I was doing the math, or trying to, Tim. That will probably help us serve almost 9,000 meals to those who come to our shelters. And so we have Easter coming up. So this, as you mentioned, Rick, this is our 75th anniversary. So it all kind of fits in together. Matter of fact, when Buffalo Wild Wings did their Jimmy Hill Mission charity emphasis, it was the actual day of our 75th anniversary.
Wasn't that great?
It was so fitting, March 25th. And we had a birthday celebration at the mission. And guess what we had to eat?
Buffalo Wild Wings.
Some of the gospel bird. Buffalo Wild Wings.
That's awesome.
So and we're extremely blessed. God works through people and organizations and businesses, and so we're very grateful for Buffalo Wild Wings for their support of the Jimmy Hill Mission.
Well,
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Steve.
No, I'm sorry, Rick. We're just glad to do it. We've been blessed by this community. We've now been in business almost 17 years from our first store in this community, and we just built our most recent store last year. So we're still growing, and we just want to give back the opportunities we get to.
Well, you're doing that, and Tony, you mentioned Easter. Because all these Christian-based missions, and of course the Jimmy Hill Mission is 75 years in our community. When we think about Easter coming up, that is the ultimate second chance.
Oh my goodness!
I mean, we serve a God of second chances.
What would we do, Rick and Bubba, without Easter? I mean, if the Bible says if we don't have the resurrection, we don't have anything.
That's right.
And Easter, is the confirmation. It's the proof that Jesus was who He said He was, and because of that, we enjoy so much. My goodness, you begin by having your sins forgiven. And Jesus has the only remedy for forgiveness of sins. And Easter is emphasizing that, and the resurrection where he conquered sin, Satan, and death and the grave is proof of that.
Man.
And so that, because we share that gospel message, we can offer new hope and new life to those. And you talked about second or third or 50 or whatever it might be. But God is a God of second chance, and Easter is just an emphasis of that. And rescue missions around the country, the part of City Gate Network. You know, if you have you want to know if there's a mission in your area, go to citygatenetwork.org. Because I know there's you guys are on a lot of stations around the country, and there's probably missions in most of those cities. And you want to get involved in a worthwhile organization, then get involved in a gospel rescue mission.
Amen. No doubt. You know, you were talking about that, and I got a chance to talk about that even last night at an event. You know, John 16:33 is one of my favorite verses in the entire Bible.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Ooh, it brings me
20 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba show. We're going to have Senator Tommy Tuberville. He's ready to go. We're going to chat with him as we get ready. What a bizarre attempt at a football analogy from the Pentagon press secretary about Senator Tuberville. And here we go.
I mean, I would refer you to the Senate, to the Congress, to answer that question. You know, I've been asked before to try to put this into context in terms of why does this matter? And, you know, with football season starting, I would say imagine going into the football season with a bunch of acting coaches for each of our teams, with a regulation that limits any of those acting coaches from presuming that he or she was actually going to officially lead the team. And those acting coaches who come up through the organization are now responsible for not only being the offensive and defensive coordinators, but also acting as the head coach. And so in the short term, they're likely going to make things happen because that's what good leaders do. But what happens when performance on the field becomes impacted? Over time, how are you going to deal with the uncertainty of within the coaching staff and the locker room in terms of who's in charge, how are we going to affect performance, and then who are the fans going to hold accountable? And so the longer that these blanket holds are in place and the more that future leaders are kept in limbo, the more uncertainty and friction it will create within the ranks, not to mention the impact on the families of those who serve. And ultimately, as I mentioned, this is an issue for Congress to address. It would be inappropriate for me to comment on how they should go about it. But I can tell you that our military leaders simply want to do the job that our nation expects of them, to lead our military, to protect and defend our nation, and if necessarily, overwhelmingly defeat our enemies in battle. So again, we'd ask that the Senate work to lift these holds and enable the confirmation of our general and flag off.
Boy, Senator Tuberville, welcome back to Rick and Bubba. I tried to understand that analogy, and
you can tell he's a big football fan.
Yeah, you can tell he's a big football fan, and you know what? Now that he said that, I have to ask you to please release these.
Well, I'm going to tell you, I deal with this every day now, so y'all had to deal with it for about a minute there. But it's, you know, after watching football this past weekend, a lot of teams would love to have an acting coach now instead of the coach that they started out with. My gosh, Mo, what an exciting first football weekend. Normally they're all blah. But this was a very good weekend for college football. It got us off to a good start, and we found the haves and have-nots. But yeah, this is a group up here that's running our country, and I would say this: they're trying to run it in the ground. They've gotten our FBI or DOJ or CIA, now the military. They're trying to get their claws on it and try to run it as woke as possible. And I'm trying to do my best to slow this down. That's about all I can do. Now, I've got holds on all these generals and admirals. Now, I will say this. There's some good ones in this 300, but there's also a lot that we vetted that would love to just get in there and teach this wokeism 24 hours a day. And that's what, you know, as I tell people, you know, our military is not an equal opportunity employer. We got to have the best people doing the best job, because there's no second in war. I mean, it's a first only.
Yeah.
You know, Ricky Bobby said in Talladega Nights, if you're not first, you're last. And that's exactly what happens in war.
Coach, comment again. I don't understand why they're staying with this line against you, because they have the ability to pass these people. They just have to do them one at a time, correct?
Exactly. I mean, that's what we do up here. Yesterday, we confirmed 5 judges, or I think 2 of them were federal governors for the Fed, and we do them one at a time. We do that here all the time. That's pretty much what we do. And but they don't want to do the military. The military is not that important, so we'll just do 300 at a time without vetting them, without anybody knowing who they are. We take for granted that people are getting elevated for merit. Most of them are not. It's just, you know, they know how to shine their boots. That's pretty much all they've done. They've worked their way up, and it's gotten ourselves in trouble here, even in the House and in the Senate, because up here everybody talks about term limits. To me now, of course, I've always been a term limit person, but the problem we have here, it's not, you don't move up in merit up here. You move up in seniority. If you've been up here longer, you get leadership roles. Well, to me, that's defeats the purpose. It's about merit. It's about being able to do the job better than anybody else.
Well, and a lot of people are leaving out the fact that you actually have a tremendous amount of support from veterans and service members who also don't like this abortion policy. And I know in May there were 3,000 that were supporting you. Now it's up to 5,000. Even have a general that's written an op-ed supporting your holding of these nominations, because there's a lot of military people that don't think this abortion policy should be on the taxpayer either.
Exactly. We're getting calls every day. I'm getting people that are former generals, admirals, calling, Coach, do not give up. They're talking about readiness, and as they say, listen, readiness does not happen with admirals and generals. They're acting like they're the most important. The most important people in our military are our sergeants, lieutenants, our privates, people that actually do the job, that get ready to fight wars. Not these generals and admirals that drive around up here at black SUVs with an entourage. With a big office in the Pentagon. I mean, it is unbelievable how many people are around here that are up here just looking for more money, trying to make their job look important. Hey, I'm standing up for the soldiers, the people that actually do the work.
And Coach, it's not just we don't like the idea. It's actually against the law to use federal funds for abortion or transportation to such. Am I correct?
Exactly. Bubba, here's what happened. In 1985, the Democrats put on the floor and voted on a abortion policy in the military. They're the ones that did it. Joe Biden voted for it in 1985. The only way you can have abortions in the military is rape, incest, and health of the mom, not to be paid for by taxpayer money. And so that's been in place for years. And all of a sudden they come up because of Roe Wade. They can't control the states, but they think they can control the federal employees. So they're going to say, okay, we can't do the states. We're just going to get all federal employees involved in abortion. It's going to cost a fortune. We've probably had 24 a year. Now, they did their own survey, the Pentagon, 24 a year over the last 35 years, abortions in the military. Now we're going to several thousand a year, including dependents of all the military personnel. They're eligible for the same thing, paid for by taxpayer money. And now they did this with a memo this time. They didn't send it over to vote. And that's what I'm complaining about. Hey, if you're going to change something, send it over here. Let us vote on it. Get everybody's name on the line, how they voted, and go from there. But they didn't want to do that. They want to change everything by memo. That's not going to happen on my watch. I'm going to let the people of Alabama have a voice on this.
Well, you've left football teams with no coaches. And that's another thing where we don't have much time left, about 30 seconds, but also this notion that they're trying to push that you're leaving the military with no leadership, that isn't true. The people that are in leadership right now just remain, right?
Exactly. That every job is being fulfilled.
Right.
They're all panicking that their buddies are not getting elevated. It's just, it's really comical to watch what's going on up here right now. They're pointing at me. But you got to remember, too, now that there's not really a Republican Party or a Democratic Party up here. It's those that are for this country, that great country we live in, are those that are anti this country that we live in. And that's the narrative that we're headed to right now. And just hopefully we get enough people on the side of this great country we live in that can fight for it. And that's what I'm trying to do for the American people and the people of Alabama.
Thank you, Senator Tommy Tuberville. Thanks a lot. Thanks for checking in with us.
Right.
Bottom of the hour, we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Because it's Jesus saying, because of Easter coming up, the world's going to have all kinds of problems. And he says it's going to be that way, not it might. He said, I say this so that you have peace in this world. You will face tribulation. You see that with the men and women that come through, both the Jimmy Hill mission and, of course, the Jesse's Place with the women. And you see that. We all know that. And so Jesus did, but he didn't hold that from us. He said, in the fallen creation, you're going to go through problems, but always have joy in your heart. Always be at peace, because ultimately, thanks to Easter, I've overcome the world.
Mm-hmm.
I've overcome it. Whatever you're facing, I've overcome it.
Yeah.
That's why we should just, jump up and down and celebrate. Again, remembering what God did for us that we couldn't do for ourselves.
Yeah, because of Easter, we can have a personal relationship with Almighty God. He can take us beyond where we can go by ourselves. That's the reason Jesus said in John 10:10, he says, the thief, the devil, comes to steal, to kill, and to destroy. But then I like the next part. Then he says, however, but I came.
Amen.
Now, I is here.
Yeah.
I came that you might have life and have it more abundantly. And without Easter, without that personal relationship with God, we miss out on genuine love, agape love. We miss out on joy. A lot of people are going through life. They don't have any joy. They're searching for love in all the wrong places. They haven't experienced the love that God has for them. Peace and purpose. You can't have, the peace of God without peace with God, and so then meaning, why are we here? And Easter really addresses all of those things. And without the resurrection of Jesus Christ, we are most miserable people. But because of the resurrection, we can be all that God intended any of us to be.
We'll come back. We want to tell you, so we're going to hand that check, get pictures in the break, $4,400 to Jimmy Hill Mission on their 75th anniversary this year. And then we'll come back and tell you the next Buffalo Wild Wings Rick and Bubba charity charge, when it's going to happen, what it's going to benefit, and we'll do that when we come back. Our number is 866-WE-BE-BIG, and our website, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Are right in the middle of talking about the last Rick and Bubba Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge. And we're about to send you in a different direction. Thank you for what you've done for all the charities prior. But the next charity charge comes your way this Monday. It is tax day. We'll all be looking for some sort of fun zone to bury our face in wings. 10% of all food sales at all participating Buffalo Wild Wings will go to Outdoor Ability Foundation, equipping the disabled outdoorsmen. Now, this is an organization, for folks that have physical challenges but still love to get in the outdoors and hunt and fish. And what they do is they put together the equipment and grants to purchase the adaptive equipment for the disabled outdoorsmen. They focus on serving the youth and young adults. And you can find all about that organization. We'll put them in show notes today there at rickandbubba.com if you'd like to look into that. Maybe you need their services or you want to help them in another way. But one way you can help is Monday, April the 15th for the next charity charge. So, Tim, that's the next one up.
We've got some new items if you hadn't tried. I keep pulling it up on Speedy's computer right here.
Yeah.
We've got a new All-American cheeseburger that has just come out. I know we're a wing place.
I heard about that. Easy.
But it's a...
I saw the commercial.
That was a great commercial.
It was. Made me hungry.
Yeah, you're not supposed to eat a cheeseburger off a coffee table.
That's right. That is so you could do that, and 10% of that's going to go.
That's right. That's right.
So, and Rick, we've seen what the Outdoor Ability Foundation does. We've seen some of the equipment they've purchased.
It's incredible.
Yeah, I was blown away. They have wheelchairs that literally have tracks on them, and they will go anywhere. And it's amazing how they can equip some of these young people to go out who's had problems, can't walk like everybody else, and can get them through the woods. It's really amazing technology.
No, and the thing, because you don't think about that, and like I say, you and I both have a friend that you can even say, I want to take, my loved one or somebody I love hunting, but then you get there and the wheelchair can't deal with the mud, can't deal with what's going on. So they set it up where the equipment can actually even get to the places that sometimes require you having some specialized equipment in order to make it happen.
And it's very specialized, and it works.
So be ready to go to participating at Buffalo Wild Wings on Monday. We'll tell you again on Monday. You go out and eat that day. 10% goes to Outdoor Ability Foundation on the next Rick and Bubba Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge.
Oh, man. What?
It is 35 minutes now past the hour. You got the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. And go. Gang's all here. Bubba, nobody likes somebody that crashes a party and is not invited.
No, it's very impolite.
Especially if they're a bear. We've got this one today. We've got a bear that apparently the Mike walks out of the party. An outdoor party is going on in Lake Harmony, Pennsylvania. Have you ever been to Lake Harmony?
I have not, but it sounds like a lovely place.
It does. It better be. If you're going to have that kind of name, you can't be some dumb.
Nope.
So anyway, I don't know about this guy's idea to simply try to walk the bear out of the party. It goes pretty well until the bear kind of decides he's not sure that he wants to be. Can I do audio? You okay with audio?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so
Rick, this is a different clip than I saw the guy walking out. There must be a lot of bears crashing.
How many
parties.
bears are walking are being walked out of a party?
Maybe
okay. Here we go.
Right there. Come on, Mike. Come on. I got it.
Mike,
get away, Mike.
Volunteers to do that.
Mike, what are you doing?
It is the same.
All right, so we're walking this bear out of the park.
He's thinking about it.
Mike, what are you doing?
He opens the gate for it.
Mike, what are you doing?
Good night,
Oh,
Mike.
no, he's smelling Mike.
Oh,
too.
he went after Mike.
Hey.
Mike.
Oh, he's trying to speak to it like a dog.
Yeah, that's a bear. Look, everybody's trying to tell Mike. Mike's drunk, by the way.
It goes up.
Mike's drunk. Everybody's like, Mike, what are you doing, Mike?
Now, do you think that fence is going to stop that bear?
Right.
And then he closes the gate
now
on
he's
it like it's a person.
Is he showing everybody where the bear got him? Did he give him a little?
The bear got him. Yeah, you can see he's got a little red scratch right here.
Oh, yeah.
It got him.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Sure did.
Claw
It got him
mark. Try to
good.
act like it didn't hurt.
What an incredible party story, though.
Yeah,
It is a good one.
man.
Well, I mean,
He
Mike,
got though.
how you realize that could have dug into Mike.
That could have pulled an intestine.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Hey, Mike, come on, man.
Come on.
I don't know about this idea, Mike.
Wow.
The bear really kind of got annoyed by the whole thing at the end, didn't he? He's kind of like, that's enough of that.
Right.
I'm amazed the bear did as good as it did. I mean, he could have just
Yes.
started eating everybody in
Well,
there.
that's because it's just a little docile black bear.
A little black
I mean,
bear.
that's a big one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a big one.
That little docile
Wow.
bear put about an 8-inch scar on him.
How much do you
Good
think
night.
that weighs?
Hey guys, if he'd had some
It's
power,
like a briar scratch.
How about if he'd had some power in that and really pressed in,
Yes.
man, because he got him. Here comes Mike right here.
He's 250, 300 easy.
Watch him right here.
Once the bear leaves, everybody starts cussing. That's why I turned it down.
Oh,
Yeah, took a little
good
pop
one.
at
That's-
him.
That's just stupid.
if you notice when he does that, the people are like, Mike, you got to. This
Mike?
this has been a bad idea.
Yeah, you're about to be dinner.
Right.
And he was thinking about biting that hand, I think.
And he's had, obviously, alcohol, so he's tender.
Oh, he is. Look, now he's fired up. Now, I will tell you later when Mike's sitting around and he's just saying, hey,
I
man.
walked the bear out.
Yeah, right.
I had to get 12 shots.
Great, he
and some
thinks he's a bear.
stitches, but-
He's a bear.
Hey,
He's a lives in the woods.
I was playing audio.
Is his
Adler,
nickname Bear now?
That's stupid.
Adler, I sent you an email just now, and it has a link in it. It's video of a three-legged bear that
saw
breaks
this.
into this pour and gets something out of a fridge.
Yeah, it starts drinking stuff.
It's them,
Yeah, it's a news
seltzers.
package on it from
White Claw.
News Channel 2, I believe. It is bizarre to see a three-legged bear. I think he got a beer.
He did,
A
he
three-legged bear hopping around the house and then trying to get in.
Yeah.
It's bizarre.
Okay,
But-
so I'm not crazy because Bubba said something about this bear a minute ago. I said, you talking about the three-legged bear? And
No,
he's
that's
like,
true.
And Bubba's like, no, this is a different story. So we
Yeah.
got two bear stories.
Yeah, two bear stories. Here's the three-legged bear.
He
An
drank some.
unexpected guest this Labor Day weekend.
Look
A
at
bear
03.
found his
Channel
13-year-old son, and their security system caught the whole thing on camera. West News' Haley Crumble-Home spoke with him about how the bear got into their screened-in patio and helped himself to some White Claws.
White Claw.
Oh my God. I've never been this close to a bear.
13-year-old Joseph Diglio was watching TV Sunday. Barking from the family's dog, Bruno clued him in there was something outside.
Oh my God, there's a literal bear in our patio.
This is the hole the bear ripped open to get inside. Of
course.
And once in,
He went over here to the fridge and got 2 White Claws.
mango and strawberry, in case you were wondering.
All right.
Oh, look, he just opened the door.
He opened the fridge.
Yeah, he sure
Gotta
did.
take the
With
beer.
only
He's
3
gotta
legs.
take the beer.
That's
And
amazing.
while the bear's ability to open the fridge was pretty cool, it was also kind of concerning.
Yeah,
Once I saw him open the fridge, I got scared that he could open the doors to like the houses. I feel like I gotta lock all the doors now.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Okay, I gotta go lock out my dog.
But it was ultimately barks from Bruno that scared the bear away.
Just part living where we live, honestly.
In Seminole County, Haley Crumble-Home, West 2 News.
West 2 News.
Crumble home?
Got him a couple White Claws and went on.
Yeah, these animals are resilient, though.
So-
So I've lost a leg,
Yeah,
and I'm just,
I mean,
wow.
Just nursed his way through it.
Do we say no leg from bear trap? That he got caught in and got and chewed his
Hit
arm
by a
all out
car.
of it?
Could
Hit by a car.
Could have got hit by a car, another bear, some kind
Another
of
bear
predator.
got born with
Born
3.
that way.
Born with 3.
yeah.
That's not the first
Rick?
refrigerator he's been in. either.
No, it's not.
No,
He knew,
somebody
he knew what
trained
to
him.
do.
I know you
He's
think
clearly got a problem.
Yes,
Yeah, I know you think you can take a
Clearly.
bear, Rick. Could you take a three-legged bear?
Oh yeah, that bear.
that's easy money.
No problem there.
This
doesn't-
is one of the biggest
He doesn't
black
have.
bears.
He didn't have good balance. And now I don't want to mess with this. And Mike's messing with.
No, that's a big in there.
See, Mike's trying to be sharp.
Right, yeah.
I'm going to escort the
No.
bear out of the party.
Ooh, that hurt. That hurt.
See, the
Yeah.
bear's just messing with him. If he'd have wanted to really put a rip on him.
My
For
favorite.
real.
My favorite are the fellow partiers. Mike, come on, man.
Yeah.
At this
Mike,
point, do
I
you
don't know
think-
about this, Mike.
What if that bear?
We
did
all
the-
have known a Mike.
The fact
Yeah.
he didn't back down,
That helped.
the bear went through the
No,
gate.
you're right. You're right.
If he
yeah.
had have took off and flinched and got scared and jumped up, the bear probably would have attacked. If I had to guess.
Yeah, staying calm was key. But he did take a swipe. Now let's not act like he didn't pay
When
any
he took
prices.
that
He
swipe,
took a swipe.
You know that. I mean, I give him this. He held his cool, but he was thinking, "Oh boy,
Yeah.
I'm messed up now."
I think if
He
Mike
smells blood.
when the swipe hit Mike, Mike apparently about 6 in was
Yeah.
he didn't
At least.
he stayed calm. I do think if he reacts right there, the bear goes in full blown mode.
yeah.
Yes.
like bum rush, kind of like.
No,
He was
yeah.
kind of relaxed from the beers he'd had. Like he
Yes, right. He's about 6 in.
said. He's good. He's a little calm.
Right. He's
He
not-
treats-
He
That
treats the
helps.
black bear like people do the hammerhead shark.
You're
He
right.
does, and
He
that's
does.
a mistake.
I know.
You're
I
right.
know.
Look, a black bear can do major damage.
I'm not escorting the bear out of the party. I'm not. I know I was trying to be sharp and be the party hero, but I ain't doing it.
That
Here's the
bear
thing.
had a big hiney. You see how big that thing
Yeah.
If
Greg,
that
how
bear
many-
would have got mad, he'd have tore him a new one.
You know, there was a time it just dawned on me. There was a time I was everybody's Mike.
My question,
Rick,
Greg, how many
Rick,
beers
yeah.
before
Rick,
you?
no.
did that?
Rick.
I just don't know if I mess with a bear.
3-legged bear, I do.
Even with
12.
alcohol involved?
12 in.
Greg, now you, but now.
I may try to
you're
ride
wrestling the
it. I
bear.
may try to ride it out.
That's just reckless.
Yeah, it's reckless. Yeah, it just Mike needed.
So
I don't
you
know,
think he had been
but think
sipping
about what else
courage?
you do. How'd the bear get in? What do you do once he's in? Does
know.
Mike have a choice?
Does he come back?
But I
Right,
like how Mike thinks he's walking him out. You know, like,
Right.
hey, you're not invited to this party. I'm walking you out.
Right.
So y'all think he had sipped
I
some
wish it
courage?
would have hurt Mike. There it
Yes.
is.
You think? I hadn't heard him talk, so I don't know.
Yeah, he's
I
one
just
of
getting
them.
it out.
Oh no,
I
can.
thought I knew him.
Well, Mike's attitude about being clawed tells you everything.
Yeah.
Who invited the bear?
Right.
I don't know who invited
But
the bear.
how did the bear get into the party? Just walked up the hill.
I think
Just
so.
walked
Yeah,
up the
looks
hill.
Maybe
like
out of
it.
the water or something.
Somebody
Ooh.
clearly invited it.
Yeah, there it is.
But yeah, Speedy, you're
Look
right.
at this guy. Look at Lefty.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
There goes Mike. Mike's in there.
That's a big bear butt, Speedy. You're
It
right.
is. It
You're
is.
right.
You can tell that
bear could slap
the head
Mike
and the
right
butt.
down that hill.
Yep.
Greg, you know what Mike has on, don't you? His drinking
He
shorts.
sure does.
He's got his drinking shorts
And
on.
his sleeveless shirt.
Looks a
does.
little like you, Greg.
Hey,
At this point, he thinks he's got something.
Yeah.
Right. And he thinks right now he's the hero of the party. Then
Does
that
he
bear
think that bear knows what he's trying to tell
says,
him?
And yeah,
Little SWAT.
You know,
He's up
he's
on his
pointing
tiptoes.
like you do
Yeah,
a trained dog, which you've worked with. Bears
Yeah.
don't know what
If
he's
that
doing.
bear got up on its hind legs and was like,
Oh, it could
Yeah.
What
eat his
does-
head
Hey,
off right there in front
what
of
does
everybody.
Mike's shirt say? Lake Life something.
okay, hold on.
Probably
Lake?
damn, I'm good. Something like that.
Maybe,
Let's see
Greg.
here. Does he turn?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know that we want to read
Oh,
it.
there we go.
Lake Life Vibes, I think.
Is that what it says?
Of course it does.
Rick, I think it's that famous FBI female body inspector.
I think it's vibes. I think it's vibes. Yeah, you're right.
Lake Life Vibes is right. That bear weighs, I mean, that's a
That bear
300
could tear
300
him.
That's a 250,
Greg,
300
250,
easy.
300,
Let's talk about
Talk
Mike.
about shaking hands with danger.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. For some reason, Mike is dressed extremely casually, but he's gone with dress tennis shoes.
Look at his
You realize the
wardrobe.
bear could have snapped that little
Oh,
twig
my
leg
goodness.
and drug him off to the woods.
Yeah, Mike's been skipping leg day.
Hey, don't look over here.
What? I'm just.
It may just be
Hey, back on Mike,
It may
and
be
Mike
generic.
looks like Greg. Let's stay there.
Sometimes you can just work as hard as you can work. You
Yeah, I know. That's all I can do.
It's genetics. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Remember, don't watch the head, watch the hip.
That's it.
It's Henry the Horse. Henry, come on out, baby. Hey, Henry, yeah. Watch out. Look out,
Henry, you're stomping a purse.
Henry the Horse.
See, I just walked all over that lady's purse.
I saw that, Henry. You okay, buddy?
That's no lady, that's Jennifer's.
Hey, Henry.
Hey guys, just want to say what's up to Jimmy Hale and Buffalo Bill. It's
No,
great to have
that's
you
not
guys
their
in
name.
studio.
That's not their names, Henry.
Oh, well, great. Now I feel like a jackass.
There he is, dejected, he's leaving.
Everybody say with me. Oh, what a horse. Oh, thanks, guys, for spinning the wheel. Tony, Tim, great work. Congratulations to our winners.
That was excellent.
Oh, that was funny. Wheel of Meat, we'll unplug it and put it back up for another week. Speedy, can we leave it on for the rest of the show? Don't you want to stay on?
No, I love it, Rick.
At least for the rest of the
Bother me.
show. Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big. Still much to do on the Rick and Bubba Show. Don't forget, the next Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge will be Monday. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Wacky world.
How bizarre.
Well, now, well, I'll tell you, it's if you're gonna strike fear in everybody, I just don't think that's the way to go. I mean,
An army of turtles.
army of
Oh, no,
snakes,
not
army-
turtles.
Yeah, anything. Turtles.
I mean, if you
and keep on, I'm going to back that up with some bunnies.
You know what you say though?
Yeah,
if there's a call for an army of turtles, you know what you tell everybody? We've got time.
That's true.
We got time to get
we
ready.
Get away from
we
turtles.
can adapt.
We listen. I think we haven't built it. We got time.
Think about this. This doesn't even scare you. Turtles on planes.
Yeah. No.
You know? I mean, it doesn't even scare you.
So he said that he is going to use his army of turtles to destroy everyone.
Mm-hmm.
And they said when they went to arrest him and he got back to police headquarters, he pounded on the walls and glass before leaving the stations. Found him later in the parking lot of a 7-Eleven, where he allegedly cussed out the customers and called 911. Boy, what he said to the officer, Greg, this will absolutely own you.
Oh, boy.
When the officer got there to get him again, he said that you need to leave because you'll be sorry that you effed with a saint. The saint. So, and he'll unleash, I guess. I'd like to know what kind of turtles. Is it snapping turtles?
Right.
Did it ever hit him
Ninja
that
turtles?
maybe a saint wouldn't use that language?
No, probably not, Bo.
Well,
probably not. So about
What if
this,
he did have a pack of Ninja Turtles?
but can you? If it's not Ninja Turtles, guys, you can't walk around saying "Don't mess with it, guys." He's got an army of
turtles. Look out! Here they come.
because he can't be
They're
snapping.
still coming.
He can't be snapping turtles. They can't get out of the water for any long period of time.
loggerhead.
So I guess it'd have to be what the box turtles. I love box turtles.
Yeah, they
I wouldn't
just close that door and hide.
Yeah.
You know how they get in their shell,
Yeah,
close the door.
I love to find old box turtles.
Oh, when we were kids, we found a box turtle. We thought we had some.
We did.
Then we tried to keep it, and it would
Did you ever
die.
get bit by one?
No,
not a box
I
turtle.
didn't either.
And snapping turtle came close one time. We didn't know. We were stupid little kids, and we caught. Remember that day? We caught a big old snap. Well, we didn't know it's not a land turtle.
Yeah.
It was crossing from the creek to the other side or something. So we throw it in a cage and leave it out there. And of course, it died because it didn't need to be in water.
That's right.
It's 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Hey. As we work our way back, is your company about to make a hire? You got an opportunity out there? Would you like to get in front of the most qualified people so you don't waste your time interviewing some Nimrod? Well, here's what you need to do. Go to linkedin.com/Bubba. We're going to give you an opportunity to post your opportunity for free. LinkedIn.com/Bubba. You can go there and use their purple hashtag hiring. Hey, I'm hiring. They put that out there. They give you screening questions and some other simple tools to make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and the experience so you can quickly prioritize. These are the ones we want to interview. And then we get down to the best of the best, and we pull the best candidate out, which becomes an asset to our company. There's nearly 50 million job seekers that visit LinkedIn.com/Bubba every week. That's why small businesses rank them number one, by the way, in delivering quality hires. And that's what you want. You want a quality hire. There's nothing worse than the opposite of that. So go to LinkedIn.com/Bubba, LinkedIn.com/Bubba, and put them to work for you. Look for that free job post that we're offering there at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors as well. The insanity of COVID continues. I mean, some of this. One of the insane things that we continue to see now in year 3 and almost ending year 3 of a worldwide pandemic that started really for us March 1, 2020. So now we're kind of moving through almost year 3 now. And so we're still holding on to things that don't make any sense. Now, let's say that you're a person, and by golly, you're not going to move off of this mask thing. You are convinced that the mask is doing you some good and it's saving other people, and you just hate that anybody would say that masks don't do much good, if any, involving a tiny little virus. Okay, let's say that. But I think certainly it's kind of like, remember I said when the abortion debate kind of left, I thought we all agreed that life began after birth. You thought
at least we had some common agreement on that, right?
So mask or no mask, don't we all agree that if you're on Zoom that you can't infect anybody else?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and your own bedroom, it looks like.
And if you're in your own room on Zoom, there would be no need for a mask. Would everybody agree with that? I mean, is there any science that says no, you can shoot it through the Zoom
electronically?
Yeah, and somebody can fire it back to you.
Rather be safe than sorry, Rick.
So this is just all pretend. It's all propaganda. So now Whoopi is going to check in with the View to let everybody know she's persevering through a cold, okay, and she's wearing a mask on Zoom. So here
nobody else is in there.
Here it is.
I have COVID. I just have COVID. I'm still testing positive. Apparently,
Well, that's on your chin.
I have to have a clear test before I can come back. So I can't wait to get back and hang out. But until then, it's me and my mask, and I'm sort of confined to my room.
Why you got a mask on?
Why are you wearing
Let's
a
say
mask
masks
in
work.
your room?
There's no one in there.
That's what I said. Even if you're a masked person, this is insane. Nobody can say, "I'll tell you that, Whoopi."
Yeah,
And what
and it's
she's
the
doing.
disposable store-bought mask, so it's not even the right
It's just
kind.
totally.
And she took it down.
Let's just
Insane.
She took it down, put it on her chin.
Let's just
What
say
are
she
we
has
doing?
a handler or the View staff came and set her Zoom up, and she had it on because they were in a room or whatever. She
Yeah.
doesn't even have the right kind on. But then when they step out, she can take it off. It just doesn't make any sense.
And let me go back to this too.
I'm just saying, she might not even have anybody
We
there.
also learned early on. The doctor was telling me about my son, the first member of our family that ever got the original, and the work kept telling him, you got to test. You let's test you again. And the doctor told me then he's going to keep testing positive because was it RNA? Whatever his body still has it.
Yeah.
And that's what this test is looking for.
Right.
So it doesn't mean he's still contagious if he keeps testing. Once a certain amount of time has passed, they're not contagious anymore. Right. But testing doesn't do any good because if you still have it, it's still going to come up on that test. So anyway, it's as if that Whoopi and that bunch they haven't moved from 2020.
And did I read correctly? Because she's vaxxed to the max because they require it.
Oh yeah,
it's the third time she's had it.
I know she's had it more than once. I don't know.
Like third time.
Yeah, so
I think vax to the max. We need to keep.
That's good. But Greg, you know what the vax people will still keep telling you? Yeah, but
vax.
It would have been real bad if I wasn't vaxxed. Mm-hmm. Now they ignore all the people like us that have not been vaccinated, and we don't have a hard time with it either. They conveniently ignore that. Somehow they've declared that if they weren't max vax, they would have had a terrible time with it. I don't know. I guess it just makes them feel better for doing it. I don't know what this is about. But we also need to talk about Biden on this note. So let's go to 1A and B, Adler. Just let me know when you're ready. First of all, we got to pick up that Biden tells everybody that they don't need to tell on him because he's not wearing a mask, even though his wife has tested positive. Of course, there's really no science that he should be wearing a mask. But anyway, here he is letting everybody know that they don't need to tell on him. Here we go.
Hello, everybody. I'm explaining to the press. I've been tested again today. I'm clear across the board. But they keep telling me because this has to be 10 days or something, I got to keep wearing it. But don't tell them I didn't have it on when I walked in.
All right, now take that. Now take 1B. Here's Karine Jean-Pierre saying the reason why the Biden zipped off the stage after the Medal of Honors, he was trying to protect everybody from COVID. All right, so here we go.
That makes a lot
The
of
president took off his mask, as I said he would, to deliver incredibly powerful remarks about this captain, Captain Taylor, and what he did in service to our nation, and he wanted to honor the captain. And for a brief time afterwards, he also didn't have his mask on, as you just laid out, and he left as planned, as it was planned. He left when there was a pause in the program in order to minimize his close contact with attendees who are about to participate in a reception. And as you all reported that, noticed that he left when there was a pause in the program because, again, he wanted to minimize certainly his impact on folks who were there.
Good gracious!
That's why
so we're supposed to believe
on
that.
his way out.
How does it feel?
Do you have to wear
shovel
ice
so much?
Yeah. Do you have to wear
You
ice
think her back's
skates to
sore?
spin that much? You think?
Good gracious! Does anybody believe that garbage?
What in the world?
Clearly, he was lost. He heard everybody clapping and started going out. Nobody else knew where he was going. The Secret Service guy panicked. The guests were panicking.
In her defense, they had to come up with something. Somebody had to. They got together and said, "Look, here's how we're going to spend this." She's probably thinking, "I got to read this." Yeah, I'm sorry, you do.
Go out there
That's your
and
job.
say this.
Yeah, it's the best we can do.
Also on COVID, and it's not a whole story and that worth getting into. We don't have a lot of time, but Howard Stern admits that he is neurotic and terrified of COVID, and his wife is tired of it. And he said, I haven't even ever got it. And he goes, I know that I'm relatively safe, but I just want you to know that I'm terrified of COVID. I don't want to get it. And last night, my wife basically started yelling at me because she's tired of how neurotic I am about it.
Well, here's the good news. This latest version, even by testing in overseas companies, they're saying it's not as bad. It's not. You're not as apt to get it, and it doesn't last as long.
Yeah. So it's not anything to fear. Nobody likes to be sick, but it's not worth fearing. And I love that he said his wife's tired of it. She's basically said you are completely over the top with this. Who are you, Whoopi Goldberg?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That and crawfish.
Yeah, that was it.
They died too. They climbed out.
Yeah,
found them in the yard.
Yeah, crawfish can get out of something, by the way.
They can get out of an igloo styrofoam cooler.
Yeah. You know what I said to that one? You almost made it. He was trying to get to the creek so bad. Another wacky world story. This is in Pennsylvania. They say that somebody in Lower Allen Township in Pennsylvania has stolen $21,000 worth of panties from a Victoria's Secret.
Panties.
$21,000. And Bubba,
that stuff's expensive. That ain't that many panties. Not as many as you'd think.
It was at the Capital City Mall about 3:00. So they're looking, and of course, as Bubba said, and he's right, boy, the ultimate panty raid. I mean, this one. $21,000, but as you said,
on
I
the
guess
old black market.
Say, look out!
God, there's a guy. Look, he's selling panties out of the back of his car. You wouldn't believe the price.
Yeah, is this some
These
kind
are nice ones?
Is this some kind of weird fetish, or is he going to turn them into a profit?
I think he's turning them either that, or he's a sicko.
You know what it's going to be?
Well,
you walk over to his car. He lifts up like they do with those watches and these fake Rolex.
Yeah.
You want some panties?
Have you seen these panties and bras?
I don't think you can convince any woman to buy her undergarments out of your car.
Hey, Rick, these are Victoria's Secret.
Got Victoria's Secret over here.
Right.
Or it could
in
be
the trunk of that beer.
It could be opposite, and he could be like the beer guy at the games where he's like beer, whatever. He could be saying panties, just screaming it.
Well, if you do that, they'll come get you like they did the Saint. You know, you and the Saint gonna be in the same jail.
Hey, keep messing with the Saints.
Yeah, you keep hollering that in the street, Speedy. They're gonna call somebody. Right here.
Box of panties.
Half off. And everybody thinks never been worn. Sorry about that.
Low mileage.
Right. You can't say half off.
No, you can't.
Then you'll be part of the hashtag.
That's true. You cannot.
We can't.
All right. So moving on, a little wacky celebrity news. Chris Hemsworth, better known as Thor, the superhero.
Yeah.
He admitted on Jimmy Kimmel that he took his daughter to Disneyland and she wanted to ride the Tower of Terror, and she's 6 years old and she wasn't quite tall enough. And, like everybody wants to be a super dad. Of course, I'd like to tell Chris there's probably a reason they have a height.
Yeah, because you'll slip out of one of those harnesses or something.
So she got so upset that he wanted to be super dad, and he admitted that he took Snicker bars, put them in her shoes, and had her put her shoes back on, and she was tall enough.
That is pretty creative.
Well, she must have been right on the borderline.
Well, she must not weigh much. It seems like that would just squash the candy bar down, and you'd have a chocolate foot on your hands.
I'm with you.
At the end of the ride.
Yeah,
the foot was kind of melted.
It said that it required her to be 40 inches tall. It doesn't tell us in the story how close she was. It couldn't have been much. Like you said, she couldn't weigh a lot.
I'm sure they were king-size Snickers.
Now, I'm confused, Rick. Which one is he? There's two brothers.
He's Thor.
Right? He's the one that plays Thor.
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah,
which
the one
one
there.
married
His
Miley
younger
Cyrus?
brother.
That's his brother.
Yeah.
Okay.
Isn't it?
I did not know that. I did not know that.
Or is it him?
I think it is. No,
Now,
it's
what
not
is his
him.
brother? What does his
Aren't they
brother play
brothers?
in? Yeah, what does his brother play in?
I have no idea. I'm out of the loop
I've seen him
on
in
this
movies.
this part. All I know is this guy's Thor. That's all I know. And that he put Snicker bars in his girl's shoes. That's all I know. I don't know anything about his brother and Miley Cyrus and
Isn't
all
that
that.
his brother that married him?
Greg, I don't know. I just told you I didn't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
You just asked me again.
Rick,
I said I
straight
didn't
up.
know, and you said, wasn't that him? I just told you I didn't know.
Well, you might have came to you.
No.
And
I don't have any idea.
After second thought.
Right.
Which one is it? Good night.
Yeah.
There's a lot of them.
Right.
A lot of Hemsworth.
Right. You know what? So that's it. How would you like to be the person, though, that looks down and says, hey, look, a couple of sticker bars. Somebody left.
I think it's Thor's daughter. Luke, Liam, and Chris.
Liam said she's married.
I'm not familiar with the
Yes.
Hemsworth brothers. I
She's
don't
married
know
to the
them.
Liam one.
She is. Have we cleared it up?
I didn't know there was a third one.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, everybody knows him. That's old man Hemsworth's boy. We'll be back. Bottom of the hour. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So she is with an organization that is trying their best to talk with minorities and convince them that no political party owns them, and they should think for themselves and look at the things that both parties offer, and then make a decision on what party they think they should be associated with. As somebody said, I heard a commentator say just in the last week, and I thought, and it was brutal. It was brutal. But it was accurate. He said, if you ever want to know what happened to the old Ku Klux Klan, just be African American and refuse to vote Democrat. You'll find them. They'll come back. And I thought, wow, that's a brutal statement, but there's sadly some truth there. He goes, so they're just hidden still in the same party that produced them to begin with. But just be African American and don't be a Democrat. And if you ever wonder what happened to the old Klan, it'll rise up again.
Can I ask a question? Why is she testifying before this committee? I'm gray as to why she is.
White nationalism is what they're claiming they're taking on, and they're trying to accuse her of what you'll hear in this. They're going to play a cell phone message of something that she allegedly said on her cell phone, which she gets angry because they're trying to pull out a little part of her conversation. And another thing I want you to realize, if you're watching and listening to this hearing, you'll also discover that right now in the political world, people go in before these committees, and based on what political party they represent, they have a foregone conclusion, and they're not really there to hear you explain yourself and then possibly change their minds. They don't even listen, and she catches them like, you're not even listening to me.
Yeah. Now, to your point, Rick, it is a cell phone that he plays the message, but the remarks are from a conference that she spoke at.
Okay.
Just to clear that up.
And she is part of a group. What's it called?
I don't know. What is her speed? I know she's a big proponent of Blexic.
Right.
Time for another hour, folks, and we are thankful that you are here as we come to you from the No Name Studio, living on the bleeding edge of technology. We come to you from Sweet Home, Alabama, and we go out to the world on various platforms, whether it be the Rick and Bubba Radio Network, our affiliates all across the country, whether it be our TuneIn app streaming live, whether it be our YouTube channel streaming live, or maybe the archive options, which can also be found on our YouTube channel and also our podcast channel, including a best of hour provided for you on your own time that can be audio, or you can watch it on Blaze TV. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Show is a federally protected trademark.
That,
we just thought you'd want to know.
We got it.
Thank you, Ken.
All rights reserved.
Thank you, Ken, for all of you at Trade Day with those bootleg Rick and Bubba shirts. So, Bubba, as we start this hour, is it possible when you start looking at the rebranding of Bud Light, think of all the things that have happened in our lifetime when you get to go back and you talk to everybody. I mean, it looks like our generation will be able to talk to our grandkids and say, do you realize at one time that Bud Light was America's favorite beer? Mm-hmm. And they'll look at us and say, Papa, you must be kidding.
Like for 20 years in a row.
Right, yeah. And so it's taken a public relations hit. I don't think that's an understatement, is it?
No, it's cost the shareholders quite a bit.
Mm.
But there's somebody who thinks that there's a lot of upside to the beer.
Yes, and one of those is one of the richest people in the world.
Billionaire investor Bill Gates sees the beer slump as an opportunity to buy.
Opportunity.
You know what they always say about the market: you buy low, sell high.
Yep.
The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation Trust, which manages the funds of the foundation that Microsoft co-founder still runs with his ex-wife, purchased 1.7 million shares of Anheuser-Busch last quarter. According to a regulatory filing, the transaction is valued, Rick, at a mere $95 million.
95 Millerinos that Bud Light will come back. Now, what I would do, as you all know, if you want to hear how my strategy usually works, I buy low and then it goes lower.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then it just goes out of business.
Yeah, that's it. So if you want to see one die, just let me go hug on it.
Rick, I'll remind you again, I personally killed AOL Time Warner.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. And
too big to fail, they said.
I have bad news, and I have bad news for those of you out there that are thinking about selling your house in the next year and a half. Horrible news for you. I'm going to sell mine.
There goes the market.
So sorry about that. I will be taking your value and destroying it.
Yes.
Not good news for the Crest.
No.
But anyway, so here's the question. Then I know that y'all dealt with this a little bit in the kickoff hour. That's been a while ago. Is this a good investment? Will we see? And Bubba, you talked about it. Now we do know that human beings will always, us included, and we've said this. We will give people a pass if we love them. We'll give celebrities a pass. We'll give sports heroes a pass. If we love people, we'll give political candidates a pass. If we love somebody, then we're willing to let some time pass and embrace them again. Will those devoted Bud Light drinkers eventually look around and say, I think it's all clear now, let's go back to Bud Light? And then Billy Gates and friends, they go to the bank.
I don't think it's a bad investment. I don't, because like we said, there was a reason it was the top beer for over 20 years. Now, I don't know why, because I don't know what makes it so special.
Right.
But it was.
Branding, I guess.
And even if you're looking for signs, and I don't know if I've never seen his statement on what was happening, but you remember Kid Rock, how vocal he was and how made this huge stand. Well, there's a picture the other day of him drinking a Bud Light.
Aha!
Now, I never saw his response on, hey, somebody threw the can out and I was picking it up, throw it in the trash. So but I saw the picture. He's leaning up on a rail at a place, and he had one.
Now, a lot of people say this is another reason not to drink.
So, Rick,
Bill Gates.
That's a good point. It may kick it the other way.
Here's the thing. Let's take what it is and the name off of it. Let's just look at the technical chart of where it's been, where it has gone to, and probably where it will return at some point. Okay, just be a technical analyst right now. You look at this, and there's a lot of programs. These people that have big money and do this professionally, they have programs, and they look at these things, and they get alerted all the time to something that's at a 52-week low or a 3-year low or a 4-year low, and then they analyze why is it down there and can it come back. And if you're just a technical analyst on this, it probably looks like a good buy.
Yeah, that's kind of exactly. That's the point.
That's kind of what Greg was saying. I mean, if you're him, he doesn't care.
Yeah, $95 million's nothing to him. Here's the other thing. Bud Light, according to this story, their parent company, Anheuser-Busch, has been doing a lot of surveys about their beer. They said that they surveyed 170,000 during the second quarter and found that the majority of Americans still have a favorable view of the brand and are either 80% favorable or neutral. So they're not hating it.
It's not as polarized as it was.
They're just put out with what they did. Now, here's the question. How quick they come back, I think, has a lot to do with how quick the president of Anheuser-Busch and the Bud Light bunch comes in and says, we messed up. They've not done that yet because they don't want to run off the Dylan Mulvaney crowd because, honestly, that's all they got right now. But they'd rather have everybody and just get out of that. But how do you do that? Do you just let time heal it, or do you come back and say we messed up, or what do you do?
I noticed something while I was in New York City. I was in the city.
Yes.
And I noticed something because the number one seller right now is, how you say it?
Modelo.
Is it
Modelo?
Did you say Moderna?
Yeah,
Moderna.
no,
that's the vaccine.
Modelo, who is also Rick, who is also owned by Anheuser-Busch.
Okay, so Modelo, they say. So, as you said,
I'm Baptist. I don't know.
Right. Well,
It's a Mexican.
by the way, somebody with a good one sent me a picture of them drinking Field of Greens out of a wine glass, and they said, "I'm clear, I'm non-denominational." But listen, let me tell you what's funny. Okay, by the way, they were looking over the mountains too. It was pretty cool. But anyway, so when we were there, obviously, when we had the rehearsal dinner, we were at a restaurant, and we had one of those rooms where you can have everything. And I noticed that, like, when the reception afterwards at these places, people were interacting with us, and even people within the wedding party, if they wanted to go buy alcohol from the place, they could. And so I noticed, now keep in mind, I'm in New York, not a lot of conservatives there. And I looked at the brands, and none of them were drinking Bud Light, and I thought that was interesting. I saw Modelo a lot, and I looked around, and I thought, you would think here they would almost buy it out of support.
Yeah.
But I didn't see it. But I will say this, and I know some of you out there probably won't like this, but I think all of us here are realists. I think Bud Light comes back if they'll just lay low.
Yeah, because the people who just loved it,
and they won't make any trouble. Now, don't keep doing this. If you keep doubling down, I think you're in trouble.
Yep.
If you'll just go silent, never say my bad, but kind of unofficially show to your drinkers my bad.
Yeah.
And just let it all come back. Maybe a good campaign here or there. They went to Zach Brown a little quick. That didn't work.
Yep.
Give it some time. And probably, as Greg, you said, and Bubba, it sounds like you're agreeing, probably Bill Gates has made a wise investment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, because
Bill Gates may hurt the comeback more than help.
Well, their ESG score is way on up. That the company's social, but it's like their credit score, but it's the environmental, social governance score or whatever.
I need to tell you about that. By the way, we may be impacted by that.
And but we had an emailer ask the question, and I thought this was a very good question. Will Bud Light drivers that are sponsored by Bud Light start crashing as much as Windows?
That's a good one. Gosh, that's good. Did you do that? Did you pretend that was an email?
This is Brian.
Okay.
Boy, last name scares me,
That's
Brian.
all right.
I don't think I'm going to say that.
Phone calls are next. Your comments, 866 We Be Big. Calvin Speedy Wilburn moves into the booth. We'll chat with you about what's on your mind, comments, questions, and loads of fun. Coming your way in a Rick and Bubba phone segment. Let's hear from America right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And she also is the Turning Point USA Communications Director.
No, Brexit. We're not talking about the British leaving.
That's Brexit.
That's Brexit.
Brexit.
I've explained what this organization does, and Ted Lieu, we're going to have a blast with him.
Oh, yeah, Representative Lieu.
Yeah, and they're trying to say that that Trump defends nationalism, which means that he also defends white nationalism. And her, as an African-American female, certainly takes issue with that, and this leads to quite an exchange, but I think an important exchange at this point in our country's history involving minorities being able to think and vote their own conscience versus being told that they belong to one party. And she takes that on loud and clear.
Yes.
So here's the part where they play the cell phone.
Yeah, the first person you're going to hear is Representative Ted Lieu, and this is courtesy of C-SPAN.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In congressional hearings, the minority party gets to select its own witnesses. And of all the people that Republicans could have selected, they picked Candace Owens. I don't know Miss Owens. I'm not going to characterize her. I'm going to let her own words do the talking. So I'm going to play for you the first 30 seconds of a statement she made about Adolf Hitler.
I agree. I actually don't have any problems at all with the word nationalism. I think that it gets, the definition gets poisoned by elitists that actually want globalism. Globalism is what I don't want. So when you think about, whenever we say nationalism, the first thing people think about, at least in America, is Hitler. He was a National Socialist, but if Hitler just wanted to make Germany great and have things run well, okay, fine. Problem is that he had dreams outside of Germany. He wanted to globalize. He wanted everybody to be German, everybody to be speaking German.
All right, so my first question is to Ms. Hirschenoff.
Big deal.
Ms. Owens said, quote, if Hitler just wanted to make Germany great and have things run well, okay, fine. The problem is that he had dreams outside of Germany. So when people try to legitimize Adolf Hitler, does that feed into white nationalist ideology?
It does, Mr. Liu. I know that.
I'm gonna jump
Ms.
forward.
Owens
She talks,
distanced
and then
herself.
that's another lady on the
Yes,
panel.
I think it's pretty apparent that Mr. Liu believes that black people are stupid and will not pursue the full clip in its entirety. He purposely presented an extracted clip.
The witness will suspend for a moment. It is not proper to refer disparagingly or to a member of the committee. The witness will not do that again.
This is Nadler.
Witness may continue.
Sure, even though I was called despicable.
Witness may not refer to a member of the committee as stupid.
I didn't refer to him as stupid. That's not what I said. That's not what I said at all.
You idiot.
You didn't listen to what I said.
Look.
May I continue?
Stay with it.
Please.
Stay with it.
As I said, he is assuming that black people will not go pursue the full 2-hour clip. And he purposefully he cut off, and you didn't hear the question that was asked of me. He's trying to present as if I was launching a defense of Hitler in Germany, when in fact, the question that was asked of me was pertaining to whether or not I believed that whether or not I believed in nationalism, and that nationalism was bad. And what I responded to was that I do not believe that we should be characterizing Hitler as a nationalist. He was a homicidal, psychopathic maniac that killed his own people. A nationalist would not kill their own people. That is exactly what I was referring to in the clip, and he purposely wanted to give you a cut-up similar to what they do to Donald Trump to create a different narrative. That was unbelievably dishonest, and he did not allow me to respond to it, which is worrisome and should tell you a lot about where people are today in terms of trying to drum up narratives. By the way, I would like to also add that I work for Prager University, which is run by an Orthodox Jew. Not a single Democrat showed up to the embassy opening in Jerusalem. I sat on a plane for 18 hours to make sure that I was there. I'm deeply offended by the insinuation of revealing that clip without the question that was asked of me.
Come on, Prager, you.
Look, they have nothing to say.
Thanks, Mrs. Owens, and I yield the remainder of my...
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, Lou got quiet there all of a sudden, didn't he?
What about old
him and Nadfish?
Yeah, what about old Nad and his gavel?
Well,
Got
this goes back to anything.
Not listening, not even paying attention to what's going on.
If
You're not going to call anybody stupid.
You try to tie somebody to somehow praising Adolf Hitler, so that makes him a bad person. And what she was saying, and what very clearly she was saying, that yes, to some degree, Adolf Hitler was a nationalist, but that was not the evil part of Adolf Hitler. It was the fact he was a homicidal maniac and tried to take over the world. That was the bad part. Look, I think everybody who puts the flag of their country, holds it up and says
And here we go, 21 minutes past the hour. Everybody ready? Here we go, phone troll time. 30 seconds a pop, largest number of people, shortest amount of time. Go. Calvin Speedy Wilburn is on the phones, and the buzzer's ready to keep the line moving. Hello, buzzer. At 30 seconds, the buzzer will sound. No meaningless shout-outs, shameless plugs, no baby predictions, none of that. We continue. Let's start with John out of Missouri. John's got 30 seconds on Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
All right, yeah, I probably won't support Bud Light just because I know behind the scenes they still support it, so I'll never drink that. But yesterday you were talking about owners fighting back. Mm-hmm. Well, the thing is, even criminals don't like to be ripped off either. So, I mean, that's why I wanted to bring up there. But as far as Bud Light goes, I'll never support the drinking of that product again.
Now, how are the criminals being ripped off?
I didn't understand.
Criminals don't like being ripped off either. So, I mean, people fighting back.
Oh,
okay. Continuing.
I got you.
Did you?
Do you?
Can you?
Yeah.
So he's saying fighting back, it's going to rip them off of what they think they're getting away with. It was a circle, but I saw what he was trying.
So
at least I
it.
think that.
If you followed it, I'm really kind of impressed. I mean, because I thought that's
I had to come up with something, right?
I didn't. Is he saying? Well, all right. We continue.
So in a criminal's mind,
right,
their job is stealing things.
Right.
So if your job is stealing things, and you think honestly in your mind, in your twisted view of it, once I steal it, I've earned it. And then you steal it back, I've been ripped off.
But who's stealing it back?
The owners by fighting back.
Okay.
Is he going to drink Bud Light or not?
Right. He's a no on that. He's a no.
Look, I tried to
Right.
connect some dots.
Okay.
That's all I could come up with.
Okay. Stephanie in New Market, Alabama. Stephanie, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just wondering what it means when you guys say we ain't got no band, Randy.
We ain't got no band, Randy. That is from Sling Blade, the movie. That is a quote. There was
Noel Hargreaves.
There was a guy named Randy that
was in Dull's band.
And
he claimed they didn't have
and Dull got mad about how life was going, and Randy started talking about what about the band, and finally Dull just said, "We ain't got no band, Randy."
Yeah.
So,
what we need is some paying gigs.
Right. So it comes from the movie Sling Blade. We continue. Let's go to Allen, Nashville, Tennessee. Allen, go ahead. 30 seconds.
First of all, congratulations to Stephanie on a phone call while skydiving. We recently had a rash of bears outside of Nashville area, and we had something similar to your video outside. We was having a cookout, and I went out there and I went, "Well, that thing's 6 feet tall and covered with hair." So I yelled, "Get! Now you get!" And he ran off into the woods.
So you did run him off.
Yeah, rough talked him.
Rough talked him up.
I rough talked him. He went right back up that pipe, right?
He had 6 fingers.
He had 6 fingers and 6 toes. Let's go to Jerome, North Carolina.
Hi.
Go ahead.
What's going on, Rick?
I'm good, man. I hope you're all right.
Yeah, I'm doing fine. Hey, did y'all know anything about the Pilot truck stop getting looted the other day?
No, I did not. Nothing about it. Somebody looted a truck stop. Now that's brave criminals.
No, yeah, that's in. It was in Birmingham, off of Arkadelphia Road in Finley.
I did not know that. No, did they get away with it?
Well, you can go.
Yeah, we'll have to look at that.
I have tons of beef jerky.
I started to say I have another question. What are you getting away with at a truck stop?
Beef jerky.
Well, you got some of them antennas in there.
Right.
Radios.
You need a CB antenna?
Yeah, right.
You need a whip?
Z93, Albertville, Alabama. Ken standing by. Ken,
what
go
about
ahead.
some wipes? You could get that.
could.
Some peanuts?
After listening to Biden and trying to carry on the conversation, I think I figured out why Hunter Biden's a drug addict. Hey, that's the only way you can figure out what his daddy's saying.
I'm telling you. I agree. Thanks,
you know,
Ken.
he's in the news, too. The special prosecutor.
I saw that.
Alluded, he didn't officially do it, but alluded that he's going to charge him by the end of the month. We'll see.
Look, I keep hearing this, we're going to get Hunter Biden. Ain't nobody going to get Hunter Biden. I mean, that's like somebody saying we're going to get the Clintons. And we found the emails. I mean, come on. We continue. Let's go to Sam in Florence, WLAY. Sam, go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen. I wanted to bring up something that occurred, kind of goes with the Bush or the light beer this morning.
Yep.
But on Thursday, whatever it was, the Mississippi legislature gentleman that was elected, the openly gay gentleman, in that presentation, I don't know if some of you saw it, but they were flying what basically they've taken an American flag, leaving the stars, the blue and white as the stars, but they've replaced our.
Uh-oh. I didn't hear that.
Yeah, Helmsy had already given his time.
mine.
Yeah,
I thought he was going to get it in.
Yeah, I have not. No, I'm not familiar with that story. Sorry. We continue. Lee in North Carolina. Lee, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Actually, it's North Alabama, and I just got tickled because I'm as conservative as they come, but only in Alabama will our state senator quote Ricky Bobby.
You know, I thought the same thing. I thought, we just talked about the stereotypes of the cousin story, and the senator from Alabama used a movie quote from Ricky Bobby and Talladega Nights.
Well, it was a good one.
Exactly.
Yeah, that was perfect. Let's go to Justin out of Jasper, Alabama. Justin, go ahead.
Hey, man, I've got a band called Runaway Rhonda, and we're going to be playing at the Tin Roof tonight and hanging out with Speedy. So, unlike Randy, we do got a band.
We ain't
and we're
got
looking
no
forward to
band, Justin. Justice? Is it Justice?
Runaway Rhonda.
Hey, look, keep an eye on Speedy and be sure he's not drinking Bud Light.
Yeah, call him
Hey,
up there.
I'm gonna keep a real close eye on him. I ain't gonna let him be drinking none of that.
Yeah, right. I mean, just keep an eye on it. Well, I hope you have a good time tonight, and thanks for calling.
That's funny. That's a funny name.
Of course, I wonder what the background is.
There's got to be a story.
Greg, you think there's no story goes with that one? But if they make it big, they get to tell it because everybody else wants to know what's the name.
They do.
If you make it big, or if they make it big, with the first thing the guy says is, "We got to have another name."
True.
Yeah,
happens a lot.
Yeah.
Clean it up.
Clean it up a little bit. So anyway, 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Don't forget what he's talking about. If you're in Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK is having a one of their was it sundown concerts or whatever going on tonight, and Speedy will be there in Birmingham
performing
New Country Nights at Tin Roof. So
Tin Roof,
and the headliner tonight is going to be Dalton Dover. So and apparently that band is going to be the opening act, Runaway Rondo or something like that.
Yeah, Runaway Rondo.
That's good, Justice. Thanks for calling.
Run away.
All right, we'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We got more stories to cover on the program today. Probably get some more of your phone calls in too before we're done. We'll come back and we'll continue to unpack them when the Rick and Bubba show continues. We'll come back right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pledge of Allegiance is a nationalist to some degree.
Yeah, she also said that he wasn't. You can't really call him a nationalist because if he would have done things that would define that, but when he went to kill and murder his own people, then he would at that point also cease to be a nationalist.
Yeah,
correct?
I think that would disqualify you as a nationalist because by my definition, nationalist is you're looking after your people first and then the rest of the world. And it doesn't mean the rest of the world has to suffer. It just means that your people do not suffer on behalf of some globalistic idea.
And the rest of the world doesn't have to come under your country's rule.
Right.
The other part I love is when that idiot with the gavel wasn't even listening to her, showing that he wasn't going to listen to her response, and just half heard her say stupid and thought she called the person questioning her stupid. And when she said, no, you weren't listening to me, and he just shrugged his shoulder, didn't apologize.
No.
I said that this man must think that all black people are stupid.
Yeah.
Because he thinks that we can't think for ourselves, and we
wouldn't go listen to the whole clip.
And she went on to say that when she was talking, and I think this needs to be said loud and clear, a race of people doesn't belong to any political party.
Yeah, that was another clip that she said is that exactly that, and she went on to say some other things. Boy, there was a number of mic drop moments. In
First
this
off,
hearing.
the congressman.
Well, you saw why she's being attacked, because she's an African American woman that won't agree with the party that says you belong to us. Which could anything be more offensive?
I'm shocked that congressman played that clip. It was totally out of context, and even what was said was true. It didn't make her a bad witness.
Top of the hour. If you're leaving us today, we've enjoyed our time together. If you have more Rick and Bubba, we'll do a top of the hour break, and we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I'm a catch.
Bring a picture over here of her.
Maybe get together, watch a little WrestleMania.
Tell you what we might
Possibly.
do, Greg. Once we do this, we'll go through. We'll read a few scriptures, then we'll turn on WWE.
Yeah, then we'll be there for the main event.
Yeah,
right. We got that. So
we're waiting, Scott.
All right.
Yeah,
Is he going to show you?
He's hitting buttons.
what you
over
got?
there.
All right. Bubba's the first one to see it. Speedy has to go over and look. And
What do you think?
Interesting. Is this?
Well,
hold on. I can tell what your interesting is by looking. Let me see if I.
Speedy's gonna say interesting no matter what.
No, yeah, good. No chance, Gunner.
Definitely not now.
No, I'm kidding.
Definitely not now.
I'm kidding.
What did you say?
I was joking.
Well,
I was joking.
Okay.
If you grow that beard back, you may close the deal.
So, do y'all have plans to get together or what?
We're still getting to know each other.
No, you're not really, because
you're not.
You've never been around each other.
But I think you. I just feel like you need to get face to face.
I mean, I'm from a different era. I get it.
Yeah,
I'm from another planet.
Yeah.
Where you actually went up to humans and spoke to them.
I know. It happens. Yeah.
It's crazy.
Well, I mean, it's certainly, we all love technology, but at some point, you have to deal with reality, and reality is when you're actually sitting at a table looking at somebody.
Oh, yeah.
In that world, because again, I know a part. How long does it go along electronically? If you haven't met
a good question.
At a certain point, do you go, okay, it's not going to work?
Well, see, that
when
depends.
should you be alarmed if you never see her in person, time-wise?
It depends on the situation, because, I mean, obviously, there's some red flags that can be thrown up that you could be like, okay, this person might be a man.
Yeah, that would be a deal breaker problem.
So,
these are things you have to wade through.
Yeah,
I get it. See, I know I'm old now.
I thought you were
going
to hit a few other points before you got to maybe she's a man.
Right.
That's on top of the list.
In today's world.
Yeah, I guess.
Do you think you're talking to that person you just showed me?
Come on with that. 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba still here, swinging, loving it. Breathing in the southern wind. So as we work our way back, let me point you to carshield.com, and those of you that have listened, you're glad. Those of you who haven't, well, if your automobile no longer has a warranty, when that baby breaks down, your plan is, I tell you what's you better get that check out, because you're about to stroke one. But carshield.com/Bubba says, look, get a protection plan with them, and then if it's covered repair, they'll pay the ASE certified mechanic that you choose directly. 24/7 roadside assistance is available. Courtesy towing available. Rental car set up, ready to go, available. So get all that done, and then you can drive with peace of mind. Look, we're completely dependent on our automobiles. Completely dependent. Got to have them. Nothing worse when we can't get from point A to point B. Okay, traveling with us is a way of life. So the automobile, if it's down, I got to have a plan to keep on going. And also don't want to be stuck with some giant financial windfall. So put them to work for you. Go to carshield.com/Bubba. We'll get you 20% off the protection plan. You can call them 1-800-451-7776. Get them on the phone, mention Bubba. That'll also get you 20% off. So, all right, Bubba, a couple things to discuss. You and I, the guys, the whole team, and people that can walk around and chew gum at the same time, all are perplexed by the notion of an unsecure border. We don't understand it. We can't.
I really don't.
I don't know why that would upset anyone to have a secure border. We do have a legal immigration system. I'm all for making it smoother and more fair, and if we can expedite these that are wonderful people that want to come here and be an asset to our country, and maybe our country be a new way of life for them. I'm all about that. But if you have a border that isn't secure, you do not have a country. You have problems. You're certainly not going to get some of the issues they claim that we should all be terrified of. You can't terrify me on one hand and leave my border open on the other, because I think you must not really be afraid of it. Because there's all kinds of issues with having a border that's wide open.
Yeah, it's been a problem, and Texas is trying to deal with it on their own because the federal government will not. Governor Greg Abbott
supposed to
has deployed Operation Lone Star, and this has to do with several ways they're trying to secure their border. One was putting these big orange buoys out in the Rio Grande to prevent people from crossing. You remember that? And of course, it immediately drew criticism from the president, the DOJ, Mexico, everybody else. Everybody that should be caring that we don't have a secure border But obviously they don't. And so now we have a federal judge. He's weighed in. He's ordered Texas to remove the floating buoys from the Rio Grande no later than September the 15th. Texas installed the buoy barrier near the border town of Eagle Pass with anchors in the riverbed. Eagle Pass is part of a border patrol sector that has seen the second highest number of immigrants crossing this year, about 270,000. Okay?
What a number. What a number.
The buoys brought a swift legal challenge from the U.S. Department of Justice. It accused Texas of putting a barrier on the international boundary without permission. President Biden's administration also said the water barrier raised humanitarian and environmental concerns.
What?
Environmental concerns.
What? How?
Now keep in mind, all of them camping on the bank and all the trash and crap we've seen on TV.
Human waste
has nothing to do with environmental concerns, but these orange balls are doing it.
Yeah, relieving themselves in the water around the banks. That we're not concerned about that at all. It's the buoys that are a problem. I don't understand it. I really don't. And Governor Abbott says he doesn't either. He said today's court decision merely prolongs President Biden's willful refusal to acknowledge that Texas is rightfully stepping up to do the job that he should have been doing all along. That's what I wanted to ask you. The federal government, that's one of the few things the Constitution calls them to do.
Yep.
And now, of course, they won't do it, but then they do things the Constitution does not give them the power to do. But they're supposed to provide us a secure border. It's in the Constitution. So if they won't meet their constitutional obligation, then the Abbotts of the world are saying, well, then the state will do it. And so when we're sitting here, shouldn't the ruling be, if you ruled by the Constitution, if I'm a federal judge, shouldn't the ruling be, hey, Abbott, you really can't do the buoy thing, but Biden administration, you should put them there. You are supposed to secure the border. You're in the wrong. And then if you're not going to do it, you've almost forced states in this position. The ruling really should be against the federal government, and they should be demanded to provide the security the Constitution tells they're supposed to.
That was the exact point I was going to say. It looks like Texas is on the defensive here. I think they ought to turn around and prosecute the federal government for dereliction of duty.
Bingo.
And force them to do it, force them to pay for it, because obviously they're not doing it now. You can't just sit here and let people invade the country. And that's what this is. Rick, you would have a hard time mobilizing an army to put 270,000 people over a border. That would be a monstrous event.
Are you? What's this word?
I don't know. It's a big thing.
You've took monstrous and monstrosity, and you've combined them, my friend.
That's how big it is.
I know.
That's how big it is.
That's a big one.
I like that word, by the way.
I do too. That's a big one.
There's so much passion.
That's big.
Stumbled right into
it. I like how you put the brakes on, tried it again, just couldn't get the car down there.
Wasn't happening.
I think they ought to go on the offensive with this.
Well, and you're clear about that.
Yeah. I mean, good night.
Am I not? You're saying it. Are we not right about this Constitution?
I think so.
I mean, come on.
I think so. And all you got to do is find the right federal judge. You know, these federal judges are all over the road. You just find one that you know would lean your way. You file it there. You get in. The Supreme Court will eventually have to decide this. And I like Texas' chances if it gets to the Supreme Court.
Well, does it say that they're supposed to provide us a secure border or not?
Right. I mean, that's the point.
And they're not providing the citizens of America a secure border, and the Constitution says they should.
And the same thing is happening in Arizona. Arizona built a border wall out of these train cars here, and then Texas, they had these buoys put up, and the federal government is suing them for it.
I'm with Bubba. Let's reverse that. They've got this lawsuit going in the wrong direction.
Well,
this is crazy.
The one with the water. What they're trying to rely on is that water is international territory. You can't block it off.
Yeah,
I got you. Okay. Still, I think you're wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Putting railroad cars on our or shipping containers or whatever they're doing on our side, that's crazy.
Mm-mm.
Again, that's crazy. I don't. I can't understand anybody's logic that thinks an open border is the thing to do.
I know.
Yeah. You know, and that's one thing that Eric Adams in New York was talking about all the immigrants that are hitting New York.
Yeah.
I see where they were awarded twice the budget money that Arizona has, and Arizona's out the one fighting all this. And I get New York's big, and I mean, it's
Well,
the
yeah, that's your
largest
big
market.
boy.
I got
But when you talk about bodies coming in, now remember, New York said they wanted them because they were a sanctuary city.
Right.
When you talk about bodies you have to tend to, people you've got to meet their needs, New York is a drop in the bucket to what Texas, Arizona, New Mexico is dealing with. I mean, not even close.
Yeah.
No, and it's it's classic leftist garbage. They love to inconvenience other people with their bleeding hearts, and they will not tolerate it if it causes them any duress.
Right.
Which means there's no conviction there.
Yeah.
If there was conviction there, you'd say, "That's you darn right, we'll take them." Right?
Yeah.
If there was conviction, well, we would love to take them, but it overruns us. But it doesn't overrun.
You can have a
these
big
border
heart.
towns in Texas and Arizona. You don't care about how it affects them.
You can
It affects them
have-
the same way.
Yeah, you'd have a big heart, but the reality is you can't provide services for these people. There's not places for them to live. There's not jobs for them to do. You're just creating a third world problem in Texas that you shouldn't have to begin with.
And you're worried about buoys in the water?
Yeah. Well, I mean, will Abbott follow the lawsuit? Will he challenge it? Will he appeal it? Will he just say we're not going to do it? I don't know. That
Yeah,
seems
he's
to be
appealing it.
the running theme now. You just go, "Nah, I ain't going to do it."
Yeah, no, he said he was appealing it.
Okay. All right. We'll come back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Another Supreme Court victory. You remember the football coach? We got an update on him today. The Washington State high school coach, some people call him the praying coach, won a Supreme Court decision in his favor, which was a win for the Constitution. We got an update on him when we come back, too. And more of your phone calls before the day is done. When the Rick and Bubba Show continues, right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yes.
You do?
So you think y'all are talking?
Yes.
Oh,
What
wow.
if you don't think
I mean,
she's using
we've moved off there to Snapchat. So.
Oh,
it's on.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, we know this one.
C-O-L-A-Cola.
Nowhere.
No.
What?
And so.
Lola.
No, you got to. You got to. But see, here's the thing. Then this could end up going nowhere.
No.
What?
And so,
Are you serious?
I'm aghast.
Yeah.
So I mean, I think it's better that it's just like communicating.
All right, let me
now.
ask you
There
this.
you go,
in
buddy.
that same vein, you got a couple other feelers out there?
She's not the only one.
Okay.
Farmers only.
Well,
Check
she may
that
be,
one out.
she may be listening.
Yeah, don't upset her.
Yeah, she, don't,
Skunk, look, can you show me your pictures?
Thank you so much,
Oh,
Bubba.
yeah. Let's
Yeah, sure. I would love.
I didn't
to.
want to pry.
I wish it would
Thank
be
you.
like.
Let's see
I hope
your
it's him in a,
Well,
in a
look,
onesie.
you're educating us because this is not,
I hope
this
it's
is
Brad
not our
Pitt.
generation.
But we don't.
What if it's Speedy?
Yeah, I've been going by this one.
No wonder my
So-
Instagram's been taken down.
My 4 best pictures. You could just scroll like this.
Oh, buddy.
These are my 4 best.
There's got to be
I
a
can't
wrestling
wait.
prop in one of them.
How do you?
I want to grab that phone so badly.
That way.
Speedy, you got to go.
I'm going.
I can't wait to see
$10. He's holding a wrestling prop in one of them.
You owe me $10, buddy.
I love this one.
Okay, so he's prepping.
That was at the Dave
Let
and
me see.
Buster's.
The Dave and Buster's.
Well, yeah.
Rick, what I'd like you to do is when you introduce Skunk when he's here, watch him
wow.
through the
He
glass.
went with
but
that one.
He'll give you a 6-gun.
That's his profile at rickybubba.com, I believe.
It is. It is.
Okay.
Oh, it's a little profile action there.
Well, what's the timeline look like, Skunk? When do you think y'all might actually get together face to face?
Next few weeks, maybe.
I got $10. She's a John Belushi fan.
I just look at the picture.
Oh, yeah. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
will be very, very interesting to you. We'll talk with Bob Stromberg with Compassion International. You know, we partner with them for the very first time, and we'll talk to him about some of the things going on. You may have questions that he'll answer today concerning Compassion International. And then later in the program, very interesting guest today, J. Warner Wallace. When this was being pitched, I was listening to this. There's some Rethink Apologetics conferences going on around the country, and we'll put those in show notes today. But and there's a lot of people that'll be speaking at that. But the thing that really hit me is, you know, I love these, you know, Lee Strobel stories where, hey, I'm a journalist and I set out to use the things that God called me to actually investigate and see if I could come up with a case that, you know, is Christianity telling the truth? Did these events really happening? Did the resurrection, you know, we got Easter weekend coming up. Did the resurrection happen? And this is a former homicide detective that has put together his ministry called Cold Case Christianity. And he's got the book Cold Case Christianity, God's Crime Scene, Forensic Faith, and also has put together a Casemakers Academy for kids. And he's using his ability to investigate things to tell you, hey, I'm telling you that what these people believe is true. And he, of course, is a follower of Christ now himself, through the skills he was given to investigate things himself. So we'll listen to the Cold Case for Christ with J. Warner Wallace coming up later in the program today. And then you can look wherever you listen to the show and watch, and you'll look at the rethinkapologetics.com. I know our church is sending our youth to go to this conference because, you know what, there's certainly we believe by faith, but it's also important to know that faith is based on a lot of evidence. It's to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. As we come back, another Rick and Bubba University, the podcast coming up. It'll come out this week, and we introduced you, I guess, several weeks ago to a friend of ours, Jordy Henson, who unfortunately has been diagnosed with ALS, but he's kind of opened the door to some of the latest research that's been going on. He's been going to the Mayo Clinic as part of some of these experimental treatments. We'll get an update on how that's going this weekend, or if you've never heard his story yet, you'll hear it for the first time on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, coming up this weekend wherever you get podcasts. Also, we'll be doing a charity charge pretty soon, also benefiting the ongoing research with ALS. So wouldn't you love for in our lifetime for that to no longer be a diagnosis that says, well, there's nothing we can really do for you. Maybe some of these drugs and some of these tests they're doing now and treatments will show some promise. We sure hope so. All right, so Bubba, speaking of the Supreme Court, and I love that this coach, and I think to your point a minute ago about the border, we're going to have to start challenging some of the stuff that constitutionally just isn't right, and make people deal with the Constitution. And one of them, and you've heard Bubba and I and the guys go on ad nauseum about the misinterpretation of the Establishment Clause in the Constitution concerning people's ability to be able to express their religious beliefs freely and publicly. So the coach got fired because he would pray on the field. Now there was no
volunteer after the game,
right? And there was no requirement for a player to participate with him. There was no one who had to convert to the coach's religious convictions. And I'll tell you one thing he sure wasn't doing was establishing a government-run religion that everybody had to abide by. No. He certainly wasn't doing that. So anyway, he can do what he did, and the Supreme Court agreed with him and said he absolutely can do what he did, and his firing was unconstitutional, and he got his job back, but now he's leaving.
Yeah, Joe Kennedy, a Washington State high school assistant football coach who won the Supreme Court battle last year, to stay on the gridiron, said Wednesday he has resigned from his position after only one game back.
Right.
In a statement sent to Fox News from the First Liberty Institute that included Kennedy's resignation letter, he claims that the school district retaliated against him after he was reinstated. Kennedy said other reasons factored into his decision to step down from his assistant football coaching job, including that he needed to care for an ailing family member out of state. He had been living full-time in Florida, and before the first game last Friday, said he didn't know if he would continue coaching. So he said they retaliated against him, but I don't see what that I don't see them listing what that was. Do you?
Well, it says I see that some of the people that they're with the First Liberty Institute, that represented him, they said that we have learned of serious allegations of retaliation against Coach Kennedy by the school district. They've done everything they can to make him feel unwelcome. We're going to investigate the situation, determine whether further legal action is necessary. So they don't give real specifics there. And he says he thinks it's best that he can just be an advocate now for constitutional freedom and religious liberty by working from outside the school system. So that's what I'm going to do. And as you said, he has a family member who's sick too. But I think what he may have said is, look, I've made my point. I'm now becoming a distraction to the football program as opposed to an asset. I have a family member that needs my attention, and I can certainly be more free to go out and advocate now for other people's religious liberties. It's almost like he said, I've made my point. I've won my case. That's the historic ruling that'll help other people. Now I'm going to not stay here and be a distraction, and I've got some personal things I need to take care of. That's what it sounds like to me.
Now, the group representing him said they've done, talking about the school district, said they've done everything they can do to make him feel uncomfortable.
Unwelcome.
But they don't really say what that is.
I'm sure it's just the environment and the way he's treated.
Yeah.
Said they're going to investigate the situation to determine whether further legal action is necessary.
Yep. So we'll see where that goes, and it's all according to how bad he was treated. But I just love the fact that everybody involved, the First Liberty Institute that you just mentioned, the coach, that they didn't lay down and take it.
Right.
And I mean, we have said this in these microphones so many times. You're going to have to start fighting some of these cases, because if you can ever get it in front of the Supreme Court, you win.
Yeah.
The Constitution is on your side.
Right.
But sometimes people are like, I don't have the money for it. I understand that.
Or the time.
Yeah, or the time, or I don't want to be ridiculed, and I got all that. But it sounds like
you open yourself and your family up to a lot of criticism from all over the country.
Sure. Also, just in football, not in Constitution, Portland State player had his ear ripped off in blowout loss to Oregon, coach says. Speaking of coaches.
What in the world? Did he get his helmet ripped off and the ear went with it?
He said, we're fine, knock on wood. We had one guy get his ear ripped off. They sewed it back on, and now they say he has a concussion. So he's out, but I think he's fine. Greg, do you think this is an exaggeration?
I don't think his ear came all the way off.
He got it sewed back on, they said.
Well, did they
He
say?
probably got some stitches under his earlobe.
He says not the whole ear, partial ear detachment.
That's what I just said.
I think it was from when he got his helmet knocked off, and I think his ear didn't come out of his helmet. So they said they hit him so hard that as his helmet was leaving his body, it tore off part of his ear.
Yeah.
That's a good lick.
Bet that hurt. Bet that hurt.
Yeah.
Now, Oregon.
No, they didn't lose, but
Oregon defeated them 81-7.
81-7.
Yeah, 57 was a halftime score.
That was halftime.
Wow.
80.
Maybe a little mismatch there.
Yeah. Oh, Bo went
I
nuts.
bet Bo had a big day, didn't he?
He did.
Greg loves Bo.
Oh, he does.
That's his boy.
Oh, baby.
Yeah.
You don't talk bad about Bo Nix.
No, I've
around
noticed
Greg.
that. I've noticed that.
He
I've
said,
noticed
"Nix
that.
me."
I know. That explains the Bo for Heisman shirt that you've
That's right.
restructured now with different colors.
Came out the
And for
gate.
some reason likes Bojangles a lot.
I do like that.
Now, I'm going to tell you,
Anything
Bojangles.
Bo.
You ever had that chicken?
That's one of his.
Oh, I know.
He'll go there.
You
That's
ever-
what he hate. That's what he had bought, Rick, when he got home and Millie had the puppies. He had Bojangles in the car, didn't you?
Yeah.
All because of Bo Nix.
I'd like to know what you go with.
Me, I go with the two-breast dinner.
He was so ready. He was so ready.
He was.
And I like them Bo-berry biscuits.
What you sides? What side you go with?
Dirty rice. Mac and cheese.
Oh, really? Yeah. Carbon up.
Yeah.
Carbon up.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'll throw a slaw in there.
You think
Like
that's
a
you a little
starch?
better?
Yeah,
That you try to do a little better with slaw?
No, I ain't going there worried about all
Where you
that.
on slaw?
They got a good fry.
I used to not like slaw. I
I
actually
didn't
like
either.
slaw.
Their fries are good.
Bubba loves
good
slaw.
fries.
Good fries.
I don't like
Bubba
slaw unless
loves
I'm
it.
starving. And then I'll
Didn't
eat
y'all
some.
see you eat
It's
it
a
one
good little
time in
mix.
Mississippi?
Well, you did over there. That was good. That was almost like dessert.
See, our mom, that slaw she made, she puts a little jalapeno in
Yeah.
it. That's a good slaw.
Let me tell you one thing, though. You better not eat too much of it.
No, it'll get you.
When it comes back, it reminds you.
Yeah.
Spicy.
Yeah.
We
Good. It's good, though.
Yeah, I've just never liked coleslaw.
I know. Well,
you
the
know,
incident.
Yeah,
You had
frustrating.
an
It
incident.
was still traumatic to this day.
You had an incident. But when it gets on you, hush puppy, and
you can't get it off. The lunchroom lady screams at you. It's bad.
Well,
Really bad.
You know the material they make hush puppies with, it just hangs on.
Autographs.
Oh, yeah.
It's like Velcro.
Yeah.
Come to me.
Little furry.
Oh
you know,
yeah,
stuff.
sure. It's
Yeah.
terrible. Awful story. I hate that story. But it does go on the list. But Greg, it goes on the list. It does, of things that we hated as children and you like as an adult.
Yeah.
You couldn't have got me to eat coleslaw. No way, no how.
Or turnip greens.
No.
And I tear them up now.
No. You love a turnip?
Yeah.
You like a collard or a turnip?
Turnip greens.
Really? You
Yeah.
don't like collards? Really? You do
I'd eat either one.
You do pepper sauce?
Oh, yeah.
Black-eyed peas?
Definitely. And cornbread.
Oh,
Boom.
yeah. Golly.
One thing I've been unmovable about is mushrooms, though. I won't touch them.
Oh, I like mushrooms.
It's a texture thing to me. I
It
think,
is,
just the
but
way it
I
looks.
give you
doesn't
that.
have very good representation.
But I like them little ones that they put like.
If
I like
steak,
mushrooms. Yeah.
If I'm gonna have a mushroom, it's got to be cut real thin. It's got to be a small one. I can't eat them big old honker ones.
No, I don't want the Rick. You talking about the portobello? I don't want the portobello.
and all that stuff.
The little bitty ones.
If you cook it right, it tastes exactly like a steak, you
No,
guys.
it does not.
It tastes
whatever.
just
It
like
does not.
steak.
That's it.
It's better than steak.
No.
Hamburger, portobello hamburger.
Yeah, better than a cheeseburger.
Terrible.
I'm hungry.
Gross. Terrible.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That you can defend what you believe. So anyway, always important. So we got that. Speaking of youth, tonight, Bubba, I know that you are complete. This has already happened for you. Speedy, you still got some work to do. Greg, you've been free. Helmsy, well, buddy, you got a long way to go. It's tonight. I will be part of what will be the last kid at the house, his last prom.
Yeah.
And
hope you're ready to take pictures. Hope you got your cameras charged up.
Oh boy! I asked Sherry last night because you remember that he's going to 2 proms this year because his girlfriend goes to one school, he goes to another. And when Sherry charged the wrong battery for the camera, I don't know what battery that was. I don't even know what it went to.
Yeah.
It'd be nice to find it. Probably an old camera. I asked her yesterday.
I don't even know what it goes to.
No, I asked her yesterday. I said, "Did you charge the right camera battery this time?" She said, "I did. I'm ready to go." And Bubba and I joked about this last year because we were both there, and this chaotic scene that we create at the school, where because now it's our prom. He went to his girlfriend's prom.
Right.
Now it's our prom.
Right.
And our very penny pinching school, does it on a Thursday night so they can rent everything cheaper.
Yeah.
But that does present, a little bit of an issue because you're now on a work day and you got a lot going on, and you're also trying to you're trying to go get the pictures at a place where everybody's in their normal day, meaning the traffic is normal.
Oh, it is the biggest cluster you can imagine.
How happy are you,
Greg?
right now?
Greg, he's free.
And Caitlin is actually coming back to go to this with somebody.
Oh no!
But
I
have declared it's not our normal thing.
Right.
It's not on me.
I 100%.
Somebody send me the
Stick to
pictures.
that.
100%, you are correct.
I'm going to take my pants off and watch TV.
There you go.
So,
Okay.
Greg, I'm not
Daddy Goldberg over there.
I've been
on that show. The way they play him, Rick, when he hits the den, he drops his pants and gets in the
I love that.
That'll do it.
But I've already done it twice, so this will be my third time to do it. And Bubba, of course, he did it a few times too. Greg, I know you think, well, they're doing the typical thing, but no. There are so many people.
Oh, yeah, I've heard y'all describe it, and it sounds like a madhouse.
In this
You can't find a parking spot.
botanical garden, and of course, senior parents have a double whammy because you have to get the picture and all this mania. You just start taking pictures of people you don't know who they are.
Yeah.
And all this
Then weed
mania.
through it later.
But then you have to go out, find your car, and then get to where the prom is, and you got to take a picture of the walkout too. So it is a. But hey,
it's
one
a
more
tough
time.
evening. It's a tough evening.
You know how you scream,
Rick, I don't envy your position at all, brother.
Rick,
I'll
this
tell
time
you.
tomorrow, it'll all be over.
But you know how you say this
Yeah.
if you were on the field of competition, what do you scream in the fourth quarter? Hey man, this is all that's left.
That's it.
You got
Let's
one
get through
more
it.
quarter.
One more.
Hey,
Stay focused.
leave it on the field. So I will lay collapsed out there saying I have gotten my last kid through the
Done.
front. Yeah, I will lay.
Holding a phone.
I will be a heap of exhaustion laying on the ground, going, it is done.
Well, get ready. You're going to get a message from me right in the middle of it about what I'm doing.
I know. Thank you. Also, I am happy this year though that I'm down to one kid.
Yeah.
So I remember the 2 years prior, Sherry would have signed me one of them, and not this year. So really, I could probably fade back and let her handle it.
Yeah.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
start unpacking the stories of the day, and we have one breaking right now. Bubba, it looks like WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange. Actually, is it Assange?
We were just talking about that.
Julian Assange has been arrested.
Rick, he has been arrested by British police at the Ecuadorian embassy in London. Now, think about this. He has lived there for 7 years. 7 years. His asylum has been withdrawn, and I don't know the details of why this has happened, but this has been an ongoing story for 7 years. And he was carried out this morning, so we'll find out more about that. He has been at the center of a lot of controversy, and we'll find out more about that today. So we don't know is he going to be extradited or who's going to get him here and what's the deal. Pamela Anderson has been visiting him over these years. You remember how weird that was?
I remember that weird angle.
This whole story is weird with a capital W.
Yeah, they were saying.
And Snowden, is he still in Russia too? Speaking of these strange,
I don't know,
deals like this.
I don't know, but like you said, he's been there since 2012, and they're saying that they didn't think that him living there indefinitely was good for his state of mind and his health.
Well, no, it can't be. It can't be.
But they say he has the right to a fair trial and the right to a defense. So I guess they're saying let's get that started. What is he in trouble for?
Well, here it is. The WikiLeaks founder was sporting a scruffy beard and unkempt hair. He was dragged out of the building head first in handcuffs by a group of 7 men as stunned supporters watched and screamed out, The UK must resist. He has been he oversaw the publication of thousands of classified military and diplomatic cables through WikiLeaks and is currently in custody and set to appear before a magistrate court as soon as possible. The Ecuadorian president said the decision to withdraw Assange asylum status came after the repeated violations to international conventions and daily life protocol and his discourteous and aggressive behavior.
Okay.
So I think that may be the story here. The Ecuadorian president got mad of him being a butt and said, okay, you're out. Threw him out. And the British police were waiting.
Let me tell you, if you're somebody's house guest, you need to behave. Minutes past the hour from the No Name Studio from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. Thanks for being here. Hey! Dirty little Rose got the dirty little fingers. So you heard that the gang is all here and ready to go for a brand new hour. Bubba, we start this hour with an update on Hunter Biden. I don't know whether the Bidens are. I know you, which I want to tell you I frankly appreciate. You're one of the many people I know that has a child named Hunter, and I'm glad that you just allow me to say Hunter.
Right.
And you don't give me these Hunter people.
The T is somewhat silent.
You T emphasizers, you're just a little militant about it.
Yeah.
It's Hunter. Okay, well, that's all right. You can. Have you heard how Hunter is doing? Yes. We got an update from Hunter. It's Hunter. You can just say it like that. It's no. We want to be sure that T gets in there, Mr. Burgess. I will.
Or the way we say it, one syllable. Hunter.
Hunter.
Yeah, there you go.
So I was talking to Hunter. So anyway, Hunter Biden is here. CNN, it's getting so bad. Now, I hate to be the guy that is the party pooper.
Nice haircut.
Hunter Biden's not going to be punished. You're not the Biden crime family's not going to be punished. I don't know what else they have to do. They're making the Clintons look like that they, are law-abiding citizens.
Yeah, that's hard to do.
But Hunter Biden, wow. But anyway, at least now, the only way Hunter goes down is if the Democratic Party says we can't stop Biden from trying to run again, and we all know he can't do it, so we got to tear him down somehow. They may make him a sacrificial lamb. I don't know.
Well, let me ask you this: this is a federal charge. Can't the president just pardon him?
You know, it's a good question. Yeah. CNN actually talking about Hunter Biden, and here we go. So it's hard to believe.
Well, and there is the question about whether this investigation would broaden further or whether there are other potential crimes that are now back on the table. You know, they brought up the potential, foreign agent dealing. So, look, Hunter Biden now has a host of problems that he didn't have or didn't think he had a couple of weeks ago.
True, but I mean, is anybody going to do anything? How many more charges we got to have? I mean, how much more dirty can Hunter Biden get, and everything still be okay?
For real.
And
Wolf Blitzer, it kind of explains what she was just talking about.
Bubba Wolf's even going to weigh in.
When the Wolf's against you, it's really bad.
And there's more breaking news just coming into CNN right now. The special counsel, David Weiss, intends to seek an indictment against Hunter Biden relating to gun charges by the end of the month, that according to a new court filing. Biden had previously reached a deal involving a gun possession charge that would have allowed him to avoid prosecution if he met certain conditions over a 24-month period. Once his plea deal, though, fell apart in court, the future of the gun deal has been in limbo.
What do you think?
All I'm gonna hear is Hunter.
Do you feel anything turn? Yeah, he made sure Hunter Biden. Do you?
Funny.
And of course, all of you know me, and this is not a good trait. It's not something I'm proud of, and Sherry has called me on it. If I find out you're a little sensitive about your kid, being named Hunter, and people not emphasizing the T, I won't do it on purpose.
Oh.
You know what I mean? I'll say, "Now, how's Hunter doing?" and I'll make and they'll come back and go, "Well, we talked to Hunter," and I'm like, "Well, good for old Hunter."
Oh, Hunter.
Glad to hear Hunter.
H-U-N-N-E-R.
But anyway, do you think anything going to happen to Hunter Biden?
I really doubt it. I really doubt it. I think they're tired of hearing that it's a one-tier or two-tier justice system, and that only the Republicans are being charged and all of this. And I think, really the gun charge is probably the minor of all the things they could charge Hunter with. So, I think there may be some appeasement there. I don't know. Do I think anything will ever really become of it? No. Heck no.
Is there any chance that scenario I brought up that they need to get rid of Biden for the good of the party?
Well,
and so they think, well, here's as good an opportunity as we can find.
What you're saying is, would the Democrats use this more
than
the Republicans?
It has to be.
I don't know, but I know for a fact none of them are excited about the possibility of Biden running again. Nobody
they can't
that I know,
and they can't be,
and they just don't. They know that the American public is not going to go in there and vote for somebody that can't make a sentence to run the country, who's 80-something years old before he ever goes in.
All right, I'm going to ask y'all this, and I know the different polls and whatever. Do y'all believe if we said right now, today, at the state of both of them, no charges against Trump, let's say none of those are in, and no charges against Biden or Hunter, and we're heading into an election. They're both the candidates. Does Trump beat him?
It's that swing vote crowd. I don't know how they're going to go.
But I
think it's better than it has been.
Does what you just said get that middle crowd to go, we can't keep putting this Alzheimer's patient in here?
Well, I think it's less about that, more about the economy and how they've been treated. So I think a lot of the undecideds will lean towards Trump just for that.
I do wish we could take a segment, and I don't think there's enough Democrats out there listening to the show. I know we do have some.
That's 4.
But I wish that we could have a Democrats and Democrats only call-in segment and just talk
see
to
where
them
they
a
are.
Bit. See where they're at.
Do you think we could get people?
Because I do think
them.
People are fed up from Speedy's standpoint.
And I will tell Democrats out there, and I can only name 4. I will tell the Democrats out there, you can use a fake name. Nobody has to know you listen to the show.
That's a good point.
You can use a fake name.
But you can be an anonymous Democrat.
Do you think there's any chance that we have enough Democrats that are willing to be true Democrats and call the show with fake names is fine and tell us, are y'all really y'all won't ride this Biden train, will you?
Right.
But see,
we can ask. Why don't we see?
But would they? They're not going to vote for Trump, but would they sit it out?
I think
and
so.
And not vote at all.
That's possible.
They can't vote for Trump. They think they'll go to hell.
Would they think that I'm
Democrat
going to
now.
put Biden in? He won't make it, but Kamala will be the president, and she's better than Trump.
What about this? That's true. What about if we open the phone lines for this? Because you're not gonna sway the true Democrat. All right, just like you're not going to sway the true Republican.
I think some of them you are, though.
But let's say you didn't vote for Trump the last time, but now you realize you've made a mistake. But you're not hardcore Dem. You're not hard. You were just you're in that 4 to 5% range that Bubba's talked about, and you're not really sure, but you know, hey, I made a mistake. If it was to do over again, I'm voting for Trump.
That crowd, I think, is checked in. I think they're so economically that is.
Well, that's what wins or loses it right there.
So let's say this: there's only 10.
know.
There's 10 lines, which is a lot of lines. We don't have enough Democrats to fill those.
That's true, Rick.
So what if we said this? You have to be a Democrat, and you can't be joking around. You don't have to use your real name. Or you can be a moderate or a Republican that just could not vote for Trump. Okay. Nope. If you
Let's say this, Rick. You did not vote for Trump last election.
There you go. There you go. Or you're a Democrat. Okay.
Which would be you didn't vote for Trump.
Right. If you did not vote, will you be willing to vote for him if he's running against Biden?
If he's not in jail.
And if not, I want to know why.
Well, I do too. I do too.
Serious with that haircut when he asked that.
I do. I want to know why, because hey,
His hair was
you're
perfect.
seeing the exact same press conferences I'm seeing every day. You're living in the same economy I'm living in every day.
How you like it, grocery
How
bill?
can you do this again?
Oh yeah.
I got to know why.
For whatever reason, you did not vote for Trump, and now he's going to run against Biden. Will you vote for him? Is that our question?
I think that's it.
That's our question.
Anybody calling yet?
Not one call.
Well, I mean, we got a little delay.
There goes one.
I'm going in.
I'm going in. I get to talk to a Democrat.
Okay.
Be nice.
866.
It's going to be somebody that has nothing to do with this subject.
We be big. We'll come back. We'll take your phone calls on that topic only right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Are you
Especially for 7 years, Rick.
Look at him. Please look at him.
The whole story is weird. He's always creeped me out.
Yeah.
He looks weird. But this deal, again, there'll be a movie about it because I've never really bought it. I never really figured out what the crap, why he was Ecuador of all places, you know, and that he's in their embassy and he can't ever leave because of this was going to happen, and it did. That's bizarre.
Now, he's wanted in Sweden on sexual assault charges. He's wanted in several other countries on all kind of charges, usually dealing with highly classified documents. He is wanted in the U.S. His lawyer said he could face the death penalty in the U.S. because of releasing highly classified documents and being charged with treason.
Why was Ecuador keeping him up this whole time? So he couldn't be. Why did they?
I don't know.
You know what I'm saying? Why were they giving him a safe haven so he couldn't face charges?
And why did they just change their mind?
Well, I tell you what's all right. I'm going to ask you a question.
If he's wanted in the U.S. and they were giving him asylum and we're paying them, foreign support, that wouldn't work with our current president, I feel.
All right, I'm going to ask you what's weirder from a celebrity standpoint: Dennis Rodman being in North Korea, hanging out with their dictator, or
Several times,
or Pamela Anderson visiting Julian Assange.
Forgot about that, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
I don't.
Which one's weirder?
I don't.
Those are both very weird.
Rick, I tell you, it's a weird playoff there. I mean, we could have overtime on that one.
I know.
You know,
because you start trying to draw the lines. How did these two names ever connect? How does Pamela Anderson know Julian?
I know.
And how did Rodman ever know Kim Jong?
I know. They just reached out and said,
how does that happen? I mean, what's the process there?
Now, the Ecuadorian president added that part of the arrangements to turn him over to the Brits were that they had to be guaranteed he would not be extradited to any country where he would face torture or the death penalty.
Okay.
But once he's out, I guess,
what are you going to do?
You do what you want to do.
Yeah, I'm afraid that goes to one of those. We'll just have to take your word on that.
That's what them gentlemen agree.
Yeah. So I mean,
Let's just said they wasn't going to do that. Let's shake on that. Now, can y'all let us have him?
he kind of falls under that Snowden deal where you're not sure if he's a traitor and part of a treasonous act, or is he the ultimate whistleblower to say let's open all this up and let everybody look at it. So I don't know. It's Snowden is very complicated.
Well,
I change my mind on Snowden about every other day.
They're very complicated people.
Yeah, it's a complicated deal.
And what they're doing is very complicated.
Boy, the movie Snowden was good.
I've never seen it.
It was good.
Greg, you of all people,
right up your
you
alley.
need to watch that. The one that was where he was played by the kid that was on Third Rock. Was it Third Rock from the Sun?
Yeah.
That was the one. I saw part of it, and it was really, really good.
But
is there more than one? You know, kind of like the Steve Jobs, about four Steve Jobs movies.
You can pick your movie. You can pick, and there'll be more. The WikiLeaks thing too, wasn't there? Was there a movie about it?
There was.
Was there? If there's not, there needs to be.
Yeah, I tried to watch it. and I couldn't get into it.
I'll tell you the one that
the Snowden you can get into.
The Snowden
one moves
from
and
the start.
and it gets you, and you're like, oh my gosh, what is going on? And we have a tie into that with Amazon here in a minute. We'll do that.
I
next.
know. Did you?
And is anybody really surprised by this? I mean, we've said that all, and we joke about it.
Yeah.
I mean, I really don't have anything worth,
I don't
anybody.
either, but I don't like some.
Yeah, I don't want anything. I kind of draw the line at something's in my house monitoring everything.
Yeah.
That strangers are having access to it. I don't have anything to hide. I just don't like it.
Right.
It's just not very.
Well,
American.
think about this.
No.
When you see a spy movie, the big deal is, can they bug the room? Where can we put a bug that will pick up audio but will not be picked up? Is it in the light? It's
always
in
in
the
the lamp. Always.
Is it in the bowl of fruit?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Because I think the lamps are close to where you're sitting when you're talking. Well, in the case of Alexa and these type, and look, even our smartphones.
Yes.
Okay, same thing.
Computers.
We not only have brought them in, we've hooked them up, connected them up for them. They don't even have to come do it.
Right.
Now all they have to do is tap into it, which is the easy part, really.
And don't forget, also living
Because
in
you don't know what all's in that thing.
Yeah.
You don't know the programming of these things.
doing all this while living in a society that screams, "What I do is none of your business."
Exactly.
While posting online every move you make,
Right.
screaming, "I want my privacy."
All about their business.
Yeah. And if you don't believe us, just talk about a product when your phone's not on, it's just sitting there.
Yeah.
And then go on the website or social media and then see the pop-up ads. It's what you were talking about.
In the break, let's take Greg's phone and talk about something.
Yeah.
And then see if he starts getting ads about it.
Okay.
I got some things I can bring up.
Bottom of the hour. The phone segment is very specific, and there's room as you might guess. We want people to call this show, that whether you're a Democrat, Republican, or you don't do any of this, you did not vote for Trump the last time he ran against Biden, and if Biden were to run against him again in the current state, would you vote for Trump that time? Okay, would you change and do it this time? So
that's the question.
That's the question. 866 We Be Big. Not a tremendous amount of response on that because I don't think we have all that many people that listen to the show that didn't vote for Trump.
I would like to say this: we've had 2 calls so far. No Democrats.
Okay.
One of them, I believe, is a Republican, and the other is a Libertarian.
Yeah. All right. Let's go to Mary, the Republican. Mary, you did not vote for Trump the last time against Biden. Did you vote for Trump when he won against Hillary?
No, I have not voted for him either time.
Either time. Did you vote for the Democrat or just not vote at all?
The first time I did not vote for the Democrat. The second time I did vote for Biden.
Okay. All right. So they face each other again. Would you vote for Trump?
No. Unfortunately, no.
Would you vote
I
for
would
Biden?
prefer that there's a non-crazy Republican option, so not DeSantis. But in the way it's looking, I don't know if we're going to be able to have that option.
So, wait a minute. You said you wouldn't vote for DeSantis?
I would not vote for DeSantis.
No. Why would you not
I grew
vote?
up in the state of Florida, so I follow Florida. I'm a military family.
Yeah.
So we actually vote in the state of Florida. I would say we're kind of from Alabama, though.
Right.
We live in Alabama currently. But I would not vote for DeSantis either.
What Republican would you vote for? Because I'm starting to wonder if you're really a Republican.
I am really a Republican. Besides Trump, I've always voted Republican. So there's a few smaller people that are looking like I would vote for them. I've voted for Republicans in the past. I believe in a lot of the Republican sides of smaller government, things like that. For me personally, for Trump, we were stationed in Korea during Trump's time, and I really saw how he, with the way that he worked with the State Department and the intelligence community, I believe he weakened our stance in Asia. And so that's a big part for me is kind of, I feel like he weakened us in those areas that are important to myself and my family.
Well, what about Biden? Biden surely hasn't strengthened them. How could you vote for Biden? I can understand a no vote more than a vote for Biden. A vote for Biden.
So, I mean, it's a vote against Trump, to be honest with you. I don't want Trump to be president.
Understood.
That's what I'm saying. If there was a different Republican out there that I felt like
except DeSantis.
Yeah, I don't really like him at all. But
so would you vote for Ramaswamy?
I haven't looked into him much. We'll see who ends up being in the runoffs when it's time for me to start voting in Florida.
Let me ask you this. Do you, based on what you said a minute ago, because I thought that was interesting, do you feel like that Biden has weakened us on the international front, especially with the way he withdrew in Afghanistan? You don't think that did?
I don't.
Whoa. Good night. Mary, I thought you paid attention.
Mary.
I do pay attention, actually, a fair amount. So
you asked for her.
I mean, having family that's deployed to Iraq and Afghanistan, I feel like I have a fair amount to say on those. But
oh, I agree. I just can't believe what you're saying. Yeah, I totally agree.
Yeah.
You have a lot. To say. I just don't see how. I can understand you're not liking Trump. I don't understand you thinking Biden's okay. That part's odd to me.
I'm not saying I think Biden's okay. I think that if those are my only two options, I felt the same way, to be honest, when it was Hillary and Trump. I kind of felt like in this amazing country that we have, why is it these are the only two people we come down to?
Well, sure. We all.
I
understand that.
There's so many awesome people out there. Why can't we get better people running for president? So if it's Biden or Trump, it's going to suck. I'm not going to get to vote for somebody who I actually believe in.
But you won't.
And I hate that.
Will you vote for Biden or just not? You said yes to that because I know you did. You said last time. You just do that again?
I mean, right now, I think I would have to say yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Something happened there.
Okay. She changed sales.
All right. Well, you know what? You have a right to vote the way you want to vote, and I appreciate you being honest with us.
See that? I think there may be more of that out there than you.
And that's why we're doing this. Yeah, that's why we're doing it.
I know, as shocking as it is on face value.
Jerry, a libertarian. Jerry, where are you on this?
Jerry,
if we face this scenario, you vote how?
Okay, I wouldn't vote. I would not vote. I cannot vote for Brandon. And Trump has donated so many millions of dollars to Planned Parenthood. So where are we at? I mean, where are people at that, I vote my conscience. I don't vote. It's kind of like Mark Twain said, if our votes really mattered, they wouldn't let us do it.
So how are you? Let me ask you this. How would you be on a DeSantis or a Ramaswamy?
I like DeSantis and Ramaswamy. I just, it's going to be Trump. It's going to be Trump. And if I have to choose between Trump and Brandon, I just can't. I can't vote. I can't vote.
Would you ever vote for a Democrat? What if Trump faced another Democrat other than Biden? You wouldn't vote for them.
I would vote for an old-fashioned Democrat, JFK.
Well, they're not around, so that's a no.
Yeah, right,
okay.
Right.
Okay, all right. Thanks, Jerry. Appreciate that. So a no vote from the Libertarian in that scenario if it comes up. Wow. Tony in Birmingham. Tony, what do you say?
Yes, sir. I would definitely vote for Trump. I mean, Biden is like somebody's senile grandpa. The man don't even know what he's signing. You can give him a piece of paper and say, "Can you sign this?" What am I signing here? That's what he'll say. What am I signing here?
And you did not vote. You did not vote for Trump last time.
No, sir, I didn't, because I didn't get home from work in time enough that I couldn't take off work to go vote.
Okay. All right, so here's David. He said he did not vote for Trump last time but would this time. David, why?
Well, our economy, whenever Trump was in office the first time, was booming. I'm a builder and a developer, and material cost and all has skyrocketed. Everything's up about 40%, and the Democrats are killing this country.
So why didn't you vote for him last time?
I did not. I honestly cannot tell you. I really don't know.
Okay. Heather, you said you didn't vote for Trump last time. What will you do this time?
I voted for Ben Carson the first time, and this time, if it was just between Joe Biden and Donald Trump, I'd have to vote for Donald Trump because I could afford groceries when he was president.
Simple as that.
That's simple as that. So interesting. An interesting little.
Yeah.
Little, you know, there was
kind of all over the road.
It got a little hopeful there toward the last three calls, didn't it? A little bit.
The first caller blew your mind. You couldn't figure out what was happening there.
Well, I'm sorry. I just wasn't ready for a military family to say that they're anti-Trump. I just and I voted for Biden.
From Florida, anti-DeSantis.
That was interesting too.
Yeah, that would kind of put you in the minority there for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but you know what?
She seemed informed. And I mean, she did.
Yeah.
I mean, in her mind.
Oh, of course. And I was thankful.
I
was thankful for her honesty because that helps.
Yeah. That's what we asked for.
There's still some more if we want to continue, but they're starting to come in now. But we'll take a break. We'll come back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up. Don't forget our website, all the information on how to get all of the Rick and Bubba Show in your own time if you miss any during the live show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Back, 866-WE-BE-BIG. We're going to talk about, we just talked about that Julian Assange has been arrested, and we'll see how that goes. And then we start talking about, this opens up that world of creepiness and, people have information and they know things and privacy and, Jimmy Jam. And so then this brings up the creepy Amazon story.
Rick, Alexa, of course, can be like your own personal assistant that never asks for a raise, and that's a good thing in some cases, I guess. The problem is Alexa is always listening. According to this story, teams stationed around the world listen to and transcribe recordings, then send them back to Echo software developers to erase gaps in Alexa's ability to understand speech, according to Bloomberg. Now, sometime he said the workers can even hear chatter in the background while Alexa is on, but employees on the team are not authorized to speak about their work. Now, we all know
that'll do it.
We all know how the non-disclosure agreements, how good those are.
It's
right?
Julian Assange.
The employees who range from contract to full-time reportedly sign NDA agreements and listen up to 1,000 audio clips per 9-hour shift. Although Amazon reportedly has procedures in place for when potential criminal conduct is heard, 2 workers in Romania told Bloomberg that they were told it isn't Amazon's job to interfere. In other cases, the workers said they sometimes use internal chat rooms to share recordings they find amusing.
Well, you know that.
Oh, buddy. No, buddy.
They say when workers come across background conversations about personal information like bank details, the workers are supposed to make the audio file, tag it as critical data, and move on, according to Bloomberg. In a statement to Fox News, we take the security and privacy of our customers' personal information seriously. We only annotate an extremely small number of interactions from a random set of customers in order to improve the customer's experience.
But again, just like you're alluding to, Bubba, we all know it. You can say that. I certainly understand what you're even saying you're trying to accomplish, but you're still getting information out of people's private offices and private homes to a bunch of people that we have to take their word for it that they're not going to abuse it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I mean that's
you have taken the ultimate electronic bug and set it in your home and set it up for them. There's
You
no
have to
need
open the
now to
door.
hide the bug.
Well, this kind of thought process, went back many years ago when I was always perplexed by cat owners that had litter boxes.
Right.
And remember, I said if I came to your door and said I'd like to bring a box of cat dung into your house, you would not allow it.
No.
Well, this goes back to this. No one. If I knocked at your door and said, "Hey, could I place a bug in your house so over here in my
So
office,
we can hear everything.
so we can listen to you and hear your conversations," you would run me out of your neighborhood and probably call the police to me.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
yet we'll just willingly and knowingly go buy one, put it in our house for you.
Unbelievable.
And pay for it. Don't forget, we'll pay for it.
Yeah.
So you can make a profit off being able to hear inside our home or
Now-
our office.
Now, it says Alexa users can disable their voice recordings for developing new features. Apple's Siri and Google's Assistant also have human workers that listen to snippets of audio, but the companies report to Bloomberg that the recordings are not linked to any personal identifying information.
All right, Mark is in Coleman. Mark said he works for the government. So Mark, enlighten us here. Are we being coast to coast paranoid conspiracy people, or is this something we should legitimately be concerned about?
You should be very afraid because it's not just your phone, it's not just your laptop, it's not just your iPad, it's your smart TV, it's even your car. If you've got a newer car that has a computer chip in it, it can be hacked. And they can take control of your vehicle while you're driving it. Anything with Wi-Fi or a computer component to it can be hacked.
Yeah, and you mentioned something too. We were talking about the electronic
all a setup.
assistants. Yeah, look, most all of us sit in front of a computer every day.
Yeah.
They got a microphone on it. They got a camera on it. Just because the light's not on doesn't mean it ain't
Invited
watching.
them right in the house as well.
I know there's not a whole lot we can do about it, really. I mean, except other just take some common sense precautions.
And the smart TVs.
And I'm certainly not a conspiracy theorist guy. I know, but I do have that sense right now. And we've talked openly that we love animal documentaries. I feel very antelope-like. "35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thank you for being with us as we work our way back. Field of Greens, always fun to talk about Field of Greens because, I've gotten so many reviews of people just falling in love with this product. I love it. I use it every day, and I have seen such incredible results. I feel so much better. I've got more energy than I had when I was younger. And what was funny is I told Bubba about this earlier about people sending us different pictures of them out there. This guy that sent the one of him drinking Field of Greens out of a wine glass, and he's looking over the beautiful mountain view there from whatever little cabin or chalet he was staying in. He said, "Don't worry about the wine glass. I'm non-denominational."
That is great.
So we love this product, and the reason why I told you I just had the blood work done. The doctors, they're just raving about it. And I am getting the whatever you're doing, just keep on doing. Also, I just had to get life insurance because the 20-year term that I bought when I was younger, they don't like me anymore because you and I, Bubba, have had the audacity to keep living.
Yeah, we kept aging on them.
We lost the bet. We didn't die young. They won, but now they want to get rid of us. But when I had the blood work done this time, now keep in mind, 20 years ago, I actually came in at a lower, undesirable rate, and the rate that I just got, it's still more expensive because I'm older.
Sure.
But I got a better score from the insurance company at 58 than I got when I was 28.
That's awesome.
So that not 28 was a 38. Yeah, 38. So anyway, that and I think Field of Greens. Now I'm doing more than just this, but this is playing a key role. It really is because blood pressure. I'm off those meds now. The cholesterol is great. The energy is great. Of course, I'm doing a little better with it and eating better too. But what this is doing is even in your diet, it's hard to get all the fruits and vegetables you're supposed to get. And some of these other products that try to claim this kind of stuff, especially the ones in capsules. A lot of that's just the old produce, run-of-the-mill fruits and vegetables. These are grown and the relationship they have with the farmers, and they're designed to help the vital organs operate the way they're supposed to. And they're not just any fruits and vegetables that you would just grab off the shelf. So, and they've been scientifically researched, and this product is just so good. And they do have different flavors for some of you. They're saying, hey, the original green, I'd like to have something else. They've got one now that's like a strawberry lemonade, and it's really good. So they've got one that's a berry flavored. So go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code Bubba. That's fieldofgreens.com, promo code Bubba, and save 15% today, and put it to work for you. I think you're going to love this product. And you can find the link also at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. All right, so let's at least take Joyce here, Bubba. This is one scenario out of everything we asked that we didn't get, and this is a person who said they voted for Trump the first time but now won't the second time. Now you don't see much of that. Joyce, tell us your reasoning on that. If it was Trump and Biden again, you voted for Trump the last time he ran against Biden, but you wouldn't this time. Walk that out for us.
Well, first of all, I'm hoping that greater minds prevail and that those are not the two options that
Understood.
we get.
But in our scenario, they are. So
in your scenario, I would probably abstain because I certainly couldn't vote for Biden, and I do not think Trump is electable. I personally, from an economic standpoint, the man did great things, but his inability to control his mouth, to just handle the stuff that I consider to be baseline, I don't want to go there again. If I got to wave my wand, it would be either Nikki Haley or DeSantis. And if it has to be somebody from the other side, I'm all in for Kennedy. But under we've got to get out of getting these 80-year-old white men that, frankly, it's time for them to move on. I wish Trump would be willing to lose some ego and take a lower role, but he would never do that. I think he could be great in some other capacities, but that ain't going to happen. So at some point, when you look at the good he did, you also have to look at what he did to himself and where we're at now. And I just can't, people that can't get out of their own way, I can't keep getting behind.
Yeah. So, but you do admit that his economy was much better than what we have now. And if you abstain or vote for Biden, you're going to give us that again.
Oh, there's no way I'm voting for. But see, I don't think that Trump's going to pull it off either. I think that continuing to push behind him, you are in essence supporting the Kamala Biden ticket. I think that Trump was so polarizing. I do not see him winning this, even despite the ridiculousness of what the current administration has done.
Okay.
As the last lady. So that's.
He won't get your vote. Trump would not get your vote.
Absolutely
Biden.
Not.
Against Biden, he would not.
And let me be sure I understand what you said too.
Question.
Do you think that if we have a repeat matchup, do you think Biden will win?
Absolutely, I do. Sadly, horribly sadly, but yes,
Big
I do
time
not think
or barely.
I think more than barely. I think it would be more than barely, only because again, Trump has so polarized and alienated even his own, if you want to call it Republican base, and I happen to honestly be more independent, but I lean more conservative in both finances and just lifestyle stuff. But no, I don't want to see Biden or Kamala, but I don't think Trump's got a chance of winning. And so with all due respect to what the man accomplished, you got to be real about what he also did both to himself. And there's too many people that he has, and it's kind of like DeSantis. Honestly, I love DeSantis. I'm from Florida. But for whatever reason, he has not been appealing to a great number. As a Floridian or former Floridian, I 100%. I just don't see him moving up those ranks.
Yeah, I have been shocked, Joyce. That's where I agree with you. I cannot believe how lackadaisical the response to him as a candidate has been. It's really been surprising.
Well, I think had so many people, bought in with Trump, and we're not going to leave him no matter what. And look, the circus that goes with Trump is much more entertaining than any of the other candidates. Okay, I mean, it makes them look boring. If I can just be honest about it. Let me ask you this too, while I have, because I think you're an interesting survey on this. Is there an well, let me see how I was going to phrase this. Do you fear that Biden would not be able to finish out a second term?
Heck, I can't believe they're propping the man up for this one the way they have been. So it's not a matter of fearing that he would. I'm not sure if I'm more afraid that he would survive it.
So-
He's not bringing much to the table. So, no, I'm not supportive of Biden 1 ounce. I just do not think that Trump can beat him.
So it's more about the person to you and less about the policies they represent.
I think it's a mix. I think that certainly from the, I've got an MBA, so yes, I'm way into the econ of what Trump can do, fully support what he did. If he could lose a little ego and be willing to partner with someone else, he could do that and more and get out of his own way and win the election with a Republican strong team.
Yeah.
But that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. So
let me ask you this. What if during some of these hearings, Trump is found guilty or is sentenced to not be able to run and seek public office again, and it's basically taken out of the election by a judge? How would you feel about that? Would that change who you're voting for?
Honestly, I think that is what obviously the goal is here of those people who want him out. They're afraid of him. I get it. The judge's decision in how or in the trials that Trump is facing, I think it's horrible. But it doesn't change my view of how he conducts himself.
Right. Well, we got that. I agree.
Yeah. So that judge's ruling on that really doesn't. I mean, it's a travesty of where our government has gotten to, which I think is where we're all at right now. This whole dialogue, you got Mutt or Jeff. Really? That's the best we can promote in our country? That's the bigger concern to me.
Yeah, and we all share that. But you're something that Bubba and I have been trying to tell our friends is out there, and you just confirmed some of the concerns about it. Linda says she has never voted, and she's 74. Linda, how will you vote?
For Donald Trump.
So what made you say I got to vote this time? If he is the representative.
He gave up so much. I mean, he taken the presidency without being paid for it. All the good things that people we've heard over and over again that he has done. I don't need to reiterate here. He's done so many wonderful things, and yet we have people out there that would even think of voting for Biden. Just scrambles my brain. And so Trump probably is not perfect in his personality, but he did wonderful things, and that there's just no way to not give him another chance.
Okay. And that's somebody that has never voted and 74 years old saying, look, it's just common sense to her.
Yeah, I was wanting to find out more. How come she never voted?
There's a lot more people out there than, well, we know that. Look at the percentage.
Yeah, the people who don't vote could have changed the outcome of every election.
Yep. Interesting. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That I'm out there eating and grazing, and I don't realize there's predators crouching down behind everything, and they're just waiting to devour me. And I don't know it. I'm just out here. What
a great day.
What a great day. Eat a little grass. Eat a little grass. And I'm just living my goofy life like an absolute idiot, and I have no idea the danger that's all around me. It does feel that way.
But it does. But the point he was making, too, your smart TVs have this now. Your cars have this technology. I mean, it can be in anything if it is abused. Anything.
No, I got you. Yeah,
it's just there's no end to it.
Yeah,
you can't throw your Alexa out and sit in front of a computer screen.
I know.
Same
Even
difference.
though I threw my dot out, I asked it who farted a couple of times, let it give you a funny answer. I had fun with it.
Yeah.
I said, get that out of here.
You didn't like to feel it.
What'd you do with it?
Get it out.
Courtney,
it was funny asking them questions.
I hope you didn't throw it away because it'll find its way back home.
I know it's probably in the house. I don't realize.
Hi, Greg. I'm home.
I'm back.
It'll
again.
roll up.
Would you like to hear some music?
No. Courtney in Alabama. Courtney, go ahead.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good.
Hey, so
Skate.
no joke. Last spring, I was talking with my son, who's a senior now, and his girlfriend, and I was talking about, just being a champion for purity and talking about purity and waiting for marriage and all this stuff, just based on our belief and our value system. And no joke, it was my son, his girlfriend, and my mother-in-law all in the kitchen. Alexa piped up and said, "I tend to disagree with you on that."
No.
And we all looked at each other. I mean, it was insane.
When did you take a sledgehammer to it?
Yeah.
I feel really dumb. It's still there. I keep it on mute, but I let it play music for me. I let it play praise and worship. I'm like, if you're going to be here, you're going to know what kind of music we're listening to.
Wait a minute. Wait, are you trying to lead Alexa to Christ?
I am. I baptized it. It still works.
But Courtney, look, I'll say this too, and I have done the same thing with the mute button. But the mute button, it doesn't really mean anything. They can still listen.
Yeah.
It's not muting
Oh,
anything.
that's creepy.
All she can do is not disagree with you openly that you hear it.
Right.
Yeah. But inside her little mind, she's still disagreeing. Aha.
Oh, I feel sick.
Get it out. Gonna eat a little grass. Oh, gonna drink a little water.
Helms, your dad knew about them televisions. That's why he still got them, them big old TVs you're talking about.
Yeah, hey, Matt called the smart TV, didn't he?
Yep. And he's got so much to hide. I mean, my goodness.
Oh my gosh, what is it? Anonymous caller? What did you just say?
Oh no.
Anonymous caller, this is a creepy comment.
Uh-oh.
Go ahead.
Good morning. How are you?
Good.
We're great.
Good. Go ahead.
My wife is a professional in Huntsville, and just a couple of weeks ago, we Googled her name, and there's a photo of her sitting at her desk that was captured from her laptop, and it's on the internet now when we Google her name. So we put little pieces of electrical tape on all of our smartphone cameras and laptops, and Alexa is sitting out by the curb. We're done with that.
Eat a
Look,
little grass, drink a little water.
I know we cut some eyes in here, but after I saw the movie Snowden, I put tape over my cameras too at home. I really did. If I want to use it, I just peel the tape up.
Yeah. Let me decide.
You watch Snowden, you'll go, wow.
Eat a little grass, drink a little water, lay down in an open field. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Mike Pence. To the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. Things you need to know. The archive from yesterday's Bible study is now there on the YouTube channel and our podcast channel. Make you aware of that. Speedy tonight, ZZK fans in Birmingham, New Country Nights at Tin Roof. They're kicking that off tonight with Dalton Dober and our very own Calvin Speedy Wilburn. We'll be there so you can go see him. Coming up this weekend, I'll be headed to Lawrenceburg, Kentucky. I'm excited to be at Sand Spring Baptist Church for Man Church on Saturday night. if you don't have a curriculum designed for small groups for the men of your church, that's what we do. We got 4 of them. They're 40 weeks. We're working on our 5th one now. We can help you with that, and we've got a number of pastors who emailed saying, man, this is what I've been looking for years. Over 800 churches now doing that. If we can help you, go to themanchurch.com. So we'll be doing that in Lawrenceburg, Kentucky, coming up on Saturday night. Then I'll be there speaking at the morning services on Sunday. So ladies, you're welcome to come to the church, and you can be there with your husbands on Sunday. So that'll be kind of cool. And then that night also, Brian Gunn will be in Ozark, Alabama, Ozark Baptist Church. They're kicking off the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com. And Gunn will be there on Saturday night. So make plans to go out and be part of that. And then we'll cut a new Rick and Bubba University today with our friend Jordy Henson, and we'll get updates on the latest research and testing and what's been going on with his visits to the Mayo Clinic with this battle with ALS. So that'll be the topic coming up this weekend as we get an update on that. And for those of you that missed when he came on the big show, you'll hear his story as well. All right, so one of the things we were talking about in the break is after this assessment we just got. So unless Trump goes to jail, don't you think he will be the nominee for the Republican Party?
It appears that.
Unless something dramatic changes, and I don't see that happening.
Unless Biden dies or is asked to step down,
or something dramatic happens there,
he'll probably be.
Yes.
Yeah, and so one thing that we were talking about is Democrats are going to vote for the platform no matter the candidate. A lot of Republicans will do that, but there's always some, as we just heard, that will drift, and they're like, I'm just not going to support that candidate.
Right.
You don't see that a lot with modern-day Democrats, but would you see that if Kennedy were to get the nomination? Would all Democrats vote for him?
No.
He's so far behind. I don't see any way.
Well, it's not going to happen.
You're right. They won't have it.
I think in general terms, based on what we're hearing and what I have heard in other places, that if you have this rematch, the people are there. There are some people who will not be pro-Biden, but they will not vote for Trump, and more than likely would vote against Trump strictly based on personality.
I know, and you heard some of that.
And given the numbers, the way they fall out, the only way Trump can win is to have all the Republicans and most of the independents in the middle. And that would not qualify for that. You would have another Biden win. I know, as strange as that sounds like,
I know. It's if he can get there. Surely the Democrats, they've got enough sense. Look, y'all may win again, but you can't give us Biden, please. I mean, we all can't sit through that.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure, frankly, even though Kennedy's closer to us than some of the other Democrats, I don't think I could handle him with the State of the Union.
It'd be
with
tough.
the voice.
It'd be really tough.
I mean, I hate to be like
I know, but look, be honest.
I know.
I'd rather just be honest.
I know.
We're not all perfect people.
Right.
That'd be tough.
Good one here from Jesse. Couldn't get called in. Couldn't get in. You guys wrapped it up before I got there. He said I would. I could not vote for Biden because my family we cannot continue to eat ramen noodles. Pretty good stuff. So
how y'all on ramen noodles?
I'm about a 5.
A 5.
Yeah, I mean, I eat them.
Better than cereal?
I've eaten them.
Like on a night that you're not cooking and you're just like, I'm just going to make something.
No, I'd rather
quick.
have cereal.
You would?
Yeah.
I eat ramen almost every day.
Do you really?
Yeah, that's my lunch almost every day. But I make it good. I add like bacon and eggs to it. It's good.
Ooh.
Yeah,
it's really good.
You gotta fix it up.
Spice it up.
It's just kind of a base.
It's good.
Is it real good?
I think ramen. I think ramen noodles with me hit the same way Hormel chili did. I had to eat it so much when I was that I can't do it anymore.
I get it.
It's like when I taste it, I'm like, oh no, I just can't.
Have you ever been?
I just can't do that again.
You ever been to like a nice ramen shop? That's a thing now. They have like nice, good, expensive, legit ramen, and that's what I try to make in my house. But it's not. It's close, but it's not quite like restaurants.
So you're just hipping it up, calling it ramen.
Yeah.
Where are you on Hamburger Helper?
I don't do Hamburger Helper. No.
Well, that's good.
Oh man,
I used to live off
beef
that.
noodle.
Oh yeah, you kidding me?
Oh baby,
Good stuff.
Did you ever go with tuna helper?
That's
And a tie.
Short run. I had a short run of tuna helper.
You did tuna helper?
Yeah, well, I mean, it was desperate
I'll
times.
just put tuna in mac and cheese.
Desperate times.
That's kind of tuna helper.
Yeah, you got me
It
on
pretty
that.
much is tuna helper, Greg.
It's good.
You got me on that too.
Y'all got to remember, I was in such financial duress one time. I think I'm the only person that's ever been documented that MasterCard came to my house.
You know, I think
Very
you
good.
are,
Must
Rick.
have really been looking
I
for
still
you.
haven't heard anybody.
Yeah, demanding payment.
Yeah, that don't happen a lot.
Has that ever happened?
Look, I used to eat Vienna sausage.
I tell you,
I'm not proud
I
of
like
it.
the barbecue ones.
Yeah.
Do you remember the statement I made? to
Well,
the
we
guy?
did, but not out of desperation. It's because we wanted to.
Well, I
Honey.
did that growing up, but in college you'll have to do stuff.
I was standing.
the mother.
I was standing in there in a
Had to
pair,
sling
pair of gold gym shorts and nothing else. I just
Nice mullet.
hair everywhere, screaming mullet. And the fact that I said to the guy, and I had the wherewithal to do it because I was looking, he did awake me, and I said, "Sir, the fact that you just knocked on my door at 11:15 a.m. and I'm here, how do you think this is about to go?"
Yeah.
I mean, I'm here.
I think
I'm
I got
available.
your conclusion.
And you woke me up. I'm available. I was still asleep.
Yeah.
Okay. You think that payment's covered? It doesn't look good, does it?
I hate you drove all the way out here.
And I asked him, I said, would you like to siphon the gas out of my car? I mean, he said, well, you know, this is going to mess your credit up. And I said, I think that ship has sailed. I don't think
We're past that.
You know, y'all cut me off. I don't know what else you want. You know what I mean? It's well, we need a payment. I know you do. I understand that.
Should have let me had it to begin with.
Right. Just call me Turnip, and good luck with it. You know. So I'd never heard of them even doing that before.
No, I hadn't either.
Yeah.
I still have not heard of anybody else that's had that same experience.
Special situations.
Right.
They do.
Yeah.
Well, guy thought he'd get some money from you.
I said, you want me to give
I
you?
got him now.
You want me to give you his tennis shoes I got? I mean,
Now, that's back when you would sign checks and just let it bounce to them.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but I'm going to put it down, let it hop over to you.
Well, it goes back to the great Foxworthy joke. Oh, I can write a check? Well, I'll tell you what, let's pay that thing off.
Where's my pen? We'll solve this, baby.
I didn't know that. Top of the hour. Thanks for being on the show today, hanging out with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.